Hokage. My Sharingan can cultivate automatically. Chapter 21. In the woods, Uchiha Sora stood quietly in an open space. A figure appeared in front of him with a whoosh. Itachi, you're here. Uchiha Sora greeted him with a smile. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Not long after returning from Fugaku, Uchiha Sora received an invitation from Itachi. Well, I'm here. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, staring directly at Uchiha Sora. What's wrong, Sora? I invited you here today because I want to talk to you about Brother Shisui. Itachi whispered. Uchiha Kong's eyes narrowed. Itachi, what do you want to know? Brother Shisui, how did you die? Itachi asked word for word. Kong frowned. You should have seen his suicide note, right? Just think he committed suicide. No, I want you to tell me the real situation. Uchiha Itachi said in a low tone. I believe Brother Shisui will not commit suicide easily. There must be another hidden reason in this matter. Okay, this matter really shouldn't be hidden from you. Uchiha shook his head helplessly and told the story of Shisui being killed by Danzo. After hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned scarlet red. Sure enough, Brother Shisui did not commit suicide. This is all their conspiracy. Uchiha sighed. Itachi, those high-level officials in Konoha have long regarded us, the Uchiha clan, as a thorn in their side. In my opinion, there is nothing you can do about your father's coup. Yes, when will the hatred between the family and Konoha be eliminated? Uchiha Itachi also sighed deeply after hearing this. He looked at the sky and slowly said, before coming to you, Third Hokage summoned me. He told me that you attacked Danzo's root organization and took away a lot of their ninjutsu information. The Third Hokage has classified you as a traitorous ninja and sent me to assassinate you. Hearing this, Uchiha couldn't help but be surprised. Sent you to assassinate me? Itachi, if that's the case, why did you tell me this? Uchiha Itachi said softly. To the top management of Konoha, I am just a chess piece, but they ignored that there are risks in manipulating the chess pieces. I can't stop them from making a decision, and I can't let my father give up the decision. But I can choose to leave some hope to my family, and you are the hope. Sora, I think you are already ready to leave. I just hope that after you leave Konoha, you will not do anything to hurt Konoha again. Otherwise, I will definitely stop you. Uchiha Itachi's tone suddenly turned cold, his eyes turned into scarlet. The 3 Magatama Sharingan rotates rapidly and turns into a triangular windmill. Mangekyo Sharingan, I will stay. Fight for the last chance for the village and family. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo looked at Sora with determination. Sora, this is my choice. Uchiha looked at Itachi's eyes for a long time and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, in that case, let's say goodbye here. After saying that, he turned and left. Watching Uchiha Sora leave, Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself. Sora, for me, the path you are going to take next is my other choice. After Uchiha left, he thought of Itachi's choice and couldn't help but shake his head. Uchiha Itachi will eventually embark on the path of annihilating the clan with his own hands. In fact, in his opinion, this matter is nothing more than the result of 2 stubborn people insisting on their own principles and not wanting to take a step back. Uchiha Itachi's heart is toward Konoha and he hopes to prevent the war, but he doesn't want to retreat. Uchiha Fugaku is determined to make a coup and change the family's situation, and he also doesn't want to retreat. Both father and son are stubborn people, and it is really difficult for outsiders to change their minds. Just like what Uchiha Itachi said after his reincarnation in the original work, they are all people who just want to rely on their own strength to achieve their goals. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Sora is also such a person. It's just that he won't be so paranoid. The main reason is that he has never regarded Konoha village as his home. His sense of belonging to Konoha is not strong. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku have been deeply marked as Konoha ninjas. Perhaps this is also due to the characteristics of the Uchiha clan itself. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. Once they lose this love, they will become paranoid and terrifying. What a headache. Uchiha Sora returned to the island in the mirror space and told Uchiha Izumi and Hazuki about the matter, and couldn't help but sigh. Mother and daughter Uchiha Izumi had nothing to do about this matter. Their power was limited and they could only comfort, Sora, no matter what you do, we will always support you. The clan leader has his choice, Itachi has his choice, Kong, your choice is our choice. The mother and daughter held Uchiha Kong's hand, stared at him, and said affectionately. Uchiha Kong nodded slightly, and he was very pleased that the two of them supported him so much. Sora, what are you going to do next? Izumi Uchiha asked as the three of them sat on the beach of the island. Next, let's establish a force first. Uchiha thought for a while and said. Building a force. This should be difficult, right? Quan Nana said, feeling a little depressed. What's wrong? Uchiha Sora touched her head gently. Mother Yi Yu on the side smiled and said, Song, Quan has always wanted to help you, but when she heard that you wanted to establish a force, she couldn't help at all with her strength. Izumi, you are still young and have a lot of room for growth. If you want to help me, just work hard and practice more. I believe you can do it. Uchiha comforted with a smile. Yeah, Uchiha Quan was encouraged by his sweetheart and nodded happily. Uchiha smiled and thought about how to establish his power. The purpose of establishing his power was not to increase his own power, but more to have some subordinates who could help him collect intelligence and handle matters. Moreover, he has decided to have a good time with Uchiha Obito, so naturally he is not joking with him. Obito has the Akatsuki organization, so naturally he wants to create an organization for fun. Then it will be specifically targeted at the Akatsuki organization, which is very interesting when you think about it. However, before forming a force, Uchiha Sora still had one thing to do. The next day, Uchiha teleported back to Konoha again. He sensed it and frowned. Because he discovered that overnight, many of the Flying Thunder God Kunai coordinates he had set up in Konoha village had been removed. It seems that third generation and Danzo are not stupid either. They know how to search the whole village and clear the coordinates of my technique. Uchiha said secretly. I'm afraid that in a few days, all the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God Kunai that I set up in Konoha village will disappear. The only people who can do this are probably members of the Hyuga clan. After all, Konoha village is a great ninja village. Although the village is currently in extremely decline, no matter how it declines, it is not that easy to deal with. However, although Uchiha Kong is still unable to fight against the entire Konoha village, it is still very simple to do something. Naturally, I came back this time for the ninjutsu materials in the third Hokage study. It's daytime now, and third Hokage is at work. Naturally, he won't be at home. Therefore, Uchiha walked struttingly down the street of Konoha village and headed straight to the third Hokage's home. Although he has been classified as a traitorous ninja, it is obvious that most people in Konoha do not know the news yet, and even the third Hokage may not have made an announcement yet. So Uchiha Sora was walking on the street as usual, no one bothered him at all. All the way to the third Hokage's house, Uchiha Sora immediately ducked into the yard. This is Lord Hokage's residence. No one is allowed to enter. As soon as he arrived in the yard, an Anbu jumped out and stopped in front of him. Oh, don't you recognize me? Uchiha looked at this Anbu with a half smile. You. Daughter Uchiha Sora. Anbu was stunned for a moment, then his tone changed drastically, and he shouted around, no. Go and inform Master Hokage. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha gave him an elbow and knocked him to the ground, causing him to faint. Now Uchiha Kong, due to his constant and automatic body training, has surpassed those adult ninjas in both strength and physique. In fact, his power has been developing towards strange strength. This is the never-ending benefit of automatic cultivation. As time continues to accumulate, all aspects of Uchiha's attributes will enter an inhuman realm. Other Anbu reacted and hurriedly surrounded Uchiha. Genjutsu. Golden Binding Jutsu. Uchiha opened the Sharingan, and instantly glanced over. The Anbu who rushed up froze in place, unable to move. And he strolled into the secret room of third Hokage's study and began to rummage. The secret room of the third Hokage's study contains a large number of ninjutsu scrolls, secret techniques, and all kinds of strange knowledge. This time Uchiha Sora was not as cautious as last time. He just looked through and copied a few ninjutsu. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, picked up a pile of ninjutsu scroll information, and teleported it to his own mirror space without even looking at it. After dozens of teleportations back and forth, the entire secret room was emptied out, and it only took a while. Until then, the third Hokage was belatedly arrived. Boom! With a muffled sound, the study door was knocked open, and the angry old face of third Hokage appeared in front of Uchiha Sora. Uchiha empty. He looked around the study room and found that the bookshelves that were originally full were now empty. He was frightened and angry. He stared at Uchiha Sora with his old eyes and roared, "You are simply too much. What on earth do you want to do?" Uchiha Kong laughed at first, then his expression calmed down, and he said coldly, "Third Hokage, are you worthy of saying that I am too much? Stop being hypocritical. I feel sick just looking at your face." The third Hokage looked extremely ugly. As a Hokage, he has never been scolded like this before. Even his enemies would respectfully call him third generation. He was a highly respected person in the village, but now he was scolded mercilessly by a junior. Shocked and angry in his heart, third Hokage shouted, "Uchiha Kong, I think you have gone crazy. The village has trained you to become a talent, is this how you repay the village?" Listening to the hypocritical words from the third Hokage, Uchiha said expressionlessly, "There's so much nonsense, tell me, what do you want? Kill me. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it." The third Hokage couldn't help but remain silent. He really wasn't sure about keeping Uchiha Sora, who had the Flying Thunder God. "Okay, don't waste any more time. I'll take your information first. If you want to get it back, then come up with enough conditions to exchange with me." Uchiha waved his hand in vain. He said politely. After saying that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of the third generation. The third Hokage was left with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sora would be so unscrupulous. Not only did he cause trouble in the root organization and took away many materials, he also ransacked his study and took away most of the ninjutsu materials, including the sealed book. These materials include various ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing techniques, barriers techniques, etc. It can be said that this is the crystallization of the wisdom of the entire Konoha ninjas over the years. Although not all of them, these things are enough to become the foundation of a big force. Issuing a wanted order to the outside world. Uchiha Sora is wanted. The reward is 100 million taels. After returning to the Hokage office, third Hokage issued a wanted order. Before, the fact that he listed Uchiha Sora as a traitorous ninja was only known to some senior officials, but as soon as the wanted order was released, the entire Konoha was in an uproar. Because of Uchiha Sora's previous performance in the Chunin exam, many people in Konoha village have remembered Uchiha Sora as a genius. After hearing that Uchiha Kong actually stole Konoha secrets and defected from the village, everyone was shocked. After the wanted notice was posted, Uchiha Sora became the talk of the villagers in Konoha village overnight. When everyone talks about Uchiha Sora, they have to curse a few words. This white-eyed wolf. Konoha has raised him for so many years, but I didn't expect him to do such a rebellious thing. We must catch him. Kill him. If you ask me, there is no good person in the Uchiha clan. They eat everything inside and outside the house. I don't think they have a good heart. Even the Uchiha clan became even more hated by the villagers. I didn't expect that Uchiha Sora actually defected from the village. Is there a 100 million ryo arrest warrant? In the Hyuga mansion, Hyuga Hiyashi was sitting at home, looking at the arrest warrant in his hand, and couldn't help but shake his head. How can such an expensive reward be so expensive? It's easy to get. It seems that something must have happened between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups. He couldn't help but think. Little Hinata on the side looked curiously at the wanted poster in his father's hand. When he saw the photo of Uchiha Sora on it, he couldn't help but ask, "Father, is this the kind brother? Why is he wanted?" Hiyashi smiled and touched Hinata's head. "You can't know these things yet. When you become stronger, you can find the reasons yourself." Oh, Hinata nodded in understanding, but she has secretly made up her mind that she must find her elder brother in the future and ask for the reason. In ninja school, Hirai Mitsuaki, who has become a Chunin teacher, also heard the news. Listening to his colleagues talking about Uchiha Sora, describing him as a heinous and vicious guy, he couldn't help but feel sad. He also didn't know why Uchiha Sora defected to Konoha. As a former teammate, he had a very good relationship with Uchiha Sora. In his opinion, Uchiha Sora was not the kind of person who would betray the village. It's a pity that he knows that his strength is limited, and I'm afraid I won't have the chance to ask him the reason again. At this time, in the office of third Hokage, a purple-haired figure knelt on one knee and begged the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. Please allow me to leave the village and trace the whereabouts of Uchiha Sora. The third Hokage sighed and said, Shugao, although the wanted order has been issued, I don't want us Konoha ninjas to track him down, because he is too dangerous. Even if you were his teammate, do you understand? Xian doesn't understand. Maoyu Xian said firmly. I only know that I must find him and ask him clearly. Looking at his stubborn subordinates, third Hokage couldn't help but feel a headache. At this time, Azuki Xian said again, if Lord Hokage does not agree to this matter, then I will resign from Anbu and Konoha ninja positions. I think, as a Konoha villager, I should be able to leave the village, right? Quote. Okay. Third Hokage was helpless and could only nod in agreement. He also knew that even if he didn't agree, Maoyu Xian would probably sneak out. On the other side, Uchiha returned to the island in the mirror space and left a shadow clone to process and study the ninjutsu information. The main body left the island with Uchiha Izumi. He was going to wander around the ninja world to find some good ideas. At this time, Akatsuki organization is still in the stage of looking for members and recruiting people to join. Since he wanted to form a force to play a competition with the Akatsuki organization, he naturally had to make preparations in advance. I just happened to take this opportunity to see the world, maybe it will inspire me to practice automatically. Naturally, bringing Quan along was also to let her see the world. After leaving the island in the mirror space, his first stop was to the Kingdom of Water. The reason why I want to go to the water country is because the current water country is the headquarters of Uchiha Obito, and it is in a period of internal chaos and constant civil war. Moreover, these three good seedlings, Mizuki Shiro, Kagaya Kimimaro, and Suigetsu, are also from the Kingdom of Water. Uchiha walked with Quan in the Land of Water. Along the way, he found that many villages were dilapidated, and in some villages, some defected ninjas were burning, killing and looting. When encountering those rebellious ninjas who obviously had no bottom line, Uchiha Sora asked Izumi to practice and hone her practical experience. Under Sora's escort, Uchiha Izumi's combat experience and strength have also improved significantly. During the battle, her Sharingan also opened 3 Magatama. It can be said that her Sharingan talent does not seem to be worse than that of a genius like Itachi. This made Uchiha Sora very happy. A month passed by in a flash, and the two of them stopped and walked, and finally arrived outside Kurigakure village. Because of the blood mist policy, Kurigakure is not only very strict internally, but also very exclusive to the outside world. As soon as the two approached the gate of Kurigakure village, they were stopped by the Anbu ninja and asked to show their passes. Uchiha Sora naturally did not have a pass. After being refused, he did not force his way in, but chose to leave temporarily. He came to Kurigakure village this time mainly to find out the whereabouts of Suigetsu and the others through some internal information in Kurigakure village, and then create some trouble for Obito. Uchiha Sora, who was temporarily unable to enter Kurigakure village, did not act rashly, but chose to collect some intelligence on the internal situation of Kurigakure village first. After all, the other party is a great ninja village. It is the stupidest thing to rush in without knowing anything about it. Under the continuous exploration of Shadow Clone, Uchiha Sora has a rough understanding of some of the current situation in Kurigakure village. It can be said that the situation is very bad. First of all, the 4th Mizukage is now most likely controlled by Uchiha Obito, and the implementation of the blood mist policy is intensifying, causing many ninjas to complain. Secondly, under the control of public opinion, the status of the major bloodline limited families within the Kingdom of Water has also become shaky. Some bloodline limited families have even been treated unfairly, such as the Ice Escape clan, and some of them a rebellion broke out directly between the Blood Successor family and the Yoruichi clan. Finally, in the Third Ninja War, the 7 ninja swordsmen who were loyal to the village suffered heavy losses, and the remaining ones defected one after another. The top management lost the power to suppress, and other factions within the village began to fight for power, causing the situation to change. Got even more confused. I don't know what method Obito used to control the 4th Mizukage. Logically speaking, as a perfect Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage cannot be controlled by anyone. Uchiha thought to himself. After all, Jinchuriki is basically immune to all genjutsu, and Obito's Mangekyo is not genjutsu-based. Unless he possesses Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, he can control Jinchuriki without anyone noticing. It seems like we have to find a chance to meet fourth Mizukage. Uchiha thought to himself. After figuring out the general situation of Kurigakure village, Uchiha Sora began to take action. First, he sent Uchiha Izumi back to the mirror space, and then he personally sneaked into Kurigakure village. After waiting for 3 days in a tavern in Kurigakure village, I finally found someone. This person has short black hair, his forehead protector is worn to the left, his lower face and neck are wrapped in bandages, and he has sharp teeth. It's none other than Momochi Zabuza. Uchiha Sora waited until he finished drinking and left, then got up and followed him. The two walked one behind the other on the streets of Kurigakure village, and the surrounding pedestrians did not notice anything strange. When the two of them came to a deserted river, Zabuza stopped, turned around, looked at Uchiha Sora, and said in a cold tone, "What is the purpose of following me for so long?" Quote. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Kijin, Zabuza Momochi, the talent of Kurigakure village's assassination force, Grandmaster silent killing technique. Am I right? What? Do you want to try my silent killing technique? Zabuza grinned upon hearing this. Uchiha smiled and said nothing. Very good. The Kurigakure Jutsu. Zabuza's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he directly formed seals with his hands and released the Kurigakure Jutsu. Immediately, heavy fog filled the surrounding area, and the surrounding visibility instantly dropped to the extreme. Boy, I don't care which force sent you, but since you have found me, be prepared to be killed. Zabuza's voice came from the thick fog, making it difficult to distinguish his position. It is indeed a silent killing technique. Uchiha secretly praised. While he was speaking, a wisp of murderous aura appeared behind him. Puff! The next second, a kunai pierced Uchiha Sora's body from behind. Zabuza's figure gradually emerged. Looking at Uchiha Kong who was impaled by him, he said disdainfully, "How dare you, a rookie like you, come to follow me? In the next life." Boom. However, before Zabuza could finish his words, the impaled Uchiha turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Its shadow clone. Zabuza was slightly startled. A long sword suddenly pierced his body, and Uchiha appeared behind him. Zabuza just smiled, and his body turned into a splash of water and scattered on the ground. It is the signature clone technique of Kurigakure village, water clone. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. At this moment, Zabuza's voice sounded from the river on the side. The next moment, a mighty water dragon was seen breaking through the white mist and quickly swooping towards Uchiha Sora's position. Boom! The water dragon roared and slammed into Uchiha Sora's position. Facing the familiar move, Uchiha Kong just smiled faintly, held the long sword in his hands with both hands, poured the wind attribute chakra into it, and slashed forward fiercely towards the swooping water dragon. Wind slash. The slash was as fast and violent as the wind, with an indomitable momentum, and struck hard on the water dragon. Boom! The power of Uchiha Sora's self-created swordsmanship is fully demonstrated at this moment. An extremely powerful B-level ninjutsu was defeated with just one slash. With a flash of his feet, Uchiha Sora instantly approached Zabuza who was standing on the river and launched a violent sword attack on him. Zabuza was shocked and hurriedly used the ninja sword from his back to block Sora's slash. At this time, he had not yet obtained the decapitating sword, and his sword skills were not as good as those of Uchiha Sora. After a while, he did not dare to fight again, and hurriedly retreated, keeping a distance from Uchiha Sora. What a powerful swordsmanship! Who are you? Zabuza put away his tendency to underestimate the enemy. After a series of previous battles, he found that the strength of the person in front of him was definitely not weaker than his own, but he didn't even listen to such a person. Said. Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. Zabuza, I have learned your silent killing technique and water style. Is it time for you to learn my technique too? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan in the air, formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly a dazzling lightning flashed out of his right palm. He quickly rushed towards Zabuza. It's Reikiri. At the same time, He pulled out a kunai with his left hand and threw it towards Zabuza. At this time, Zabuza stared closely at Uchiha Sora's eyes and the ball of lightning in his hand, with a solemn expression. Concentrate the thunder attribute chakra to this extent. This technique is very dangerous. You must not be hit. And those eyes, is it the legendary Sharingan? But the kunai flying towards him was ignored. He just tilted his head slightly to avoid the kunai's attack. The chakra condensed under Zabuza's feet, and he was about to move back to distance himself. Suddenly, the Uchiha sky in his sight suddenly disappeared. Sizzle. At the same time, Zabuza noticed that there was a violent thunder and lightning aura behind him, approaching quickly. Not good. Zabuza suddenly woke up, his face changed wildly. Suddenly he turned extremely pale. The strong sense of crisis made his hair stand on end, and an aura of death spread in his mind. However, at the critical moment, Uchiha Kong, who appeared behind Zabuza, dispersed the Reikiri in his hand, and his palm stayed on Zabuza's waist. Zabuza froze in place, cold sweat dripping into the river at his feet. With a hint of trembling voice after a disaster, he slowly said, "Who are you?" Uchiha Kong smiled slightly, just patted his back lightly, then walked to the shore and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am from the Uchiha clan, my name is Uchiha Kong, and I am currently a defected ninja from Konoha village." Quote. Uchiha Sora, a renegade ninja from Konoha village. No wonder you have Sharingan. Zabuza breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It was obvious that the other party was not here to kill him, otherwise he would be dead by now. Zabuza, you have long been dissatisfied with the current Kurigakure village, right? Uchiha Sora continued. Zabuza followed him back to the shore, and his body shook slightly when he heard this. Uchiha Sora, what do you mean? I can help you realize your ideal. But only if you are used by me. Do things for me. Uchiha Sky's path. Zabuza was stunned for a moment, and his intuition told him that this was an opportunity for him. I can give you 3 days to think about it. During these 3 days, I will wait for you at the tavern in my old place. You can come to me at any time. Seeing Zabuza remaining silent, Uchiha knew that the other party was already moved. Then he said something again, turned around and left here. Zabuza looked at Uchiha Sora's leaving back, thoughtfully. Uchiha, is it empty? That lightning style just now was at least A level, maybe even S level, and that teleportation technique. He muttered to himself and turned around to leave. The next day, Uchiha Sora met Zabuza again in the tavern. I agree to join you. Zabuza sat down opposite Uchiha Sora and said in a low voice. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. Welcome to join my force. Now I give you the first task. Find information on several people for me in the archives of Hidden Kiri village. Their names, characteristics, and families are. He handed over the ghost lamp Suigetsu and Kagaya-kun. Tell Zabuza the information about Maro and Minazuki Haku, asking him to find out the whereabouts of these 3 people. Okay, I understand. Zabuza nodded, without asking any more questions, stood up and turned around to leave. Uchiha's empty eyes flashed with appreciation. Zabuza is worthy of being the elite of Kurigakure Anbu. His ability in performing tasks can be said to be very good. He will never ask more questions than he needs to. Of course, Uchiha Sora was not afraid that Zabuza would betray him or leak information, because in the previous battle, when he patted Zabuza on the back, he had already left the mark of Flying Thunder God's technique. Next, he only needs to wait for the news. Compared to himself, an outsider who is completely unfamiliar with Kurigakure village, Zabuza, a local native, obviously understands his village better. Within 3 days, he had found the information about Suigetsu and the 3 of them, wrote a report on the 3 of them, and handed it over to Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly as he looked at the information from the 3 people above. Because according to the information, except for Minazuki Shiro who is currently wandering in a village where it snows all year round, the other 2 people seem to have been taken advantage of by Orochimaru. Intelligence showed that Kimamaro's family, the Wei Yoruichi clan, had just rebelled not long ago and was suppressed by the thunder of Kurigakure village and the clan was exterminated. Kimamaro who was left behind was taken away by a mysterious man. Gui Dang Shui Yu also disappeared from home a year ago. Uchiha Sora, who is familiar with the plot, is almost certain that these 2 people have been taken away by Orochimaru. In this case, Uchiha Kong gave up the idea of poaching people from Orochimaru for the time being. After all, Uchiha Sora wanted to raise some children, but it was just a temporary whim, and he did it along the way. Since he has missed it, he will not force it anymore. There was only one Minazuki Shiro, so Uchiha Sora was not in a hurry to find him, but planned to solve the matter at hand first. Zabuza, in the next time, you should investigate the 4th Mizukage's itinerary and let me know once you find a suitable opportunity. Also, go and get in touch with Terumime and find out what she says. If she is dissatisfied with 4th Mizukage, tell her for me that I want to see her. Uchiha Sora ordered Zabuza. Terumime, that guy who was hailed as a genius female ninja by Kurigakure. Zabuza couldn't help but feel shocked. Uchiha nodded. Go ahead, if it can't be done, forget it, don't force it. Okay, Zabuza responded. After giving instructions to Zabuza, Uchiha Sora waited silently. This time he wants to directly expose Uchiha Obito's conspiracy and unlock the genjutsu on 4th Mizukage. Since you said you want to compete with Obito, you must not coddle him. Zabuza's movements were still very fast, and Uchiha Sora received the news from him the next day. Terumime agreed to meet him in the woods outside Kurigakure village at night. Uchiha Sora went to the appointment that night, with Zabuza accompanying him. A crescent moon hangs high in the night sky. Under the moonlight, Uchiha came to the agreed grove. From a distance, he noticed a special fluctuation in his pupils and realized that he was being spied on. I realized in my heart that it must be Ching with the white eyes observing him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, Uchiha Sora's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Following the wave of eye power, he directly used Sharingan to cast a genjutsu. Byakugan's insight is far superior to that of Sharingan, but in terms of output, it is much inferior. Uchiha's genjutsu is empty, and the fluctuations in the opponent's pupil power disappear immediately. At this time, in the small woods, 2 figures were standing on the branches of a big tree. One of them is a young woman, wearing a blue dress, with green eyes, long reddish-brown cross-curly hair, her right eye is covered by hair, pink lips, graceful figure, and white and tender skin. None other than Terumime. The other person is a middle-aged man, wearing a black eye patch on one eye, with blue veins popping up around the eye patch. It is Ching. Ching suddenly let out a muffled groan and half knelt down. Terumime on the side was surprised. What's wrong? He actually used my pupil power to use Sharingan genjutsu on me. This genjutsu ability and pupil power remind me of a person. Cold sweat ran down Ching's forehead. Who? Uchiha Shisui. Upon hearing this name, Terumime couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the person Zabuza said can help us as Uchiha Shisui? Ching shook his head slowly. It's not Shisui. I remember the color of Shisui's eyes clearly, and this person now is not Shisui. Not Shisui. Who could it be? Terumime couldn't help but become curious. At this time, Uchiha Sora and Zabuza finally arrived. Ching and Terumime jumped off the branch and landed in front of them. Their eyes fell on Uchiha Sora and they kept examining him. Hey, I didn't expect that he is still a young and handsome boy. I wonder if you are an adult, little brother. Terumime couldn't help but teased when she saw Uchiha Sora's handsome appearance and lovable appearance. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she realized that she might have been offended. She smiled hurriedly and reservedly and explained, I'm sorry, you really don't look like you are an adult. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly and said, Your Excellency Terumime, I'm not here for a blind date. Age doesn't seem to matter, right? As long as I have the strength, that's enough. What do you think? The smile on Terumime's face froze, and she smiled awkwardly. She was secretly sullen. This guy is young, but he has a very loud tone. And he is not at all humble to ladies. He is so handsome for nothing. Ching on the side quickly interrupted. Your Majesty said, let's talk about the 4th Mizukage. Uchiha nodded and said to Terumime, before talking about this matter, I need to explain my position first. I am a rebellious ninja of Konoha village. After leaving Konoha, I have established my own branch. Currently, I do not represent any party's forces. I only represent myself. Zabuza is my man. After solving this matter, he will leave here with me. Don't worry, I will not interfere in the internal affairs of Kurigakure village. After hearing this, Terumi Mei raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Yes, what you said is exactly what I wanted to ask. Uchiha nodded and continued. In that case, I will just talk about the fourth Mizukage. Terumi Mei and Ching looked solemn and raised their ears. I believe you have been confused for a long time. During the fourth Mizukage's reign, he issued many unacceptable decrees. The fact that Kurigakure village has reached this point is inseparable from many of his decisions. During my investigation, I discovered a piece of news that is very important to you. At this point, Uchiha Sora paused deliberately to show off. What news? Terumi Mei and Ching asked hurriedly. Actually, there is someone else behind fourth Mizukage. All the decisions of fourth Mizukage are actually under the control of the other party. Uchiha said word by word. What? Terumi Mei and Ching looked at each other, their expressions changed drastically, with disbelief on their faces. Uchiha Sora's words completely shocked the two of them, and even Zabuza on the side was shocked. The fourth Mizukage is not only a cage-level powerhouse, but also a three-tails Jinchuriki. How could he be manipulated? Who in this ninja world has the ability to control a perfect Jinchuriki? At this time, Uchiha Sora said again, now that you already know the news, as long as we see the fourth Mizukage, we will be able to detect abnormalities if we take a closer look with Ao's Byakugan. Terumi Mei and Ching looked at each other. Ching nodded and whispered, my Byakugan comes from the Hyuga clan and has developed its insight to the extreme. If fourth Mizukage is really being manipulated, I can definitely check it out. Okay, you look for an opportunity to investigate. Once we find out that something is true, we will make plans. Terumi Mei said. After a pause, she said to Uchiha Skypath, there must be some conditions for you to tell us such important news, right? Uchiha Kong smiled faintly, but shook his head and said, no, there are no conditions. The reason why I told you this is just to get you to deal with fourth Mizukage and the people behind him. It would be difficult to remove the Genjutsu from fourth Mizukage without defeating him, and the person controlling him behind the scenes is also very powerful. If we act rashly, it won't be so easy for me to achieve my goal alone. Quote, you are locals of Kurigakure village. I believe that with your cooperation with me, this matter will be much easier to handle. After listening to Uchiha Sora's words, Terumi and Mei nodded secretly. This is indeed the truth. If you want to deal with fourth Mizukage and the people behind him, without a comprehensive plan, it will be self-defeating and the village will only fall into more chaos. Moreover, the fact that fourth Mizukage is being manipulated must not be told to everyone in a big way, because once this is confirmed, it will definitely be a major blow to Kurigakure village. How can Kurigakure and even the Kingdom of Water have the dignity to hang out in the ninja world in the future? Therefore, the best way is to act quietly in secret and resolve this matter as quickly as possible. Okay, in that case, I wish us a happy cooperation. Terumi Mei said with a smile on her face and stretched out her white jade hand. Happy cooperation. Uchiha stretched out his hand and shook her hand, smiling slightly at Kaido. The two parties reached a cooperation on this. 3 days later, Ao then took the opportunity to detect the anomaly in fourth Mizukage and confirmed that he was really being manipulated. Although there is nothing abnormal about the chakra on the surface of the fourth generation, I still saw a slight abnormality in the chakra on his brain. If my eye wasn't the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and if my insight wasn't already excellent, it would have been different. I'm afraid others really can't tell it. In the agreed-upon tavern, Ao said to Uchiha Sora with a solemn expression, I have only seen this level of Genjutsu control skills in Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly when he heard this. Let's not talk about whether Uchiha Obito has this Genjutsu ability. If he really has an ability similar to Shisui, it is indeed possible to control the fourth Mizukage. He said, no matter what, we must first find an opportunity to control the fourth Mizukage, and then let me remove the Genjutsu from him. Then everything will be simple. Ching nodded and said, well, let us arrange this matter, and then your excellency, I will take action. Next, the two sides agreed on some future battle plans and then separated. It is naturally not that easy to find an opportunity to deal with fourth Mizukage. As a Mizukage, he must be accompanied by powerful guards every time he travels. The chances of outsiders trying to attack Mizukage are slim. However, it is much easier to arrange it from within. Terumi Mei and Ching have high status in Kurigakure village. After a series of arrangements by them, the two replaced Mizukage's bodyguards and arranged a trip out of Kurigakure village to the Daming mansion in the Land of Water. Along the way, the only guards of 4th Mizukage were Terumi Mei and Ching. On this day, 4th Mizukage Yagura, Terumi Mei, and Ao left Kurigakure village and walked on the road to Damingfu. Daming mansion is not far from Wuyin village, but it is at least hundreds of kilometers away. Just when the three of them were halfway through their trip, Terumi Mei and Ching suddenly stopped. 4th Mizukage Yagura couldn't help but look at the two of them in confusion. Ow, what's going on? Mizukage-sama, I'm offended. Water-style water shockwave. Ao suddenly spoke, quickly formed seals with his hands, opened his mouth and spat out a violent stream of water, rushing towards the 4th Mizukage. The 4th Mizukage was caught off guard and was hit by the water and flew out. However, an attack of this level could not hurt him. He hurriedly got up, and just as he was about to yell at her, he saw that Terumi Mei had already appeared behind him. Water-style water prison technique. Ching shouted, and with the large water released by the water shockwave, a round water ball suddenly wrapped the 4th Mizukage, trapping him inside. Successful. Terumi Mei and Chingwei were slightly happy. But soon the two of them noticed that a powerful and violent chakra was pouring out of 4th Mizukage's body. Terumi Mei's water prison began to vibrate violently, and the powerful and hot chakra breath made the water in the water prison roll as if boiling. Boom! Almost in a breath, the water prison was broken by the chakra aura of 4th Mizukage. Terumi Mei was immediately knocked out by the powerful counterattack and almost fell to the ground. Failed. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly as she looked at the red-tailed beast chakra spilling out of 4th Mizukage's body. The tailed beast chakra is so powerful that it is not something that I can easily fight against now. Aren't you going to take action yet? At this time, Ching couldn't help shouting. Wind release Rasengan. As soon as Ao's voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky above 4th Mizukage Yagura. It is Uchiha Sora. I saw him drop from the sky with a white Rasengan that made a hissing sound, and hit the 4th Mizukage hard. Boom! Powerful energy burst out, and a part of the wind attribute Rasengan was added. Although it did not reach the level of Rasenshuriken, its power was much greater than that of ordinary Rasengan. 4th Mizukage's body was immediately wrapped in this powerful energy. Let out a roar of pain. Ah! Suddenly, 4th Mizukage Yagura roared, and the tailed beast chakra on his body turned into substance. His whole body was wrapped in red substantial chakra, and he entered a beast-like state that vaguely looked like 3 tails, with 3 tails swaying behind him. The violent chakra aura caused cracks to appear on the ground beneath him. Uchiha Sora's wind escape Rasengan ability had already been deflected by this tailed beast chakra and dissipated in the air. It's a pity that the wind release spiral shuriken is too powerful for sneak attacks. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to defeat him just now. Uchiha looked at this scene and secretly regretted it. His most powerful ninjutsu right now is the wind release Rasenshuriken. The power of Reikiri is stronger than the ordinary Rasengan, but it is actually about the same as the wind release Rasengan. Roar! At this time, 4th Mizukage, who had been beaten for no apparent reason, was enraged and roared, "You traitors! You all deserve to die." In the state of partial tailed beast transformation, 4th Mizukage still maintained his consciousness. His figure flashed, and the next second he appeared in front of Terumi Mei as if teleporting. So fast. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, she hurriedly backed away, and at the same time she quickly formed seals with her hands, and sprayed out a jet of water from her mouth. The water column turned into a water dragon and smashed towards the 4th Mizukage. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. The 4th Mizukage raised his hand and waved, carrying the powerful tailed beast chakra in his arm, and hit the water dragon bullet hard, knocking it away. Immediately afterwards, his offensive continued unabated and he slapped Terumi Mei on the body again. Terumi Mei hurriedly raised her hand to block with her kunai. A strong force came and her body was knocked away again. After being hit hard on the ground, Terumi Mei hurriedly got up, already in a state of embarrassment. The sleeves on the arm that resisted the attack were missing, revealing white and tender burned skin. What a terrifying chakra! Terumi Mei took a deep breath. If it hadn't been for the water dragon bomb that hindered the opponent's attack, she might not have been able to block this powerful force. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she saw lines of hardened coral suddenly growing on her arms, and her arms suddenly became unable to move. No, this is coral palm. Terumi Mei immediately remembered 4th Mizukage's Jinchuriki move. All this sounds complicated, but it only happens in an instant. When Terumi Mei found that her arms and even half of her body were covered with coral, 4th Mizukage roared at her again, with an aura that wanted to tear everything apart, which was chilling. Lightning style like teeth sword. Suddenly, a laser-like lightning ray hit the 4th Mizukage's body with a whoosh. Poof! The lightning ray instantly hit 4th Mizukage's body. But the powerful penetrating power did not penetrate 4th Mizukage's body. Instead, it was firmly blocked by his powerful substantial chakra. Only the shoulder was pierced halfway, and the body was knocked away. 4th Mizukage was in pain, and blood flowed from the shoulder where a small hole had been stabbed. But with the powerful healing ability of the tailed beast chakra, the wound on the shoulder was quickly repaired. Taking advantage of this time, Uchiha suddenly came to Terumi Mei and knocked off all the coral on her body to help her regain her mobility. Thank you. Terumi Mei thanked her. Uchiha nodded and said, "You feint and create opportunities for me. With my own ability, I really can't get a perfect Jinchuriki in a short time." On the other side, Ao and Zabuza, who has not yet taken action in the distance, their strength is limited, and they are only suitable for raiding the formation for the time being, mainly to prepare them for the appearance of Uchiha Obito. All we can count on now is Terumi Mei. Judging from her performance in dealing with 4th Mizukage's attack just now, Terumi Mei is very strong. Although she is still a little short of the shadow level, she is almost there. Okay, Terumi Mei responded, forming seals with her hands again. Lava style, the art of melting monsters. She finally used the power of the blood succession limit and sprayed out a ball of extremely viscous and corrosive acid from her mouth, turning it into an acid curtain and covering the 4th Mizukage. 4th Mizukage immediately sensed the danger of this power and did not dare to directly attack it. He quickly dodged and avoided the attack. At this time, Uchiha raised his hand and shot several kunai in the direction of 4th Mizukage. At the same time, he was holding a long sword, and a thunder attribute chakra was poured into the long sword. 4th Mizukage just dodged the acid spit out by Terumi Mei. He didn't dodge Uchiha Sora's kunai at all and just ignored it. The kunai hit him, making a clanging sound, but it could not break through the defense of his chakra coat. But the moment the kunai was bounced away, Uchiha Sora had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and his figure instantly appeared in front of him. The long sword shining with lightning in his hand stabbed the 4th Mizukage's heart fiercely. 4th Mizukage was shocked and quickly raised his hands to resist. Poof! The long sword pierced his palm, and then pierced his body again. Fortunately, the moment 4th Mizukage raised his hand to resist, the position of the sword was slightly deflected. In the end, it did not pierce his heart, but only pierced his lungs. Otherwise, even with the powerful self-healing ability of the tailed beast chakra, half of his life might be taken away. After hitting the target, while the opponent was being pierced by him, Uchiha Sora instantly flashed a Rasengan in his other hand. He didn't have time to add the change of wind attribute to it, so he pushed it directly towards 4th Mizukage's face. It's simply deadly, but Uchiha Sora showed no mercy at all. After all, the opponent was in the tailed beast state and had extremely strong defense and self-healing capabilities. Hitting other parts of his body was basically the same as scratching him. However, just when Rasengan was about to hit 4th Mizukage in the face, he saw that he had already reacted and raised his hand to block it. The Rasengan's power collided hard with the 4th Mizukage's tailed beast chakra-covered palm. The violently rotating Rasengan exploded into a dazzling light with an aura that could tear everything apart. The 4th Mizukage's palm was gradually pushed back by Rasengan's power, and his palm was already injured and twisted under the rotating force. Roar! However, the next second, 4th Mizukage suddenly shouted to the sky, and an even more violent chakra burst out from his body. Uchiha Sora's Rasengan was suddenly pushed back under this powerful chakra. The powerful tailed beast chakra even followed Uchiha Sora's palm and tried to climb on him. At the same time, the palm of 4th Mizukage's other hand, which was pierced by the sword, suddenly grasped Uchiha Sora's sword. I saw him grinning, opening his mouth wide, and a black-tailed beast jade suddenly condensed in his mouth. Uchiha Kong was slightly startled, and hurriedly let go of the long sword in his hand. With a thought, his figure instantly disappeared in front of fourth Mizukage. The next second, he appeared again where he was standing, with a flying thunder god kunai stuck on the ground. Fourth Mizukage, who suddenly lost his target, was stunned. He didn't even bother to pull out his long sword, looked around, and immediately found Uchiha Sora's location. The black-tailed beast jade in his mouth was aimed in the direction of Uchiha Sora and shot out. Seeing the terrifying tailed beast jade flying towards Uchiha, Terumi Mei, who was fainting at the side, said in a panic, "Get out of the way." However, the corners of Uchiha Sora's lips smiled slightly, with an intriguing arc. The next second, he held a kunai with both hands, pointed forward, and an invisible barrier spread out in the space like a fishing net. The black-tailed beast jade, which is the size of a basketball, condenses extremely powerful chakra, but when it falls on this barriers, it is like a heavy object falling into a giant net. Densely packed runes carry the tailed beast jade into it, in space. At this time, Uchiha Sora shouted to Terumi Mei and others, "Get back quickly." At this time, everyone was shocked by Uchiha Sora's operation, but after hearing the reminder, they immediately came to their senses and retreated back without saying a word. At the same time, the tailed beast jade had completely disappeared in front of Uchiha Sora. But the next moment, the disappeared tailed beast jade suddenly appeared in front of fourth Mizukage. This is the flying thunder god guiding thunder. In fact, he had already mastered this skill when he learned to fly the thunder god. The principle is very simple. It is to amplify the flying thunder god technique into a large barrier network, catch the objects that need to be transported, and then transport them. The reason why this tailed beast jade was teleported back to fourth Mizukage was precisely because of the long sword that was still stuck in his body. It has the coordinate technique of flying thunder god on it. Fourth Mizukage obviously hadn't reacted yet. He didn't expect that the tailed beast jade he launched would return to him the next moment. This sudden attack really left him unable to defend himself. The next moment, the power of the tailed beast jade reached the critical point and exploded. A huge ray of light instantly spread to the entire site. Strong energy fluctuations tore the earth apart, soil and rocks flew up, and the surrounding trees broke and shattered like paper. The moment the energy exploded, Uchiha Kong had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear, and appeared next to Zabuza, who had already distanced himself sufficiently. Looking at the explosion of light that shot up into the sky in the distance, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Zabuza and others. The appearance of Uchiha Sora made them all look over. Qing Junjun, who had been observing with his white eyes open, said, "Could it be that what you just used is the legendary space and time ninjutsu? That technique, that elusive appearance, is it the legendary Flying Thunder God technique?" Flying Thunder God technique. Terumi Mei and Zabuza didn't know much about this technique, but they seemed to have seen relevant information in their impressions, and they were extremely shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sora has mastered this mysterious time and space ninjutsu. Uchiha Kong nodded. A ninja of Ao's age who had participated in the Third Ninja War would naturally know the signature skill of Yellow Flash. After receiving Sora's confirmation, a look of awe flashed across Qing's face. In the Third Ninja War, the Yellow Flash could make people run away. Its reputation was even better than that of Shisui, the instantaneous one. Now Uchiha Sora has also mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, coupled with his enviable pair of Sharingan, and his such a young age. Ao couldn't imagine how far Uchiha Sora would grow in the future. The shock wave of the explosion lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. "Ao, how is Mizukage-sama doing?" Terumi Mei asked Ao. Qing looked at the direction of fourth Mizukage from a distance with his white eyes, and said with a smile, "Master fourth Mizukage is still alive. Judging from the situation, he must have fainted." No, however, before he could finish his words, the smile on his face suddenly solidified, and he said in shock, "Fourth Mizukage-sama is fine. He is going to completely transform into a tailed beast." As soon as Qing finished speaking, a more powerful chakra aura suddenly erupted in the distance. This chakra aura was overwhelming, whipping up a gust of wind. Even the four Uchiha Sora who were already far away could not help but be blown back. Immediately afterwards, a huge tailed beast appeared in everyone's sight. The body is as huge as a hill, taking on the shape of a giant turtle. The shell looks extremely thick and hard, and the three tails behind it are swinging very conspicuously. Three tails. The fourth Mizukage actually entered the state of complete tailed beast transformation. The power of the tailed beast was completely released. Feeling the huge amount of chakra on the tailed beast, Terumi Mei, Ao, and Zabuza all felt stressed, and for a moment they didn't know how to start. Uchiha Kong's expression remained unchanged and he was not panicked. Although after fully transforming into a tailed beast, fourth Mizukage still maintains his consciousness and controls the power of three tails. He is more powerful than the tailed beast in its wild state. However, the body after fully transforming into a tailed beast is too huge and will become a giant. The goal. He separated a shadow clone and stood there, leaving a flying thunder god kunai at his feet. The main body headed straight for the huge three tails. Terumi Mei, let's go. Uchiha Sky's path. Okay. As if sensing Uchiha Sora's fighting spirit and confidence, Terumi Mei also put away her timidity and looked at Uchiha Sora's back with a touching smile on her face. Boyle style the art of clever mist. Terumi Mei hurriedly followed Uchiha Sora, running straight towards Three Tails, forming seals with her hands, and displaying another of her blood succession limit abilities. A stream of boiling acid mist spurted out from her mouth and turned into a sea of mist, covering Three Tails' entire body. The huge Three Tails could not avoid the attack and was soon shrouded in acid mist. The powerful corrosive ability made the Three Tails with extremely strong defense roar in pain. Uchiha Kong took this opportunity to quickly go around behind Three Tails. After Terumi Mei's boil style dissipated, he jumped up and climbed to the top of Three Tails' head from behind. Only then did Three Tails notice that Uchiha Sora was approaching above him. It couldn't help being startled immediately, and regardless of the pain that had been corroded all over its body, it struggled and swung violently. The Three Tails behind him also slapped Uchiha Sora above his head at the same time. Uchiha threw a flying thunder god kunai out of the air and stuck it hard on Three Tails' head. He dodged one of the tails that hit him, raised his hands again, took out a Rasengan with each hand, and hit the other two tails. Bang! Bang! Under the power of Rasengan, the two tails were bounced back. At the same time, in the hands of Shadow Clone in the distance, a basketball-sized Rasengan was rapidly taking shape. Not only that, a powerful wind attribute chakra was crazily injected into it. Buzz buzz. As more and more wind attributes are injected into it, the color of Rasengan not only turns white, but also forms a constantly rotating shuriken energy around it. It's the wind release Otama spiral shuriken. This is more chakra than the ordinary Rasen shuriken. It is formed by almost gathering most of the chakra in this shadow clone. What a powerful wind attribute chakra. This power. It's so terrifying. Ao's white eyes stared at the wind release spiral shuriken in Shadow Clone's hand, and he said in shock. If you get hit, I'm afraid a few more lives won't be enough. Zabuza couldn't help but speak. At this moment, he suddenly felt that if he could follow such a strong man, he might be able to bring a more brilliant future to his life. Just when the two of them were secretly shocked, Shadow Clone disappeared in front of them with the great Jade Wind Release Spiral Shuriken. The art of Flying Thunder God. The next second, Shadow Clone appeared above Three Tails, where the Flying Thunder God kunai was inserted. Shadow Clone held the large Jade Spiral Shuriken and pressed it towards Three Tails' face without any hesitation. Boom boom boom. Amidst the huge roar, Shadow Clone was torn apart by the power of Odama's Rasen Shuriken. Three Tails was also wrapped in huge energy. Uchiha Kong's main body activated Flying Thunder God and returned to Zabuza and Ao. This is the big Jade Spiral Shuriken made by condensing almost half of my chakra. I hope it works, otherwise, this operation will fail. He took a long breath and murmured in his mouth. At this point in the battle, everything that can be done has been done. The next step is to see the power of this big Jade Spiral Shuriken. He also had to keep a part of chakra to guard against the appearance of Uchiha Obito. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito is not nearby and has not appeared until now, otherwise the situation would be even more troublesome. The power of the Otama Rasen Shuriken lasts longer than the tailed beast Dama explosion. It took about a minute for the powerful force to finally dissipate. Looking around, I saw that within the big pit that was opened by the explosion of the tailed beast Jade, there was another deeper pit. The huge Three Tails was lying at the bottom of the pit, seemingly unconscious, and the aura on his body was rapidly weakening. As the aura of Three Tails weakened, the body that had completely transformed into a tailed beast gradually retracted, revealing the body of Fourth Mizukage again. Under the protection of the power of the tailed beasts, Fourth Mizukage's body did not suffer much damage, but when Three Tails suffered a powerful attack, he also suffered tremendous mental pressure. In the end, his will was defeated along with Three Tails. He also fainted. Uchiha jumped in front of Fourth Mizukage and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fourth Mizukage falling into a coma. Terumi Mei, Ching, and Zabuza also approached and finally felt relieved after seeing this scene. Great. Without further ado, let's remove the genjutsu from Fourth Mizukage immediately. Terumi Mei said. Yeah, Sora nodded, just about to use the 3 Magatama Sharingan to help Fourth Mizukage remove genjutsu. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The sudden appearance of the system sound made Uchiha stunned. Speaking of which, I haven't heard its sound for a while. I don't know what you are going to do when you come out at this time. You don't seem to be stimulated either. But the system soon gave him the answer. Ding. Due to the fierce battle between Host and the tailed beast, you feel the hugeness of the tailed beast's chakra. Your chakra deeply feels its own insignificance and is determined to practice harder. Your chakra refining technique automatically practices twice as fast. Quote. Ding. Under the supervision of your chakra refining technique, your physical training does not dare to fall behind, and your automatic training speed is doubled. Ding. Under the supervision of your chakra refining technique, your spiritual energy does not dare to be lazy, and your automatic cultivation speed is doubled. Upon hearing this series of prompts, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but be overjoyed. Okay, I am still very conscious of my chakra. Originally, he was also thinking that his current chakra was still a little less than that of the tailed beasts, and he was worried about using it more sparingly in future battles. He did not expect that the system was so considerate, and a prompt came immediately. Chakra refining technique is accelerated, physical exercise is accelerated, and mental energy is accelerated. These 3 represent the increase in the recovery power and upper limit of chakra amount. At the previous speed of automatic training, it would probably take at least 2 or 3 years for Uchiha Sora's chakra to reach the level of a tailed beast, but now that it has been accelerated, it only takes almost 1 year. This feeling of accelerated cultivation can even make him feel that his spirit, body, and even the recovery of chakra are improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although I had consumed more than half of the chakra just now, I am now full of energy and don't feel tired at all. While feeling secretly happy in his heart, Uchiha Sora did not forget what he had to do now. He squatted down and opened Fourth Mizukage's eyelids. The 3 Magatama Sharingan was aimed at his eyes, and his pupils were stimulated, instantly entering the other person's mind. For those who don't understand genjutsu, it is difficult to remove the genjutsu of Fourth Mizukage, but Uchiha has Sharingan, and also learned a lot of genjutsu tips from Shisui, and is immune to genjutsu himself, so he is accomplished in genjutsu. There is absolutely no problem in that aspect. As long as the Fourth Mizukage's manipulation was not discovered, once the reason why he was manipulated was clearly seen, it would be no problem for Uchiha to undo this manipulation. At this time, in the genjutsu space, Uchiha invaded the brain of the Fourth Mizukage. He clearly saw a vague pupil power fluctuation on Fourth Mizukage's brain, which slightly changed the operation of his brain organs. This change cannot even be noticed by the person being cast. The control without even being noticed by oneself is exactly the same as Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha murmured. He tried to use the 3 Magatama Sharingan's pupil power to relieve that special pupil power, but found that it was quite laborious to do so, and it would probably take a lot of time. It seems that we still have to use the power of Mangekyo's eyes. After frowning, Uchiha Kong opened the 6-pointed star Mangekyo and blessed it with the power of Mangekyo's eyes. The power instantly became much greater. With the powerful power of eyes, plus Uchiha Sora's genjutsu attainment, the special eye power entangled in Fourth Mizukage's brain was destroyed like a torrent. Control released. Uchiha Kong breathed a sigh of relief and closed Mangekyo. His current pair of Mangekyo are very valuable, because they are not eternal Mangekyo, and the more they are used, the more likely they are to become blind. So you have to be careful every time you use it, which is why he didn't activate Mangekyo when facing Three Tails. Of course, there is another reason, which is to prevent the emergence of Uchiha Obito. After all, my Mangekyo spatial ability is the one that can best restrain Obito. You have to let it recuperate at ordinary times. At the same time, somewhere in the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Obito, who was having a meeting with Nagato and Konan, suddenly felt that the genjutsu he had exerted on Fourth Mizukage was lifted. His face couldn't help but darken. He raised his hand and touched his left eye under the mask. This was the special Sharingan that Uchiha Madara had given to him before he died. Who is it? Can actually remove the power of Uchiha Mirror's pupil technique. Uchiha Obito's heart was filled with haze. I'm here today. I have something to deal with, he said to Nagato and Konan, then activated the power of Kamui in his right eye and disappeared in front of them in an instant. In the genjutsu space, after Uchiha Sora released the pupil power, Fourth Mizukage's consciousness also woke up. He appeared in front of Sora and slowly said, I didn't expect that as a perfect Jinchuriki, I would always be attacked by others. Control without knowing it. I actually fought so fiercely with you just now. I really caused trouble to you. Although Fourth Mizukage had been fighting Uchiha Sora while he was awake, after Uchiha Sora helped him remove Genjutsu's control, he naturally understood everything. This was also my oversight. I didn't realize that you were being controlled. After Fourth Mizukage appeared, Three Tails also appeared in the Genjutsu space and said dully, thanks to this human being for helping us, only but it hurt me a little. Seeing Three Tails' depressed look, Fourth Mizukage couldn't help but shake his head and said, you are just too slow. Your IQ needs to be improved. Our tailed beasts' IQs are not very high to begin with. Three Tails said worriedly. Hey, but the other party was able to use Genjutsu on me without your knowledge. This kind of Genjutsu is definitely not an ordinary Genjutsu. Fourth Mizukage sighed again. Uchiha nodded. The other party is also from the Uchiha clan. It should be some kind of special Mangekyo eye technique. You should be careful in the future. Thank you for reminding me. Fourth Mizukage thanked him. Suddenly, Uchiha frowned and said, it seems like someone is coming. He left the Genjutsu space instantly and returned to reality. Fourth Mizukage also opened his eyes at the same time, but his body was still in a weak stage. He stood up with great difficulty. He didn't have time to greet Terumime and the others, so he looked at the space not far in front of him. At this time, a vortex ripple appeared in the space, and a masked figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Uchiha Obito who came in a hurry after realizing that Genjutsu had been cracked. It's you. Fourth Mizukage recognized the other person immediately. During the period of being manipulated, he had a lot of contact with Uchiha Obito, so he naturally recognized him. However, Fourth Mizukage does not know his identity. Uchiha Obito ignored Fourth Mizukage and stared at Uchiha Sora with flickering eyes. The face behind the mask was uncertain. Uchiha Kong, it's you who did this. He gritted his teeth and said word by word with a cold voice. In Uchiha's empty eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan opened, stared at Uchiha Obito and chuckled. I said I would play with you slowly, but now it's just the beginning. I hope you don't lose your composure. Okay, very good. Uchiha Sora, I will make you regret going against me. Uchiha Obito roared angrily, activated Kamui, and the whole person disappeared again. This guy disappeared again. There is no chakra aura around him. Ching observed nervously. He left Uchiha Sky's path. Now Uchiha Obito has no secrets in front of him, so he naturally does not dare to act rashly. Who is this guy? His mask actually blocks Byakugan's detection. I can't even see his face behind the mask. Ching said solemnly. Uchiha shook his head and chuckled. It's just that a certain member of our Uchiha clan has an obsession. After a pause, he waved to Zabuza. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Everyone, say goodbye. Zabuza nodded, grinned at Fourth Mizukage and the others and said, my colleagues in the village, let's see you in the future. The two turned and left. Fourth Mizukage spoke from behind. Your Excellency, on behalf of Kurigakure Village, I would like to thank you. If you need help, I, Kurigakure Village, are always here to help. 2 days later, in a snowy village, Uchiha Sora found Minazuki Shiro at the end of a bridge. Shui Wu Yubai looked very thin, only 6 or 7 years old. He was wearing very thin clothes and was shivering in the heavy snow. Logically speaking, most people should have been frozen to death, but he survived tenaciously. Uchiha Sora walked forward, stood in front of Minazuki Shiro, and looked at him silently. Shui Wu Yubai seemed to notice that someone was stopping, and couldn't help but raise his head. When he saw a handsome older brother, he couldn't help but be startled, but immediately lowered his head in inferiority, not daring to look again. Raise your head, Uchiha Sora said softly. Shui Wu Yubai was startled and couldn't believe his ears. Is this big brother talking to him? He raised his head hesitantly and looked at the big brother in front of him again. At this moment, he seemed to see himself in his elder brother's eyes. Brother, your eyes are very similar to mine. He couldn't help but say. Uchiha Kong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Where does it look like? Big brother's eyes are as lonely as mine. Minashi Yubai replied. Lonely. Uchiha Kong was stunned again, shaking his head and laughing. Maybe, as a time traveler, coming to this Hokage world alone is a kind of loneliness in itself. But Uchiha Sora never feels lonely because he has his own goals and important people around him. He reached out and touched Bai's head and said with a smile, since we are both the same kind of people, then you can follow me from now on. Why? Shui Wu Yubai showed a puzzled look. In this world full of dangers, a little beggar like him might not even be worth killing, so who would need it? Because I need you. Shui Wu Yubai's body trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes. Because in the previous battle, Uchiha Sora's long sword was blown to pieces by the tailed beast Jade, he now lacked a handy weapon. After asking Zabuza and learning that there was a ninja shop in a small town on the coast of the Land of Water, he rushed to that small town with Haku, who had just been taken under his command. The long sword must be made of metal that can adhere to chakra. There are no ready-made products in the store, so it can only be customized, which takes about a week. So the three of Uchiha and Sora temporarily lived in this town. Since Shiro was always dirty and his trip to the Land of Water was relatively complete, Uchiha planned to find a place to take a good rest. Finally the three decided to go to the hot springs. When they arrived at the hot spring hotel, the three of them changed their clothes. Uchiha held Shiro's little hand and walked towards the men's hot spring. Well, Master Kong, I'd better go to the female hot spring. Bai Wei blushed and hesitated. Uchiha was stunned. Female hot spring. Shiro, are you a female? Yes. Bai opened his big innocent eyes and looked at Uchiha Sora without blinking. He seemed to be wondering why Lord Sora would ask such a question. Doesn't he look like a girl? Okay. Uchiha couldn't help but slapped his forehead. He was really hurt by the plot. In the original work, Shiro kept saying that he was a man. So Uchiha Sora did not doubt his gender. Who knew Bai was actually a woman? I don't know whether it was his arrival that caused the butterfly effect in this world, or whether Bai was originally a woman and was just lying in the original work. Forget it, none of this matters. Okay, then you go to the female hot spring. Uchiha Kong let go of her little hand and touched her hair. Yeah, Bai nodded obediently. Uchiha Sora and Zabuza entered the men's hot spring and began to enjoy the hot spring bath. Chief, what are we going to do next? Zabuza asked in a low voice while soaking in the hot spring. The fourth Mizukage's matter has been successfully resolved, and the situation in the Kingdom of Water will slowly improve in the hands of the fourth Mizukage who is out of control. Zabuza has fulfilled his wish. Therefore, for the rest of his life, he planned to follow Uchiha Sora wholeheartedly. Hearing Zabuza's question, Uchiha imagined that he had enemies everywhere now, and the process of forming a force must be accelerated. After thinking for a while, he said, next, we need to find a place to settle down and establish a base. I chose the location in the country of grass. After leaving here, we will conquer the country of grass. Capture the kingdom of grass. Zabuza couldn't help being surprised and thought deeply. The relationship between the grass country and other countries is not bad. If we attack directly, I am afraid it will trigger a crusade from other great ninja villages. Uchiha shook his head. The country of grass is just a wallflower. The reason why countries allow him to survive is because he is sandwiched between countries. It is an excellent balance zone. In fact, the countries do not care about controlling the country of grass. Who is it? What's more, they will have to weigh carefully what will happen if they offend me. There was strong confidence in Uchiha Sora's tone. Now, his comprehensive strength is considered to be the best among the Kage level. As long as the Kages of the major ninja villages are not stupid, they will not dare to take action easily. Unless they can act together. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, how can those big countries that are independent in their own affairs unite so easily? This is also the fundamental reason why the Akatsuki organization entrenched in the Hidden Rain village can continue to develop. The location of the country of grass happens to be adjacent to the country of rain. Setting up the base in the country of grass can also better monitor the Akatsuki organization. Chief, where are the manpower? After listening to Uchiha Kong's words, Zabuza asked again. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. Isn't it enough for the two of us? Zabuza's expression froze involuntarily. A week flies by in the blink of an eye. During this week, Uchiha Sora basically taught Shiro. Bai's talent is very strong, and once cultivated, he will definitely become a very powerful combat power. Through the contact with Shiro, Uchiha Kong also wanted to trigger the system to see if he could also automatically cultivate the Ice Escape blood succession limit. Unfortunately, Bai's current ability is still very unstable. No matter how he touches it, the system still has no response. After getting the customized long sword, Uchiha Kong rewrote the Flying Thunder God technique on it, put it on his waist, and left the Kingdom of Water with Zabuza and Shiro. The three of them took a boat across the sea and spent a few days arriving at the country of fire. Before going to attack the country of grass, Uchiha returned to the island in the mirror space. The various information obtained from Konoha before has been almost sorted out. Uchiha Sora took out the ninjutsu materials that were useful to him and began to study. First of all, there are the forbidden techniques in the Book of Sealings. Sealing techniques such as the Seal of Ghosts naturally do not need to be learned, but powerful physical techniques such as 8 Gates Dunjia are absolutely impossible to let go. There is also the Spirit Transformation technique that must be learned. In addition, multiple shadow clone cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, there was a technique he had always wanted to learn that was not recorded in it. This technique is Yin Seal. Uchiha Sora did not find relevant information on other ninjutsu scrolls. It seems that this technique is not simple. The Yin Seal is a technique passed down from the Uzumaki clan, and currently only Tsunade seems to have mastered it. If you want to learn this ninjutsu, you can only start from Tsunade in the future. After carefully studying all the techniques that could be learned over and over again for a while, the system prompts came immediately. Ding! Your multiple shadow clone has entered automatic practice. Since you have mastered shadow clone, the art of multiple shadow clone feels too simple, so you will complete the practice immediately. Ding! Your 8 Gates Dunjia has entered automatic cultivation. Because your physical foundation is very good, the automatic cultivation progress has reached the 3rd gate. Ding! Your spiritual transformation technique has entered automatic practice, and the progress is slow. The speed of automatic cultivation of spiritual transformation, a forbidden technique involving the soul, has always been very slow. But at this moment, the system popped up another prompt. Ding! Due to the automatic practice of spiritual transformation, your filthy earth reincarnation technique suddenly seems to have an analogy, and the automatic practice progress is completed. The art of reincarnation in dirty soil, which has been progressing slowly, was automatically completed at this time. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but be overjoyed. Great! The forbidden technique of reincarnation in the earth is definitely a bug. With it, you no longer have to worry about not having enough manpower. Well, it seems that the arrangements for going to the country of grass have been postponed. The most important thing to do now is to collect the DNA of several strong men. Even if we want to attack the country of grass, we don't need to do it ourselves. Uchiha Sora murmured. After learning how to reincarnate in the filthy earth, Uchiha Sora naturally wanted to experience the fun of resurrecting the dead. As for moral pressure, have you never heard of Dream Master? Who can be sure that the dead don't want to be resurrected? Even in a filthy way. However, he won't be resurrected to go to Shisui just yet. On the one hand, the eye of distinguished heavenly gods that Shisui left for himself has not yet been put to use, and he is reluctant to use it to summon Shisui. On the other hand, it is also because the reincarnation of the dirty earth that he learned from the Book of Sealing is not perfect yet, and the sacrifices have a great impact on the strength of the living. The strength of the sacrifice is low, and the strength that the reincarnated person can exert is also limited. Therefore, the more powerful the deceased is, the easier it is to be restricted by sacrifices. The strength of a being like Shisui would probably be greatly suppressed by the sacrifice. Even if Baiju can be used as a sacrifice, it cannot make up for this shortcoming. If you want to make up for the shortcomings of the Dirty Land reincarnation, you can only spend time studying it. Maybe you can also trigger the automatic training function of the system to help improve it. It's just that Uchiha Sora doesn't have the time or leisure at the moment. After mastering these forbidden techniques, Uchiha left the mirror space. Next, Uchiha Sora and Zabuza started the grave-digging mode in the entire ninja world. Zabuza, as Kurigakure Anbu, clearly knew the whereabouts of the bodies of his predecessor's 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Sora secretly sneaked back to Konoha and searched the cemetery in Konoha village. He was looking for the corpses of the previous Hokages, but unfortunately he didn't find them, not even the corpses of the Konoha White Fang. All that could be found were the bodies of some ordinary ninjas. Regarding this, Uchiha Sora could probably guess that Konoha's grave had already been dug by Orochimaru. He had no choice but to go to other places in the ninja world to look for the graves of strong men from other villages. After 3 months of hard work, he finally found 3 strong men from other villages. For example, Hayakura, the Scorch-style ninja from Sunagakure village. Hidden Cloud village magnet-style ninja Troy. Iwagakure explosion-style ninja hunting. The strength of these 3 is probably at the level of elite Jonin, but they are not particularly powerful, so it is not difficult to find information about them. As for those cage-level experts in each village, the previous cage, Uchiha Sora is currently unable to obtain them. After all, this requires extremely outstanding espionage abilities, and you have to be a spy in every force to achieve this. It requires intelligence accumulated over many years of espionage activities. Even for Orochimaru, he can only find some dead people from Konoha village to resurrect, and currently has no energy to find information about strong people from other villages. Only Kabuto Yakushi, who has been a spy for various major forces since he was a child in the original work, has such a powerful tomb-robbing ability. However, although Uchiha Sora only found information on 3 strong men, Zabuza had already found information on 3 previous generations of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The user of a dull knife can cut through the grass and bait people. The long sword user Kuririkatsumaru. The user of the explosive sword is Muli Jinpachi. Okay, now it's time to find the sacrifices. After collecting the information about the deceased, Uchiha Sora said to Zabuza. Yes, leader. Zabuza nodded, with a look of anticipation on his face. He already knew that the leader was going to resurrect these dead people, and Zabuza was looking forward to such a feat. It is actually quite difficult to find Baiju's clone, because Baiju likes to hide underground and is often with Black Ju. These 2 guys are as elusive as himself, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. To find them, you have to find the location of Gedo statue. But obviously, it's not that easy. However, Uchiha Sora was not helpless. He knew that by this time, Orochimaru should have joined the Akatsuki organization. As long as he found Orochimaru, asked him to cooperate, and asked him to get some white zetsu. Of course, he can also use the bodies of some ordinary ninjas as sacrifices, but the bodies of ordinary ninjas are definitely not as good as white zetsu with first-generation cells. So he would rather go through more troubles and get Baiju. Half a month later, Uchiha Sora finally found Orochimaru. This guy is wearing the Akatsuki organization's black-red cloud robe, and he is walking with his partner, the Red Sand Scorpion, in a small town in the Land of Fire. The 2 of them should be performing a certain mission. Uchiha Sora did not come forward to talk, but walked up to him pretending to be passers-by with Zabuza, and passed by Orochimaru. As he passed by, his eyes instantly opened the 3 Magatama, and he directly released a genjutsu. When Orochimaru noticed the fluctuation of chakra, his expression suddenly changed, and the Red Sand Scorpion beside him couldn't help but be stunned. But soon, the expression on Orochimaru's face returned to normal. What's wrong, Orochimaru? The Red Sand Scorpion glanced at Orochimaru in confusion, then turned to look at Uchiha Sora and Zabuza who were passing by them. These two guys, that person seems to be Zabuza, the ghost of Kurigakure village. Did the chakra wave just now come from the guy next to Zabuza? The red sand scorpion said in a hoarse voice. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. It's okay, don't cause trouble, we are here to perform a mission. Haha, Orochimaru, I think you were scared out of your wits by the leader. As a Sannin, when did you become so timid? In my opinion, those two guys are very qualified puppet samples. Kai, Sand Scorpion said sarcastically. Orochimaru ignored the teasing and sarcasm of his companions and just smiled lowly. The red Sand Scorpion asked for trouble and stopped talking. After all, although he was dissatisfied with Orochimaru, he was still very afraid of him. In the battle between him and him when he recruited him a while ago, Orochimaru did not show his true strength, and in the end it was the leader who took action. It seems that in the leader's mind, Orochimaru's strength is better than his own. This is also the reason why the Red Sand Scorpion is dissatisfied with Orochimaru. After dark, Orochimaru sent a shadow clone and quietly came to a forest outside the town. At this time, Uchiha Kong had been waiting here for a long time, but Zabuza did not follow. Uchiha Sora, long time no see. As I said, Konoha can't tolerate you. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, seeming very happy. Because he saw his own shadow in Uchiha Sora, wasn't he driven away in the same way at the beginning? They just did some human experiments. For the sake of great research, those sacrifices are worth it, but Konoha village can't tolerate themselves. It's extremely ridiculous. It's extremely pedantic. During the day, Uchiha Sora and Orochimaru passed by each other, and the genjutsu released against him was actually just a method of using genjutsu to transmit intelligence information. In genjutsu, Uchiha Sora delivers information about the agreed time and place to Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru-senpai, long time no see. Uchiha said with a smile. Haha, I've heard about your deeds. Konoha has offered a bounty of 100 million taels to the public, just for you Uchiha Sora. I'm really curious, what did you do to Konoha? Orochimaru was interested. Road. Uchiha waved his hands in vain. Those things are irrelevant. I came to you today because I have other things that need your help. Oh, Uchiha Kong-kun, that's such an honor. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't you know that I have always been interested in your body? You actually came to me for help. It's interesting, it's really interesting. Orochimaru, you don't need to test my true intentions, and I won't tell you any convoluted things. Uchiha smiled lightly and said straightforwardly, I need you to capture some live white Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization. Doppelgangers. The more the better, and I can tell you the information you really want. Orochimaru was stunned. Uchiha Sora was so direct that he couldn't help but frown, and he stopped joking and said, Uchiha Sora, Baizetsu's clone is not so easy to get. I know you can do it. Uchiha said calmly. Don't you want to know the secret of Pain's Samsara Eye? You actually know Pain's Rinnegan. Orochimaru looked shocked. Uchiha Sora, how much do you know? When you get enough white Zetsu clones, I will tell you what you want to know. Uchiha said, leaving a code for the next meeting place, and disappeared. Looking at Uchiha Sora leaving, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a smile of anticipation on his face. Uchiha Sora, you really surprised me. At such a young age, you seem to have mastered a great secret. 10 days later, Uchiha Sora meets Orochimaru again. This time Orochimaru comes in his true form. The two met in a canyon. When Orochimaru came up, he channeled a large khaki snake. The big snake opened its mouth and immediately spit out 10 white Ju clones. These Baiju clones are bound by curse seals one after another. They cannot break free and cannot move. Only their mouths can open to speak. Orochimaru, how dare you betray the organization? The leader will definitely make your death ugly if he knows it. Orochimaru, you villain, traitor. The Baiju clones cursed angrily. Although these clones are just inferior products of Gedo statue, everyone also has emotions. Orochimaru ignored these white Zetsu's curses and said to Uchiha Sora, I brought what you asked for. Now can you tell me the information that satisfies me? Uchiha Kong smiled slightly and nodded. Don't worry, I will tell you, but before that, in order to prevent these white Zetsu from escaping, do you mind if I settle these white Zetsu first? Whatever. Orochimaru nodded generously. Uchiha Kong stepped forward, picked up each white Zetsu, and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport them back to the mirror space. Once these Baiju arrive in the mirror space, they cannot escape even if they break through the shackles of the curse seal. And there are mother and daughter Uchiha Izumi guarding them over there. Although their strength is not strong yet, they are still enough to deal with these inferior white Zetsu. After a while, all 10 white Zetsu were sent back to the mirror space, and Uchiha Kong returned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched Uchiha Sora's actions with great interest, and exclaimed, "The Flying Thunder God Jutsu of the 4th Hokage. I see, no wonder Konoha village offered a reward of 100 million ryo." Although the Flying Thunder God technique itself has little attack power, its powerful auxiliary ability and teleportation ability are definitely a nightmare for all ninjas. No matter who masters this magical technique of time and space, he will immediately become a feared existence by others. Uchiha waved his hand in vain and said, "Orochimaru, I will tell you the secret of Pain's Samsara Eye now." All ears. Orochimaru suddenly looked serious. Uchiha Sora said slowly, "Speaking of the Rinnegan, the first thing I want to tell you is the true identity of Pain Tendo of the Akatsuki organization. I believe you have already had your suspicions. Have you ever seen Pain's face in Yuyan village?" "That's right, Pain's face seems to be one of the 3 children who were taken in by Jiraiya back then." Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "By the way, now in the Akatsuki organization, the woman called Angel seems to be one of the 3 children back then. However, the only thing missing is the red-haired child. Now that I think about it, that child should be the orphan of the Uzumaki clan." Quote. Uchiha Kong nodded. The red-haired child back then was the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, and he was the master of the Samsara Eye. The current Pain Tiandao is indeed the same child back then, but he is dead, and he is acting now it's just a corpse. The manipulator behind this is Nagato, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The Samsara Eye possesses the art of 6 paths and has the ability to control life and death. Pain's Tiandao's abilities are gravity and repulsion. In addition, there are 5 corpses that have inherited different abilities. In other words, if you can't find the true body, even if you kill Tiandao Pain, it won't help. Moreover, even if you take off the Samsara Eye on the corpse, it will immediately turn into an ordinary eye. So if you want to capture the Samsara Eye, basically there's no chance. After hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. "I see, I didn't expect this to be the secret of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. However, why do people from the Uzumaki clan have the Rinnegan?" Uchiha Kong smiled and said, "Because his Samsara Eyes are not his own at all, but were transplanted to him by others." Orochimaru was surprised. "Transplant? Who is it?" Uchiha Kong said calmly, "I can't tell you this question for the time being." Orochimaru was stunned, then shook his head helplessly, and laughed gloomily. "Uchiha Sora, you really opened my eyes. I never thought that the real truth is in your possession. Oh, do you want to know more about the truth about this world?" Seeing Orochimaru's obviously excited look, Uchiha laughed. "Follow me, and I will take you to see more truth." "Haha, Uchiha Sora, your ambition is really big." Orochimaru shook his head. "I will not leave the Akatsuki organization for the time being, but one day, we will have the opportunity to meet again." "Okay, I'll say goodbye then." Uchiha put away his smile and turned around. "You are welcome to come to me anytime you want." The next second, his figure had disappeared in front of Orochimaru. Watching Uchiha disappear, Orochimaru stood there for a long time. "Chief, are you going to start the resurrection technique here?" At night, outside the Kusanagi village, Zabuza followed Uchiha Sora and said to Uchiha Sora with some excitement, "Shiro has been sent back to the mirror space and is temporarily learning the basics of chakra and ninjutsu from Uchiha Izumi." Uchiha nodded. In front of him, a row of white Zetsus were kneeling, 6 in total. He took out the information of the deceased, 6 bones, representing 6 different strong men. Then, he took out a scroll with the reincarnation technique drawn and spread it out. The scroll was densely written with various spell runes, and there was a blank space in the middle. Uchiha put a bone in the blank space, and started one by one with both hands, of seals. He performed the seals very slowly and carefully. Since this was the first time for him to use the jutsu reincarnation, Uchiha wanted to fully understand the mystery of it. After completing the seal, Uchiha claps his palms on the ground. Immediately, densely packed runes covered the ground in front of him, surrounding one of the Baiju, and climbed onto Baiju's body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, there seemed to be something in the space that broke through some kind of obstacle, came to the world, and leaned over Baiju's body. Baiju roared in pain, and there were layers of dirt on the surrounding ground climbing up to his body, submerging his entire body in the blink of an eye. Amid the roar, an unfamiliar face slowly appeared, followed by a body. When the whole body was fully formed, what appeared in front of him was a young woman with a perfect figure, wearing a Sand Shinobi Village forehead protector, a black breast-covering skirt, sun-protective ice sleeves on her two jade arms, and her shoulders were slightly exposed. She wears a white corset around her waist and knee-length shorts on her lower body, revealing her hot and graceful figure. Scorch-style ninja, Hyakura. Uchiha whispered her title out of nowhere. After being reincarnated and resurrected by the dirty earth, Yi Kang regained consciousness. She first looked around, then at herself, and then looked at Uchiha Sora in front of her, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Am I resurrected? Did you do it? Uchiha Kong smiled and nodded. Yes, but this is not a real resurrection. This technique is called filthy soil reincarnation. After listening to Uchiha Sora's words, Yi Gura's eyes suddenly saw the Kurigakure forehead protector worn by Zabuza on his forehead. He seemed to recall the scene where he was killed, and his mood suddenly became angry. Water Country, Kiri Hidden Village. How dare you sneak attack on me? And Sand Shinobi Village. The chakra in her body was surging, and she looked very restless, as if she was about to attack Zabuza. Uchiha made a seal and restrained Yi Kang, who was about to riot, and said, Yi Kang, calm down and listen to me. Yi Kang finally regained his composure, looked at Uchiha Kong, frowned and said, since you resurrected me, you must make me your chess piece and tool, right? What is your purpose? Uchiha Kong said calmly, you will naturally know my purpose in the future, but now, I can give you two choices. A choice. Yi Kang suddenly smiled and said coldly, you can even play with a dead person like me, do you still need to give me a chance to choose? Uchiha Kong ignored Yi Kang's squeeze and said to himself, speak less useless words for now. Everything about you is mine now, your ninjutsu, blood inheritance limit, body, including your soul. Yi Kang bit his lip. Uchiha Kong continued, you have only two ways to go. 1. Do your best for me, and I will give you a sense of autonomy. 2. You can choose to defy my will, and then I will erase your will. Faced with these two choices, Yi Kang did not hesitate and nodded directly, I choose the first one. I will try my best to do things for you. Uchiha Sora showed a satisfied smile, smart woman. Haha, what I believed in has collapsed. Now I have no choice. Since I was resurrected by you, I will obey your orders. Yi Kang smiled helplessly. Uchiha Sora nodded. After a few words, Yi Kang surrendered. And then, Uchiha Kong continued to use the dirt reincarnation, reincarnating everyone else one by one. Explosion-style ninja hunter from Iwagakure village, magnet-style ninja Troy from Kumogakure village, and 3 of the 7 Kurigakure ninja swordsmen. After these 5 people were summoned, they all chose to serve him under the conditions given by Uchiha Sora. However, Uchiha Kong also knew that although these people agreed on the surface, they might not really obey him in their hearts. Okay, everyone is now a body of filth, but as long as you work hard, one day, maybe I will truly resurrect you. Uchiha Kong finally said. When they heard about the true resurrection, the 6 people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Now, follow me to attack the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly, waved to the Grass Ninja Village ahead and ordered, target, take down the leader of the Grass Ninja Village, and try not to hurt innocent people. The 6 people's bodies shook slightly, nodded in agreement, and rushed out one after another. Zabuza stayed next to Uchiha Kong and said, Chief, the 7 ninja swordsmen don't have ninja swords in their hands. I'm afraid their combat power is not as good as Hagura and the others. Can the 6 of them take down the Kusanagi village? Uchiha shook his head. The reincarnated body of the dirty soil has infinite chakra. Even if the body is destroyed, it will recover. It is equivalent to having an immortal body and unlimited energy. Although the 6 of them have not reached the strength of their lifetime, they can't deal with a small grass ninja village can still do it. The dirty team composed of 6 titled elite Jonin can fight even if it encounters a shadow-level warrior, and can even kill a shadow-level warrior. The only way for Kusaku Ninja Village to break the situation is to use sealing techniques to seal them. Zabuza, you go to and follow them, but you don't need to take action for the time being. If the sealing techniques team in Kusanagi Village takes action, you can just stop them. Uchiha said to him. Yes, leader. Zabuza responded and disappeared. It was already night, and the full moon hung high in the night sky. Uchiha wore white clothes and wore a long sword at his waist, slowly entering the Kusakunin village under the moonlight. In the grass ninja village, all the ninjas were alerted by the attack of 6 dirt elites. The leader got up from his bed in the middle of the night, cursed, put on his battle clothes and went out to meet the enemy. The 6 people from the dirty land each came from different ninjutsu villages. Their ninjutsu emerged one after another. After bombarding the grass ninjas, they were all blinded. Well, that person is Yi Kang, the Scorch-style ninja from Sand Hidden Village. After a round of fighting, someone among the grass ninjas finally recognized the identities of the 6 people from the dirty land. Someone pointed at Yi Kang among them and shouted, she is still a fan. But didn't she die in the village's political deal? Why is she here? And that one, that's the magnet-style ninja from Hidden Cloud Village, Troy. This is also a scary guy. Aren't those people the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kurigakure Village? The 6 people from the dirty soil were all well-known figures in the ninja world in the past. Almost all of them were active in the Third Ninja War. The ninjas in the grass ninja village recognized them immediately. These people are all dead. How could they appear here so well? At this time, the leader of the grass ninja village finally arrived and asked with a gloomy face. I don't know, there's something wrong with these guys. Their bodies don't look like living people. I'm afraid there is some terrible person behind them controlling them. Jonin, an experienced person, guessed. The leader of the grass ninja village frowned and ordered, no matter who is behind the scenes, we must get rid of these 6 people now. Yes, everyone responded hurriedly. Although the country of grass is only a small country and the ninja village of grass is only a small ninja village, the ninja power in grass ninja village is actually not small. The number of ninjas has reached at least 1,000. It is incomparable to the big forces like the 5 ninja villages, which have tens of thousands of ninjas, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already extremely impressive. Except for the 5 major ninja villages, no other organization or force dared to attack the grass ninja village easily. However, due to the sudden incident, the number of combat-effective ninjas in the village is now only 300 to 400. Most of the others are ordinary genin, or they are on missions and are not in the village. During the battle between the two sides, the 6 elites from the dirty soil caused them great casualties. However, after all, the 6 people in the dirty land did not have the same strength as before. Soon someone was hit by the ninjutsu of the grass ninja, and half of their bodies disappeared. But soon, under the incredulous eyes of the Kusanagi, half of the body that had been knocked off was constantly recovering. In the blink of an eye, it was intact again. These guys are actually immune to death. The Kusanagi who discovered this important information immediately shouted and informed the leader. The leader of the grass ninja village suddenly changed his color when he heard this. He suddenly thought of a forbidden technique spread in Konoha. The technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. It's the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. The leader of Kusanagi village suddenly exclaimed, everyone, be careful. Don't confront them head-on. Use sealing techniques. Find a way to seal them with sealing techniques. He is worthy of being the leader of a village, and his abilities are indeed good. After discovering that he was the reincarnation of the dirty land, he immediately formulated a strategy. However, the foundation of the grass ninja village is not as good as that of the 5 great ninja villages. There are too few people in the village who know sealing techniques, only a few in total. When one of the ninjas who knew sealing techniques saw the opportunity and planned to seal an elite from the dirty land, Zabuza suddenly jumped out from the side and stabbed him in the heart with a knife without any sound. Seal failed. The grass ninjas were immediately shocked. They still have helpers. The death of the precious sealed ninja brought a huge blow to the grass ninjas, and the appearance of Zabuza made everyone feel heavy. Who is the opponent? Are there other masters lurking in the secret? All of this is unknown, and it is this kind of unknown and mystery that makes all the grass ninjas present feel a sense of panic. Fight and retreat. Send people to Konoha immediately to ask for help. The leader of the grass ninja village shouted. By the way, bring that woman here immediately. Use her to recover from the injury. Yes, his subordinates responded hurriedly, turned and left. In the grass ninja village, there is a small wooden house far away from the center. In the wooden house, a red-haired mother and daughter huddled together on the same bed and fell asleep. Mother's brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be very restless in her sleep. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door of the wooden house. A man's voice sounded anxiously. Kanako Uzumaki. Come out quickly. The leader wants you to go to work. In the wooden house, Uzumaki Kanako suddenly woke up, and when she heard the shouts coming from outside the door, her face suddenly turned pale. Because she has been working continuously for many hours during the day, and now she can finally sleep and rest at night, but she has to be called to work again. Isn't this fatal? Leader, does he want to kill himself? Looking at her sleeping daughter beside her, Kanako Uzumaki gritted her teeth and finally got up, put on her clothes, and prepared to go out. Boom. At this time, the people outside the door had violently kicked the door into pieces and rushed in. Uzumaki Kanako, move quickly, the man urged. Uzumaki Kanako suppressed the sadness in her heart and asked, did something happen? Keep your voice down, I'll go with you, don't wake up the phoenix. By the way, and your daughter. Uzumaki Kanako didn't mention Karen, but as soon as she mentioned Karen, the ninja had an idea and directly grabbed the sleeping Karen by her hair and lifted her up. Shang Phosphorus, who was sleeping, only felt a pain in his scalp. He woke up and found that he had been grabbed by the hair. He was immediately frightened. He struggled hurriedly, but he couldn't break free at all. What are you going to do? Stop, don't touch the phosphorus. Uzumaki Kanako was shocked and wanted to step forward to stop her. The male ninja pushed her away, threw the fragrant phosphorus on the ground, and said, the village is in big trouble. There are too many people injured now. Both of you, mother and daughter, will need it today. What? She's still so young. Didn't you say you would wait until she became a ninja before you do that? Why would you regret it? Kanako Uzumaki was furious. Stop talking nonsense. If the village is gone, you two won't be able to survive. The male ninja said angrily. If it were normal times, he wouldn't be so messy, but now is a critical moment, and he is not in the mood to explain and talk nonsense to the two of them. So, dragging Kanako and carrying Xianglin, he ran towards the leader's position. Along the way, Kanako kept crying and begging, but it had no effect at all. Suddenly, a figure dressed in white appeared in front of the three of them. Blocked their way. Who is it? The ninja saw that the person in front of him was not wearing a ninja forehead protector, but he had a long sword on his waist. He couldn't help but become wary, stopped and asked. The figure in white is naturally Uchiha Sora. He asked the 6 people from the dirty soil and Zabuza to capture the leader of the grass ninja village. He did not participate in the battle, but strolled around the grass ninja village. The purpose is very simple, just to find out whether the mother and daughter of Shang Phosphorus have arrived in Kusanagi village. Unexpectedly, I was actually touched by him. Depending on the situation, are we going to bring the mother and daughter as medical tools? Uchiha Sora murmured as his eyes fell on the faces of the tearful Uzumaki Kanako and the frightened Kurusa. Hey, I ask who you are. Why are you stopping me? Lousy has an important mission now. Don't hinder me. The male ninja roared anxiously, raised his hand and shot 2 kunai towards him. Uchiha empty. Are you so eager to seek death? A cold light flashed in Uchiha's empty eyes. He turned his head to avoid the 2 kunai. With a flash of his figure, he came to the male ninja with a simple teleportation technique. Reaching out to grab it, the male ninja raised his hand to block it, but was kicked by Uchiha Sora in the abdomen. The pain caused him to spit out his saliva, and he bent over while holding his stomach. Before he could react, Uchiha Sora's palms had already grabbed his neck, picked him up and hung him in midair. Ah! The grass ninja let out a painful groan from his mouth, kicked his legs wildly, and tried to open Uchiha Sora's palm with both hands, but in vain. "You, who are you?" His consciousness began to blur, and he asked in a difficult voice. Uzumaki, Kanako and Koro on the side were stunned. Looking at the extremely handsome Uchiha Sora who looked like a god descending from heaven, they didn't know whether to run away or what to do for a moment. They had completely lost their bearings. "You are not worthy of having someone from the Uzumaki clan," Uchiha said coldly. With a strong palm, he broke the opponent's neck and threw him aside. Then, he turned his attention to Uzumaki Kanako and Xianglian. "You, what do you want to do?" Seeing Uchiha Sora killing people mercilessly, Uzumaki Kanako hurriedly protected Kanako and held her daughter in her arms. Although her voice was still trembling, she still did not retreat. Seeing the two women looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, Uchiha showed a gentle smile on his face and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." "Save us?" Uzumaki Kanako was stunned. Uchiha nodded. "This grass ninja village will change with my arrival. From now on, you no longer need to be a recovery tool for ninjas, and you can live here with peace of mind." After a pause, seeing that the two women seemed to be a little confused, he said again, "Follow me, and I will take you to find the leader of this village." After saying that, he slowly left. Uzumaki Kanako gritted her teeth and followed. The three of them came all the way to the fighting area. At this time, the ninjas of Kusanagi village were retreating steadily, and their leader was also injured. The surrounding villagers were fleeing in all directions. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of them, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of Uzumaki Kanako and Kaoru, as if they were recalling their previous wandering lives. Uchiha Kong casually chopped open a falling boulder and helped a civilian escape. He frowned slightly and immediately gave instructions to the 6 people in the dirt, asking them to restrain their attacks and try not to hurt the civilians. Of course, some accidental injuries are inevitable. Let's end this battle quickly. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly as he looked at the war created by himself. After all, he was going to take over the grass ninja village next, so he couldn't destroy the place too much, and he couldn't let the villagers here feel cold. He formed seals with his hands and activated multiple shadow clone, creating hundreds of clones to rescue ordinary villagers in the war zone. The main body walked in the direction of the leader of the grass ninja village. Half an hour later, the leader of Kusanagi village lay dying at Uchiha Sora's feet. He raised his head, looked at Uchiha Sora's young and indifferent face, and screamed in despair, "You fool! You will definitely die badly." Uchiha had no expression on his face and said as if sighing, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. If you lose, don't talk such useless nonsense. You can defeat me, but you will never conquer the grass ninja village. The Konoha village will not let you go. We have asked for help from the Konoha village. You can't even think of occupying this place safely." The leader of the grass ninja village blushed. Eyes continued to roar. "Are these your last words?" Uchiha raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it into the heart of the leader of the grass ninja village. "Leader of grass ninja village, die. Clean up the battlefield and announce our arrival to everyone here," Uchiha said to Zabuza beside him. "Yes, leader." Zabuza nodded hurriedly, and then looked at the dead leader of Kusanagi village at his feet. "This guy is pretty good. Do you want to consider resurrecting him?" Uchiha Sora glanced at Zabuza and said calmly, "After all, he is a character who will persist for the village until the end. What's more, I sent him on his way with my own hands, so there is no need to resurrect him." "Yes." Zabuza said no more, took the order and left, starting to clean up the mess. Uchiha Sora then said to Uzumaki Kanako and Karen next to him, "The Kusanagi village has changed its owner, and I will be the leader here from now on." Kanako, Uzumaki and Kanako watched with their own eyes the scene where Uchiha Kong easily defeated the leader of Kusanagi village and killed him. At this time, they heard Uchiha Kong's voice and felt a little scared in their hearts. But they still nodded, and Kanako said, "Chief, please treat my mother and daughter well in the future. We, mother and daughter, just want to live in peace and stability without being bullied by others." Uchiha nodded. "Don't worry, it's very late now, you should go back and rest first." "Yes, Chief, let's take our leave then." Kanako bowed slightly, then took her leave and went home. The 6 people who had been reincarnated in the dirty land were all standing next to Uchiha Sora. Several of them were very satisfied with their current state and said excitedly, "Chief, although this body is a bit dirty, others are completely immune to death. It is really great. Obviously, the reincarnated body of dirty soil is addictive." Yi Kang looked at the fighting maniacs and said coldly, "No matter how good the body is, it doesn't have the feeling of a fresh body. The feeling of being covered with dirt is not good at all." "TCH, what do you know, a woman?" one of them said disapprovingly. "Only when you have an immortal body can you truly feel the joy of fighting." Yi Kang snorted and ignored them. As a woman, she would of course prefer her body to be pure and flawless, rather than covered with layers of dirt. Uchiha waved his hand in vain. Everyone was immediately silenced. He said, "From now on, you will live in this world with this filthy body, and you must restrain yourself, otherwise I will take back your freedom." Yes, everyone was stunned and responded hurriedly. Although Uchiha Sora was young, he dared to conquer a small country and take the Kusanagi village as his own. This courage and self-confidence alone were enough to stop them from making mistakes. Let me ask, after so many years of development in the ninja world, who dares to knock down the Grass Ninja Village? This is not just as simple as defeating the leader of the Grass Ninja Village and defeating their defense. You must also be mentally prepared to face all the troubles that follow. Because other major forces will never sit back and watch the Grass Ninja Village change owners, they will definitely take this opportunity to cause trouble. Even one bad move may trigger a ninja war. Because the entire process of Uchiha Sora's attack on the Kusunin village was very simple and crude and did not take much time, most of the ordinary people in the Kusunin village had not yet evacuated. Except for a few who were accidentally injured near the battlefield, the rest had already escaped. The civilians were hiding at home, afraid to go out, and were watching the development of the situation. As for those grass ninjas who resisted, apart from some being killed, many more were captured. All the prisoners were gathered together and thrown into an open space. Uchiha walked over with the people. Seeing the appearance of Uchiha Sora, the culprit, the grass ninjas cursed angrily. "You devil, you killed our leader, you will not die a good death. You are dead. Our reinforcements will definitely come to help us. Sooner or later you will be sanctioned by the 5 great ninja villages." In addition to those who were cursing, there were others who had their heads lowered and looked depressed. Looking at this scene, Uchiha Kong said calmly, "Everyone, from now on, I am the leader of Kusanagi village. I am not here to listen to you scolding me. I am just here to make a choice for you. You should have also seen that I have very few men. Except for this Zabuza, the others are all dead people who have been resurrected by me. So, if you are willing to stay, I will not deprive you of your original benefits because I am short of people. But you must be loyal to me and at least obey my orders. If you don't want to stay, I won't embarrass you and let you go. You can come back to seek revenge from me, or you can look for help. I will be here to accompany you to the end. But next time, you will definitely die." Uchiha Sora's words hit everyone's heart like a sledgehammer. Those ninjas who were just trying to make a living were a little moved after hearing this. However, some people who were loyal to the leader of Sao Ninja Village were unmoved. "Okay, Zabuza, I'll leave this place to you." Before these people could make a choice, Uchiha Sora said to Zabuza, and then activated the Flying Thunder God to leave and return to the mirror space. The aftermath of the Grass Ninja Village was actually a trivial matter. The next thing he had to do was to use the Grass Ninja Village as a space node to connect the lonely overseas mirror space to this space node. Set up a door in the mirror space, so that people in the mirror space can enter and exit freely, which is equivalent to building a portal in the Grass Ninja Village. From now on, he will regard the Grass Ninja Village as his force on the surface, and build the mirror space into a secret organization headquarters. To achieve this, Mangekyo's abilities must be further developed and used more flexibly. Uchiha Sora's current Mangekyo ability actually lacks some flexibility. Unless Mangekyo can be turned into an eternal Mangekyo, it will be possible to create a more flexible spatial ability. The next day, early in the morning, a team of ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village rushed to the Leaf Village overnight to ask for help. The third Hokage put on Hokage robes and summoned them. From their mouths, the third Hokage learned that the Grass Ninja Village of the Country of Grass, which had always been on good terms with the Country of Fire, had been attacked by a powerful enemy. After asking for some specific details, third Hokage said solemnly, "Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, Konoha village will definitely not ignore this matter." "Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Hokage. Konoha village is our best ally in the Grass Ninja village. We are counting on you this time," the Grass Ninjas said, very touched. After saying that, he was taken down to settle down and rest. After the Grass Ninjas left, the third Hokage called in two advisors, Mito Manabu and Kaharu. After explaining the matter to the two of them, the faces of the two consultants became very ugly. Kaharu went to bed and said, "Sarutobi, no doubt, that person is Uchiha Sora. I didn't expect that this guy dared to attack the Grass Ninja village at such a young age, and he also learned the art of reincarnation in dirty soil. I think we must find a way as soon as possible only by getting rid of this cancer." Nito Kadoyan sighed and said, "I think this matter is not that simple. Why does Uchiha Kong want to attack Kusanagi village? We must first understand his purpose and then make a plan. This brat is using our Konoha village's forbidden arts to do evil in the ninja world. It's absolutely disgusting." Kaharu couldn't help but cursed after hearing this. The third Hokage pondered, "Uchiha Kong is very powerful. Even if I take action, I am not sure I can kill him. Even if I get Jiraiya back, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal an effective blow to him. The Flying Thunder God's technique is really it's too tricky. Yes, then what should we do? We can't ignore the request for help from the Kua Ninja village, right?" Kaharu, who moved to bed, worried, "If this matter is not handled well, it may affect our Konoha village's efforts in the ninja village, prestige and status in the world." Nito Kadoyan pondered, "For the current plan, we can first send people to the Kusanagi village. The purpose is not to provide support, but to investigate Uchiha Sora's true purpose. After knowing his true intention, we can make the final decision. Decide." Third generation, what do you think? Third Hokage nodded. "Well, you were right, Uchiha is no longer a simple brat, and it is indeed feasible to act more conservatively." "What about those people in the Grass Ninja village?" Kaharu asked after going to bed. "It's okay, I will explain it to them personally," third Hokage said. "Go to bed." Kaharu nodded. "Okay, in that case, I think it's better to send Kakashi to go this time. After all, he was the captain of Uchiha Sora." Third generation pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, this task is already very difficult. I'm afraid only Kakashi can do it." The three of them discussed and temporarily finalized a simple plan. When the sun rose, they called Kakashi and explained the mission to him. Kakashi, who has been promoted to Captain Anbu since Shisui's death, couldn't help but become solemn when he heard that it was about Uchiha Sora's mission. As Uchiha Sora's former captain, Kakashi didn't know much about Uchiha Sora, but he still knew his character and conduct. Hearing that Uchiha Sora had done such a cruel thing as attacking the Kusanagi village, Kakashi felt very sad and accepted this difficult task without hesitation. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I will definitely complete the mission," Kakashi promised. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, "Kong, no matter what you want to do, I can't let you make any mistakes anymore." At this time, Uchiha Sora was dealing with some things in the Grass Ninja village. Having just occupied the Grass Ninja village, there will naturally be a lot of things to arrange. Most of the group of prisoners last night chose to stay, accept the reality, and continue to be ninjas in Kusanagi village, but their leader became Uchiha Sora. There was also a small group that left the Grass Ninja village with hatred. Uchiha Sora does not care about the whereabouts of these people, and there is no need to care. With his current strength, if others want to assassinate him, they also need to have shadow-level strength. These people alone cannot make waves at all. The villagers of Sao Ninja village also already knew that the village had changed its leader. Most people were very frightened, fearing that the new leader would do something cruel to them. However, at this time, Uzumaki Kanako and Kaoru stood up and went to tell the civilians their own affairs in person. According to their description, the original leader was a complete bad guy, while the new leader was a tolerant good guy. After hearing the deeds of these two people, although these civilians still had doubts, they were temporarily relieved of some fears. Some people who originally planned to leave the Grass Ninja village to seek refuge elsewhere also decided to stay and observe the situation. In this way, the turmoil in Sao Ninja village quickly subsided. But Uchiha knew that all this was just the calm before the storm. At the same time, the information that the Grass Ninja Village was attacked and changed ownership overnight was quickly conveyed to other forces. In addition to Konoha Village, which had already known the information, and Kuritakure Village, which was undergoing internal rectification, the top executives of Sunagakure Village, Iwagakure Village, and Kumogakure Village were all alerted. The 3rd Tsuchikage, 4th Raikage, and 4th generation Kazekage all issued orders to have their subordinates keep an eye on the information of the Grass Ninja Village. Inside the Country of Rain, which is adjacent to Kusanagi Village, there is a high building in Yuyin Village. Baizetsu appeared in front of Uchiha Obito with information and said, "Kusu Ninja Village has changed its owner, and the other party is Uchiha Sora. Madara, what do you think?" Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "The other party's actions have already begun. It seems that we can't sit still and wait for death. What are you going to do?" Baiju asked. Uchiha Obito sneered, "He wants to stop my plan, and he is not the only enemy he faces. Don't forget that he is now a rebel ninja in Konoha, as well as the Wind Country and Earth Country around the Grass Ninja Village. I will definitely not sit back and ignore it." "What do you mean?" Baiju was a little confused. Obito ordered, "Konoha has sent people to Kusanagi Village. There is no movement at Sunagakure Village and Iwagakure Village, but it will only happen sooner or later. Next, you will pay close attention to the information of Sunagakure Village and Iwagakure Village. Once anyone wants to go to Kusanagi Village, notify me immediately." Baiju was stunned, nodded and smiled. "It seems you are going to cause trouble again." Uchiha Obito said in a low tone, "Uchiha Sora is my #1 enemy, how can I let him do things so smoothly? He can capture a small grass ninja village, but can he stop Sunagakure Village and Iwa where is the hidden village?" Hehehehe. Obito, no, Madara, you are getting more and more sophisticated now. On this day, Kakashi appeared outside the Grass Ninja Village. Wearing an Anbu uniform and an Anbu mask, he stood quietly outside the gate of the Grass Ninja Village. After a while, a figure appeared in front of Kakashi with a whoosh. It is none other than Scorch-style Ninja Hayakura. "Konoha Ninja, what are you doing?" Yi Kang took out a kunai and said coldly. There was a murderous aura emanating from his body. Kakashi ignored this murderous intent, took off the mask on his face, squinted at Yi Kang, and said in a low tone, "The art of reincarnation in dirty soil. If I admit it correctly, you are the hero of Sunagakure Village, Scorch-style Ninja Yi Kangba. I didn't expect you to have become his puppet." "Who is your excellency?" Yi Kang said calmly, sensing that Kakashi was not simple. "Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi responded, "I'm here to see Uchiha Sora." "Hatake Kakashi. What is the relationship between Hatake Tsukumo and you?" asked Hatake Kakashi. "That's my father. That's it. The son of the White Fang of Konoha." Yi Kang nodded, then shook his head and said, "However, our leader is not something you can just meet if you want to. In that case, let me experience your ability." Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the 3 Magatama Sharingan. "Go to hell. Scorch-style steam kill." Yi Kang immediately used his blood inheritance limit ability, and a ball of hot fireball as white and bright as the sun flew towards Kakashi. Earth-style wall. Kakashi immediately used the earth-style move and slapped his hands on the ground. A wall of earth with a dog's head on it rose from the ground, blocking the fireball. Boom! The fireball hit the earth wall, and the earth wall was instantly burned and cracked. Kakashi was startled and hurriedly jumped away. The next moment, the fireball had broken through the wall and hit his original position. Boom! A large charred pit was opened on the ground. At the same time, Yi Kang raised his hand and another dazzling fireball appeared around her. Several fireballs were flying around Yi Kang, like stars over the moon. The intense heat made Kakashi, who was standing not far away, sweat on his forehead. What a dangerous blood inheritance limit. As long as you get hit by this thing, it will be over. Kakashi analyzed secretly. At this time, Yi Kang sneered, waved his hands, and the fireballs flew towards Kakashi instantly. Kakashi formed a seal with his hands, water-style water dragon bullet jutsu. He opened his mouth and spat out, and a powerful water column flew out, turning into a roaring dragon and pounced on the fireballs. Boom boom boom. Water and fire met, but there was no sign of the flame being extinguished by the water. Instead, the water dragon was hit by the fireballs one by one, and a large amount of water vapor was evaporated. In the blink of an eye, the entire water dragon was evaporated by the heat of the high-temperature fireballs. The air suddenly became misty. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in the mist, and Yi Kang was slightly startled, only to see Kakashi appear behind her at some point. A rapier in his hand stabbed into Yi Kang's back. The reaction of a body made of filthy soil is not as good as it was in life. Yi Kang's body stiffened, and a big hole was blasted out of her body by rapier. She sighed, but even if I were alive, I might not be able to defeat an enemy like you. Thank you, Senior. Kakashi withdrew his palm, and while Yi Kang's body was still recovering, he quickly took out a sealing scroll, preparing to seal her directly. Just when the seal scroll flew out and was about to wrap up Yi Kang, a cold light suddenly appeared. The scroll fell apart instantly. A figure appeared next to Yi Kang. Captain Kakashi, you want to seal Yi Kang, have you asked me? It was Uchiha Sora who appeared. He stared at Kakashi and said calmly. Sora. Kakashi couldn't help shouting. He put away the seal scroll and said in a serious tone, why? Uchiha gave him a strange look, pretending not to know and smiled, why? Why betray Konoha? Why betray everyone? Uchiha Kong smiled and said in a relaxed tone, are you so sure that it was me who betrayed Konoha? And not the top management of Konoha? The reason for Konoha's high-level officials? Kakashi was surprised. Uchiha Kong looked at Kakashi and said slowly, back then, the Konoha White Fang was condemned by the Konoha Collective because of a failed mission, and finally committed suicide and died of depression. Whose fault do you think this is? Kakashi's body shook violently, and his heart seemed to be extremely shocked. Indeed, his father's suicide that year was, in the final analysis, Konoha's fault and the connivance of Konoha's top brass, which caused the entire village to accuse his father. As long as those high-level officials in Konoha are willing to speak out for his father and give him some recognition, then his father will not commit suicide so easily. Uchiha Sora's words seemed to open the door to hatred deep in Kakashi's heart. Just when he was about to be persuaded by Uchiha Sora and start to hate Konoha's higher-ups, Kakashi's mind couldn't help but flashing back to his teachers Namikaze Minato, Obito and Rin. Finally, a figure with a watermelon head appeared in his mind, and the big white fang with a wide grin seemed to be like a ray of light, illuminating his heart. Kakashi regained his composure and said in a solemn tone, Song, maybe you have been treated unfairly in Konoha, maybe you have your reasons for leaving Konoha, but the village is always the hometown where you were born and raised, and there are still your tribesmen there, and teammates. Although my father committed suicide, his lifelong belief was to protect Konoha and the will of fire inherited from the first Hokage. And you, Uchiha Sora, you have violated this will. You have abandoned the feelings of your teammates. Kakashi's tone gradually became colder. You are no longer the Uchiha Sora I know. Uchiha Kong couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Kakashi, it seems that you are determined to side with Konoha. Kakashi said, you must stand on the opposite side of Konoha. Okay, so what? What do you want? Uchiha shrugged and looked at Kakashi with an indifferent expression. You came here just to have this useless argument with me, right? Kakashi couldn't help but fell silent. He knew that his mission on this trip was to investigate the reason why Uchiha occupied the Grass Ninja Village. Okay, Captain Kakashi, seeing as you have faced Orochimaru before and tried your best to protect me, I won't do anything to you, but this is also the last time I will call you Captain. Tell me, are the high-ups in Konoha sending or are you here to test me? You want to know why I occupy the Grass Ninja Village? Seeing Kakashi's silent look, Uchiha waved his hand and said. Hearing Uchiha Kong, Kakashi couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I finally know why Lord Third Hokage values you so much. I really can't hide anything from you. Uchiha Sora actually knew exactly what the high-level officials of Konoha Village were worried about. Sharingan, the reincarnation of the dirty earth, the flying thunder god. Each of them is an existence that can make people extremely fearful, but they are concentrated on one person. This person is still so young that he can even be said to be young. Once it truly grows up, what changes it will bring to the ninja world in the future? It's impossible that the senior officials of Konoha Village haven't thought about this. What's more, Uchiha Kong has too much information about Konoha village in his hands, and Konoha senior officials have to treat it with caution. Uchiha Kong looked at Kakashi in front of him and said slowly, "Go back and tell the third Hokage that I have taken the Kusunin village, and this is my territory. All the unequal cooperation that the Kusunin village and Konoha maintained before, now all void. If Konoha village wants to cooperate with me in the future, it must come up with conditions that can impress me, otherwise there will be no negotiation." Uchiha Sky's path. Also, if you tell the third Hokage again, if you want to get those ninjutsu back from me, if you want secret arts information, including the Book of Sealing, come up with enough conditions to talk to me. After hearing what Uchiha Kong said, Kakashi finally understood that Uchiha Kong was determined to develop his own power and dominate one side. He was completely outside Konoha's circle. "Okay, I will convey all your words to third Hokage." Kakashi nodded and left with a complicated expression. After Kakashi left, Uchiha looked at Hayakura, who had recovered, and said, "Send a notice to the daimyo of the Kingdom of Grass and ask the daimyo of the Kingdom of Grass to come see me." "Yes." Yi Kang nodded. That night, the daimyo of Kusano country hurried to Kusanagi village and met Uchiha Sora. The relationship between the country of grass and the grass ninja village is actually the same as the relationship between the country of fire and the leaf village. The daimyo has economic jurisdiction, while the village has military administrative power. The village needs to rely on the daimyo's economic sources to maintain, and the daimyo needs the village's military support. Both sides perform their respective duties and coexist peacefully. But among the forces of small countries, the power of daimyo is actually very limited. Unlike the daimyos of the Land of Fire, they also have an organization dedicated to protecting them, such as the 12 Guardian Shinobi. The daimyo of Grass Country only has a few Jonin guards under his command. Such power is incomparable to Uchiha Sora. Therefore, after seeing the drastic changes in the village under his control, the daimyo of Grass Country was always very uneasy. After meeting the new leader Uchiha Sora, he showed great tolerance and understanding, and expressed that he would continue to support him. The new leader of Kusanagi village. What Uchiha Sora needs to do is to symbolically support him, the daimyo of the Land of Grass. In this way, the internal problems in the country of grass are basically solved. In the center of Kusanagi village, inside the leader's mansion, Uchiha sat in the upper position, Zabuza stood behind him, and the elite senior officials of the Grass Ninja village gathered below. The other 6 dirt elites were also lined up on both sides. This is the first plenary meeting held by Uchiha after taking over the village. He conveyed orders one by one to the people below. In addition to instructing them to maintain the operation of various departments in the Kusanagi village, Uchiha Kong specially selected some applicable ninjutsu from the various ninjutsu and secret scrolls in Konoha and taught them to some of them. These high-level ninjutsu from Konoha are already considered to be powerful beings for the ninjas from a small village like Kusakunin village. Those who had received ninjutsu rewards were all very happy and showed their loyalty on the spot, making other grass ninjas feel envious and jealous. Uchiha Kong said that in the future, as long as those who perform well will get the opportunity to practice those advanced ninjutsu. In this way, the hearts of the old members of the Grass Ninja village can be considered settled. After using the reward mechanism to bring these grass ninjas back, Uchiha Sora decided to establish a huge intelligence organization. This was also his real purpose in conquering the Grass Ninja village. Because what he values is not the strength of the people in Sao Ninja village, but the population of this village. With this population, he can set up an intelligence espionage organization and go to various parts of the ninja world to collect all aspects of intelligence. Although Uchiha Sora is a time traveler and is familiar with the entire plot, the entire ninja world is so huge that accidents will happen all the time. If he dares to mess around just relying on his familiarity with the plot, he may also encounter a lot of trouble. Therefore, the establishment of an intelligence organization has become a top priority now. Only when the intelligence is in place can he truly control the development of the entire situation. Uchiha Obito can play around in the ninja world, and Baizetsu deserves the most credit. The construction of the intelligence organization is the focus of the village. Now let Zabuza take charge of it. Uchiha Sky's path. I will find a professional intelligence officer to take charge of it in a while. He thought that the espionage officer of Konoha village, the medicine master Nuno Yu, known as the Walking Witch, should not be dead now. If there is a chance, he could recruit her to take charge of the intelligence department. As for other things, Uchiha Sora didn't say much, he just briefly mentioned some and encouraged everyone. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. At this time, in the office of the Konoha Hokage, Kakashi, who returned to the village, reported the status of the mission to the third Hokage and conveyed Uchiha Sora's words. In the Hokage's office, in addition to the third Hokage and the two advisors, Danzo was also present. After listening to Kakashi's report, Danzo slammed the table angrily and said, "Uchiha Sora is so hateful. How dare he threaten us with information about Konoha village? I think it's better to send out elites to calm him down. Ninja village. Let him have no place to stay." "Shut up, Danzo." After hearing Danzo's angry words, third Hokage glared at Danzo. "Thank you for being the leader of Gen, you would say such irrational remarks. If Uchiha Sora it's so easy to deal with, do we still need you and me to sit here and discuss it?" Sarutobi, although what Danzo said is a bit extreme, it is still a way. Kaharu, the consultant on the side, said, "Uchiha occupied Kusanagi village, and he must want to develop his own power. As long as we don't let him if his plan succeeds, just by himself, he is just an S-level traitorous ninja at best. Does he still dare to attack the entire Konoha village by himself? But once his power is established, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Don't I know these truths?" The third Hokage sighed after hearing this, "But you should also understand that even if we can destroy his grass ninja village, we will never be able to kill him. If we really do that, I'm afraid there will be no possibility of easing the relationship between us and him. The information about our Konoha village may be betrayed to other countries by him. And now, since he has proposed a plan to negotiate terms, it means that this matter does not need to be solved by force." Finally, third Hokage said, "The current Uchiha Kong is no longer the Uchiha Kong of Konoha village. We must face him and treat him on an equal footing. Otherwise, being hostile to him will only give villages from other countries the opportunity to invade Konoha." Chapter 31. Earth Country, Iwagakure Village. Third Tsuchikage Onoki has received the news that the land of grass has changed hands. After hearing the news, he immediately sent an envoy to the country of grass. Similarly, Rosa, the fourth-generation Kazekage of Sand-Hidden Village in the country of Wind, also sent an envoy to investigate. However, not long after the envoys from these two parties entered the Kingdom of Grass, they suddenly lost news. The next day, third Tsuchikage and fourth-generation Kazekage sensed something was wrong and sent their teams into the country of grass again. This time they were led by strong men, but they were attacked by ninjas from the country of grass. The two sides started a fierce battle. Finally, the ninjas from the country of earth and the country of wind withdrew from the country of grass. He returned to the village injured. How audacious! What does the grass country want? How dare he be so rampant? Is this lawless? Fourth-generation Kazekage Rasa was furious in the office. "I heard that the ninjas of the earth country were also attacked by the grass country," said the ninja who reported. Luo Sha frowned. "This is very unusual. How could the country of grass have the courage to attack two of our great ninja villages at the same time? Yes, although the opponent can occupy the grass ninja village, he will never be strong enough to dare to confront the 5 major ninja villages, otherwise he will not just capture the grass ninja village." The think tank on the side analyzed. "In my opinion, the other party must have some conspiracy. Let's stay put for now and observe the situation. Well, for the time being, continue to pay attention to the information of the country of grass and observe." Luo Sha nodded. After all, there is a kingdom of rain between the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of grass. Relatively speaking, the kingdom of wind does not need to be too nervous. The third Tsuchikage also came to a similar conclusion. But the kingdom of earth is different. The kingdom of earth and the kingdom of grass are directly bordered, and opposite is the kingdom of fire. In the Third Ninja War, Earth Country was defeated in the confrontation with Konoha. Naturally, third Tsuchikage was very unwilling. Later, he heard that the fourth Hokage Yellow Flash died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and after Konoha village suffered heavy losses, he always wanted to find opportunities to stir up trouble. And this time the incident in the Kingdom of Grass is obviously a good opportunity for the Kingdom of Earth. So Onoki ordered to send a large force to secretly sneak into the country of grass, intending to directly attack the headquarters of the grass ninja village. In his opinion, the country of grass is only a small country after all, so how powerful can the grass ninja village be? This is nothing more than a battlefield between great powers. The country of grass is just a springboard. Onoki's real purpose is not here. He wants to take the opportunity to provoke Konoha. Onoki knew very well that Konoha village, the country of fire, on the other side of the country of grass, would never sit back and watch him attack the country of grass. Because once the kingdom of grass is captured by the kingdom of earth, the borders of the kingdom of fire will directly face the threat of the kingdom of earth. And for any big country, it is not willing to see. Therefore, in Onoki's view, Konoha village will definitely send troops to stop it when the time comes. As long as there is a fight between the two sides, Onoki will have an excuse to send troops directly to Konoha. The disturbances between big countries cannot be hidden from the prying eyes of interested people. In the hidden village, Uchiha Obito smiled, listening to the information reported by Zetsu, and murmured, "Uchiha Sora, let me see how you should deal with this trouble." "Madara, your plan really worked. It's a pity that the Kingdom of Wind didn't join in. Otherwise, the ninja world would probably be in chaos," Baiju said. "It's just a matter of time," Obito said, "but our plan has to start early. Take this opportunity to start collecting tailed beasts." "What, are we going to start planning now?" Baiju was shocked, "But we haven't found all the core members yet, and I haven't fully grasped the information about the tailed beasts yet." "It's not necessary. If Uchiha exists for one more day, it will be an additional obstacle to my plan. We can only attack the tailed beast when he has no time to be distracted. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to force him to come forward and confront us," Uchiha Obito said slowly. "Okay, then I'll inform Nagato right now." Baiju nodded and left. While Uchiha Obito was busy making plans and planning to collect tailed beast plans in advance, Konoha had also received news that Onoki was preparing to secretly attack the Kusakunin village. As for all this, Uchiha Sora didn't know anything about it. This is the role of the great ninja village's powerful intelligence capabilities. After the third Hokage learned of Earth Kingdom's actions, they burst into laughter in the Hokage office. "Onoki, you really miscalculated this time," third Hokage said to himself with a smile. Then, he ordered, "Stop the schedule for going to the Grass Ninja Village for negotiations, and send someone to send the information to Uchiha Kong." After a pause, third generation called the secretary and asked, "By the way, is Uoyuki Shion back?" The secretary nodded. "She just came back 2 days ago. She seems to have known the news about the Grass Ninja Village and is in a low mood." "That's it. Then let her handle the matter of sending information." Third Hokage thought for a while and said, "Tell her that after the mission is completed, there is no need to rush back to report." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The secretary took the order and left. Early the next morning, Azuki Shion arrived at the Grass Ninja Village in the country of grass. Uchiha Sora, who is studying ninjutsu, personally came to entertain her. "Shion, why are you here?" As if entertaining an old friend, Uchiha Kong smiled and asked Azuki Yuyan to sit down, waved away the men around him, and made her a cup of tea. Azuki Shion looked sad. Looking at the usual smile on Uchiha Sora's face, her heart couldn't help but hurt. She wanted to act like she didn't care, but when her words came to her lips, she turned into a cold question, "Sora. Why?" Uchiha paused for a moment with his empty hand, then smiled and handed the teacup to Azuki Yugan. Shion didn't answer, and stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes that were a little red. Uchiha Kong sighed slightly. "Kakashi also asked this question, and the answer I gave him was because of the oppression from the top. But now, I'll tell you the real answer. Because the stage of Konoha is too small. The current Konoha village has long been corrupted by the narrow-minded high-rises. In this rotten village, restraints are everywhere. What I hope to move towards is true freedom and strength. After leaving Konoha, I can do the things I want to do without any psychological burden. Explore the secrets of chakra and move toward true power. Become a being that no one can restrain. What could be more desirable than accomplishing these things?" Listening to Uchiha's empty words, Uezuki Shion felt that the person in front of her was so strange. "Sora, you are already very powerful now. You can conquer even a small country. Even Lord Hokage is afraid of you. Why do you pursue power so persistently? Uoyuki Shion was very puzzled. Pursuing power is good. Everyone likes power, but leaving the village and her companions for power is something she cannot accept. Uchiha Kong sighed slightly, looked at Uozuki Shion's beautiful red eyes, gently raised his hand, stroked her jade-like cheek, and said softly, Shion, it seems you can't understand me either. Azuki Shion struggled with her eyes, looking at Uchiha Sora's face so close at hand, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. In her heart, there seemed to be a voice calling her, promise him. Promise him. Then you can be together. Stop worrying about Konoha village. Don't go back. Just follow him forever and stay with him. However, Uoyuki Shion immediately shook her head and forced herself to wake up. No. We must not let Kong Kuo continue like this. Pursuing the path of power will only make him enemies everywhere. I must stop him and let him back to Konoha. But looking at Uchiha Sora's young, handsome face with firm eyes, she felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. How can I make Sora change his mind? At this time, Uchiha Kong had already withdrawn his palm, with a look of regret on his face, and said, Shiyan, let's talk about the purpose of why you came to me. You should have come with Konoha's mission. Right. Azuki Shion sighed, took out an encrypted scroll from her clothes, handed it to Uchiha Sora, and said, this is the information scroll that Master Third Hokage asked me to send to you. It contains the urgent information you need now. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly when he heard this, and immediately contacted Yi Kang, who was reincarnated in the dirty soil, and asked her to come over. After a while, Yi Kang came to Uchiha Sora after receiving the news. Chief, Yi Kang bowed respectfully to Uchiha Kong. Open this scroll for me and take a look. Uchiha Kong ordered. Yes, Yi Kang responded, took the scroll, and glanced curiously at Uoyuki Shion, whose eyes were a little red. As a woman, she could tell at a glance that Anbu, the purple-haired woman from Konoha, seemed to have some kind of special relationship with the leader. However, the leader's personal affairs were naturally not something she could care about, so she became curious and carried out Uchiha Sora's orders meticulously. Mao Yu Shion looked at Yi Kang who came in. Although he was a reincarnated body from the dirty soil, his pretty figure made her frown slightly. Are all the subordinates who were reincarnated like this beautiful woman? Sora, what exactly are you thinking? Shion was secretly dissatisfied, and even felt that there were some problems with Uchiha Sora's personality. Just playing with the dead, but actually playing with such a top-notch beautiful dead woman. If Uchiha Sora knew what Yugao was thinking at this moment, he would probably vomit blood in depression and give her a taste of chestnuts. Just when she was thinking wildly, Yi Kang had already opened the encrypted scroll and read the information inside. Her expression suddenly became serious, and she said to Uchiha Skypath, Chief, there is nothing wrong with the scroll. It does contain a piece of intelligence. The intelligence shows that a troop from the Kingdom of Earth has crossed the border and entered the Kingdom of Grass. It seems that they are preparing to surprise us. Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Kong also frowned slightly after hearing this. Because the intelligence agency has not yet been established, the original intelligence department of Kusanagi village is currently operating slowly, and he is basically unaware of some actions of other forces. It's not surprising that the Kingdom of Earth wants to attack him by surprise. What really worries him is that his intelligence department must be established quickly, otherwise he will be very passive when encountering trouble. This time there was a tip-off from Konoha village, but what about next time? Although even without this information, the Earth Kingdom would not be able to break through the Grass Ninja village guarded by itself, but it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for itself. While thinking about these issues, Uchiha Kong said to Azuki Yugon, I can probably understand the meaning of Third Hokage conveying this information to me in advance. If you go back and convey it to him, this information transmission can be regarded as future negotiations. A bargaining chip. Shion was stunned. Negotiation. It seems that you don't know yet, there will be a negotiation between me and Konoha. Uchiha Skypath, but this matter has not been finalized yet, so it is normal that you don't know. Oh, okay. Shion was still thinking about how to get Uchiha back, and nodded in a daze. But then she immediately woke up, shook her head and said firmly, Song, I can't go back now. Huh, what's wrong? Don't you need to go back to take orders? Uchiha asked strangely. Maoyu Xian said, if you want me to tell you, I can send it back by carrier pigeon, but I have to stay now. Hey, little girl, don't you know that it is very dangerous to stay in the grass ninja village now? Yi Kang suddenly chuckled and said, a young Anbu like you has probably not experienced this yet. An S-level mission, right? If you stay here, you may die at any time. Really, but it's because of the danger that I stay. Xian stared at Yi Kang and said word by word, your leader and I have been teammates from the beginning. Since this place is dangerous, I have no reason to abandon my teammates and leave. Here. Haha, what a commendable courage. Yi Kang glanced at Azuki Xian with a smile, and then looked at Uchiha Sora meaningfully. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a trace of joy, and he couldn't help but said, Chief, I always thought you only have followers like Zabuza, but you didn't expect there is a little Anbu from Konoha village. Yakura, you talk a bit too much. Uchiha glared at her. Sorry, Chief, I'll go arrange things right now. Yi Kang said with a smile, turned and left. But because of the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, Uchiha Sora can still detect the way Yi Kang is looking at 8 trigrams. Seeing Yi Kang twisting his waist and leaving, Xian said to Uchiha Skypath, Song, forbidden techniques are risky. You have not considered reincarnation by using dirty soil. What will happen if the person reincarnated by you loses control? Do it. Moreover, how can you grasp the thoughts of these dead people? They may even confuse you and make you make mistakes. Hearing this, Uchiha couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, and raised his hand to flick Xian's forehead. Don't think nonsense. Although the technique has risks, the risks are controllable. Even if they escape my control, I can kill them all, seal it and go back. Okay, since you want to stay, then stay, I'll have someone arrange a place for you. That night, Uoyuki Xian stayed in Sao Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora asked his men to start setting up defenses in preparation for the surprise attack by the Earth Kingdom troops. He distributed the Flying Thunder God Kunai to everyone and asked people to bury them in various locations outside the village. Then he called some of the elites of Sao Ninja Village over and gave them some instructions. Deploy barriers, set up sentries, evacuate people, etc. The next step is to wait for the arrival of the Earth Kingdom troops. He wants to place the battlefield outside the Grass Ninja Village so that no enemy can enter. For this reason, he sent 6 people from the Dirty Land to the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and the remaining 2 served as mobile personnel to patrol around. Since Uchiha Kong is the caster of the reincarnation of the earth, as long as he is willing, he can know the situation near the person reincarnated in the earth at any time through the connection between the 2 parties. After everything was ready, Uchiha went to rest and began to recharge his batteries. After all, there will be a defensive battle next, which will definitely consume a lot of money. This is also a kind of training and challenge for him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the alarm in the village was finally sounded. Uchiha Sora rolled over from the bed and sat up, put on a custom-made white god robe, took enough Flying Thunder God Kunai, and walked out of the room. At this time, Azuki Yugon was also alerted by the alarm and hurried over to find Uchiha Sora. Why are you here? Uchiha frowned slightly when he saw her wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform that highlighted her graceful figure. Xian said, I'm here to help you. Otherwise, why would I stay? Uchiha was dumbfounded. Do you really want to fight with me? Okay, this is no joke, you should stay in the village. Kong, do you look down on me? Xian suddenly became angry and frowned. Don't make trouble. The opponent is the army of Iwagakure village. Their strength is definitely not weak. It is still too dangerous for you to join the battle. Uchiha Kong advised. Don't forget that I am Konoha's special Jonin. Xian said stubbornly. Am I not even qualified to participate in the war? I know you're not weak, but I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Uchiha shook his head. Xian's body trembled slightly. Uchiha Sora's words instantly hit the softness in her heart. Looking at his handsome profile with misty eyes, Xian felt mixed emotions in her heart. How great it would be if you were still in Konoha now. Seeing Azuki Xian's refusal to leave, Uchiha Sora had no choice but to say, okay, you can join the battle if you want, just stay with me first and let my dirty subordinates go up first. Xian was satisfied. Outside Kusanagi village, in the woods. The entire Earth Kingdom's surprise attack force probably numbered about 1,000 people. They were divided into two directions, one attacked from the main gate of Kusanagi village, and the other broke in from the rear. And long ago, the Kingdom of Earth had already arranged a detailed invasion route through spies buried in the Kusanagi village. In their invasion plan, they must first attract Uchiha Sora's attention with a feint attack at the main gate. When he focuses all his attention on the main gate, the troops who raid from the rear can directly invade the village. Their purpose, on the one hand, is to seize some resources and secret techniques in the Kusanagi village. On the other hand, and the most important purpose is to force Uchiha Sora to submit by attacking from the front and back. It is best to kill Uchiha Sora on the spot. On the one hand, you can get a 100 million bounty, and on the other hand, you can also get Sharingan's secrets from him. Third Tsuchikage also knew the identity information of Uchiha Sora. He knew that Uchiha Sora was from the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. Although he did not know his specific abilities, it was a fact that he was not old. So in the third Tsuchikage's view, Uchiha Sora does have some strength, but it's definitely not that strong. And the person they led this time was the master of Iwagakure village, second only to third Tsuchikage, the son of third Tsuchikage, Lois. Yellow Earth is a tall man with a tough appearance. His earth style is the best in the ninja world, and he is the face of Iwagakure village besides third Tsuchikage. And he was also the main force in this feint attack on the grass ninja village. Everyone, something seems to be wrong. Hulong too, with half of his subordinates, stopped in the woods outside Sao Ninja village, frowned and looked in the direction of Sao Ninja village, and said, "What's wrong, Captain?" Someone next to him asked in confusion. The grass ninja village seems to be a little too quiet. No matter how secretive our actions are, at this level, it is impossible for their people not to notice us. Hulong too analyzed. The elites around him immediately woke up after hearing this, and asked in surprise, could this be done intentionally by the grass ninja village? No, we might have been ambushed. Someone suddenly shouted. As soon as the man's voice fell, explosions suddenly sounded from all around their troops. I saw the grass ninjas who had been ambushing all around suddenly appeared and surrounded the Lois troops from all directions. We were actually ambushed. These guys actually dared to ambush us. An Iwagakure ninja cursed angrily. Calm down, Hulong too said. These mobs in Sao Ninja village are not what we need to worry about. Even if we are surrounded by them, they cannot be our opponents. What I am worried about now is that our intelligence seems to have been leaked long ago. Well, I am afraid that only people from the 5 great ninja villages can do this. Don't forget the other purpose of our visit this time. Hulong too reminded everyone. Could it be that Konoha is doing something behind his back? The people around him were horrified. Yes, if it is the Konoha village, they will never sit back and watch us attack the grass ninja village. Maybe many of the people ambushing around now are Konoha ninjas. The third Hokage of Konoha village is really cunning. It seems our mission will be very troublesome this time. Wangtu waved his hand. No matter what, we must complete the mission. Although we lost the opportunity this time, our ninjas in Yenian village are not vegetarians. Everyone will fight with all our strength. After saying that, Wangtu took the lead in launching ninjutsu. He suddenly slapped the ground, and immediately a huge stone man stood up from the ground. Under his control, this stone man, who was 3 or 4 stories tall, roared towards the grass ninja. They rushed. Seeing this, the other Iwagakure ninjas also used their earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Split the Earth and Turn the Palm. Earth-style Tulan Gun. Earth-style Rock Pillar Gun. Earth-style ninjutsu emerged one after another, attacking the grass ninjutsu. The Earth-style ninjutsu in Iwagakure village is very powerful. With so many people using various Earth styles together, it instantly caused an earthquake on the battlefield. Dust was flying and the sound of fierce fighting soon filled the air. Water-style Waterfall Technique. At this time, 3 voices sounded at the same time. Among the dirt elites, 3 people from the 7 Kurigakure ninja swordsmen appeared on the battlefield, and the 3 of them jointly performed a waterfall technique. Chakra surged out. A huge waterfall seemed to come from the void, descending on the battlefield, turning into a huge wave like a tsunami, impacting the battlefield. The battlefield was instantly filled with powerful water, and all the fighting personnel jumped into the air to avoid the violent water under their feet. And some people who couldn't dodge had their bodies washed away by the water, and they didn't know where they were going. The whole process lasted for about a minute before the waterfall technique jointly performed by the three finally stopped. The chakra aura of the three dirt elites was obviously weakened. Even if you were reincarnated in the dirty land and have unlimited chakra, it will take time to recover. However, the recovery time was very fast, and the auras of the three of them returned to their peak in the blink of an eye. The waterfall created by the three of them turned almost the entire surrounding area into a lake. As a result, before the water flow dissipates in a short period of time, the earth style of the Iwagakure ninjas will be greatly restricted. Who are those people? They actually displayed such a wide range of water style. The Iwagakure ninjas were a little panicked. Whatever. Kill, someone shouted. It was not that easy for them to evacuate at this time. Due to the erosion of the waterfall, everyone's formations were all disrupted. Now the enemy and our ninjas were crisscrossed on the water, and they could only fight each other. If you want to evacuate, you must pay a huge price. Lois had no good solution for a while and could only rely on its own strong strength to try to save some situations. On the other side, in the forest behind the Kusanagi village, another part of the Iwagakure ninjas were anxiously waiting for the signal from the faint attack force. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't receive the signal. One of the elite Jonin who led the team frowned and said, "I'm afraid there's something going on with the faint attack force. Can the sensing ninja sense the situation there?" A sensing ninja closed his eyes, condensed chakra and sensed it carefully. Suddenly he opened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, the faint attack force was in a bitter battle, and it seemed that they were ambushed in advance. Also, what I sensed just now suddenly, an extremely powerful chakra aura suddenly appeared near us. Huh, how powerful? Elite Jonin, who led the team, asked. The sensing ninja looked panicked and said, the power of that chakra aura is no less powerful than our Tsuchikage-sama. What? Jonin, the leader, was shocked. At this moment, in their sight, a young figure wearing a white royal robe slowly walked towards them. Beside him, there were two figures, a man and a woman. A powerful chakra aura emanated from him. Who are you? Everyone present was shocked, and Jonin, the leader, shouted. The visitor was naturally Uchiha Sora, and he only had Azuki Yugon and Zabuza with him. As for the other Dirty Land elites, he was sent to defend other places. He alone was enough for the surprise attack force here. Although Zabuza and Azuki Yugon are coming, Uchiha Sora only intends to let them assist. Hearing the question from the Iwagakure leader Jonin in front of him, Uchiha Kong said in a hurry, you sent people to attack my territory, and you still want to ask me who I am. Didn't 3rd Tsuchikage explain my identity to you? Information. It's you, Uchiha Sora who captured Kusanagi village. Jonin, the leader, finally recognized his identity and said in a solemn tone, Your Majesty, you have such a good aura. Uchiha Kong smiled faintly, are you ready to die? HMPH. Your Excellency, your tone is a bit loud, isn't it? Jonin, the team leader, snorted coldly and said tit for tat. There are 300 to 400 people with him, among whom there are at least 30 Jonin alone, and the rest are Chunin at worst, most of them are elite Chunin, and many of them participated in the Third Ninja War. The ninja is very experienced. Well, it seems that your Iwagakure village doesn't know much about my information. Uchiha Kong sighed slightly. I didn't want to kill too many people, but it's a pity that you insisted on sending them to me. In this case, I will accept your life. Haha, what a shameless statement. Jonin, led by Iwagakure, laughed angrily, waved his hand, and directly ordered everyone to rush towards Uchiha Sora. You two, stand back. Uchiha Sora said to Zabuza and Azuki Yugon. Zabuza nodded and stepped back simply. Azuki Shion wanted to step forward to help, but Zabuza on the side hurriedly reminded, I advise you not to cause trouble to the leader. The leader's strength is beyond your imagination. Just watch from the side. Azuki Yugon is not a stupid woman who doesn't understand anything. Although she wants to help Uchiha Sora, in this situation, her rush to help Uchiha Sora is really in vain. Well, I really don't understand why he doesn't bring more people. This is a large army in Iwagakure village, she said with some worry. Even if Sora is very strong, one person is too much, right? Quote. Zabuza just smiled and said nothing, looking expectantly at the young and handsome back in front of him. At this time, they were faced with the offensive coming from Yenian people like a wave. Uchiha Sora instantly activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan, drew out the long sword from his waist, and rushed directly into the crowd. He swung his long sword, and a wind chakra extended from the blade. He slashed forward, and a violent wind suddenly rose. The Iwagakure ninjas along the way were immediately sent flying by this slash. Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of an invisible man, punching and kicking him away. The long sword stabbed back, hitting a person who was about to sneak attack from behind. Uchiha Kong used the 3 Magatama Sharingan's insights to the extreme, and the crowd only saw his figure flying around, and the Iwagakure ninjas who were on the verge of collapse. Bang bang bang. For a moment, there was no enemy within 3 feet of Uchiha Kong. Suddenly, the leader Jonin rushed in front of Uchiha Sora. Under the cover of his teammates, he used ninjutsu, turning one of his arms into a huge rock fist, and suddenly smashed it towards Uchiha Sora's position. Uchiha threw his backhand towards Iwaken, and a blue chakra ball appeared in his palm. Rasengan. Boom. The rock fist and Rasengan collided hard, making a violent explosion. Rock, soil and rocks flew in all directions, and Uchiha's empty figure used the force to retreat. Make a seal with your hands and aim at the ninja in front. Fire style fire dragon flame bullet. Chakra surged out wildly, and 3 huge fire dragons flew towards everyone in 3 directions. The leader Jonin's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he hurriedly shouted, "Use the earth flow wall quickly." After saying that, he suddenly formed a seal and pressed his palms to the ground. An earth wall suddenly rose up, blocking in front of one of the fire dragons. The earth flow wall blocks the fire dragon, but Uchiha Sora's fire style is not an ordinary fire style. He has the damage multiplier talent that comes with the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The earth flow wall rising from the ground only resisted for 2 seconds before it shattered. The fire dragon continues to roar in rage. Earth style wall. Earth style wall. Upon seeing this, the other Iwagakure ninjas around them hurriedly used earth flow walls to resist. After releasing more than a dozen earth flow walls, Uchiha Kong's 3 fire dragons were all resisted and resolved. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. Azuki Shion, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also extremely shocked. Although she knew that Uchiha Sora must be very strong, she had never seen Uchiha Sora using his full strength. At this time, just seeing the power of this fire style was enough to make her she was stunned. The power of this fire style simply exceeded her imagination. What a powerful fire style! Seeing this, Jonin, the leader of the team, couldn't help but murmured, Taijutsu, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, each one has reached its peak. And Sharingan, his genjutsu is definitely not bad either. It's really tricky. At this time, he didn't realize that Uchiha Sora's series of attacks just now were just a warm-up. After releasing fire style, Uchiha separated 4 shadow clone. The main body and 4 shadow clone are sealed at the same time, and ninjutsu with 5 different attributes are issued. Wind escape, earth style, water style, fire style, lightning style. 5 escape Dalian bullet technique. Ninjutsu with 5 different attributes surge forward at the same time. This is Uchiha Sora. After obtaining various ninjutsu information from Konoha, he quickly automatically cultivated ninjutsu successfully due to his own attributes. Oops, not good. Everyone, get out of the way. Jonin, the leader, was shocked. The power of 5 ninjutsu with different attributes attacking together is definitely not as simple as the sum of 5 ninjutsu. The Iwagakure present also knew this and hurriedly wanted to dodge when they saw this. However, the scope of this ninjutsu is very large, covering almost half of the battlefield. Many Iwagakure ninjas were unable to dodge and were involved in it and were crushed by the ninjutsu. There was also a part of him who knew he couldn't dodge, so he used ninjutsu to defend himself. However, the personal defense ninjutsu, under the 5 escape chain of bullets, instantly fell apart and dissipated along with his life. After ninjutsu, Uchiha Kong's 4 shadow clone did not disappear, but scattered out and rushed into the crowd respectively. At this time, the Iwagakure ninjas who had suffered heavy losses were able to react. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, all of them had red eyes and glared at Uchiha Sora. Seeing Uchiha Sora's shadow clone appear, they all launched fatal attacks on the clone. However, just as everyone rushed forward to destroy Uchiha Sora's shadow clone, they saw 4 shadow clones suddenly scattering a bunch of detonating charms around them. It's a detonating talisman. Everyone, be careful. Everyone saw this and hurriedly retreated. However, this is no ordinary detonating talisman. These Iwagakure ninjas thought they knew the power of the detonating talisman very well. Many ninjas just dodged slightly and did not open a large distance. Because they were confident that with this distance, the power of the detonating talisman would not be able to harm the Earth-style ninjas who were known for their defense. However, the moment the detonating talisman exploded, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Standing in the distance, Uchiha Sora formed a seal with one hand and slowly uttered one word, explosion. Forbidden technique. Tandem paper bombs. Those detonating charms that originally had limited power in the eyes of Iwagakure suddenly exploded again after exploding. Immediately afterwards, the detonating symbols exploded one after another, and continued to explode. The powerful explosive power is gathered in one direction, and the powerful impact generated is as continuous as a wave and tsunami. The Iwagakure ninjas who were getting close hurriedly took defensive measures, but under the series of explosions, the powerful force and shock wave immediately destroyed these people's defenses instantly. The Iwagakure ninjas screamed in the explosion, and others around them didn't even dare to rescue. Because no one dares to get close to the place of continuous explosions. What a dangerous technique. Use the detonating talisman to continuously channel the detonating talisman to produce continuous explosions. If you are not careful, you will be involved in it. It is indeed a forbidden technique developed by second Hokage. Sora actually used in conjunction with Shadow Clone. It's really amazing. Shi Yan said in shock. She thought she knew Uchiha Sora very well, but now she couldn't help but deeply doubted, did she really know him? Zabuza on the side. The leader has more than just a few forbidden techniques. Amid the sighs of the two people, the explosion calmed down. The continuous bombardment of the 5 escape continent bombs and tandem paper bombs reduced the number of the Iwagakure ninja troops, originally 300 to 400 people, to half in an instant. Although the remaining 100 or 200 people were all elites, all of them were filled with fear. Many people already have the intention to retreat. But how could Uchiha Sora let them leave safely at this time? He opened his hands, holding a handful of Flying Thunder God kunai in each hand. With a strong flick, the kunai flew out and scattered in every corner of the battlefield. What is he doing? Why are the accuracy of these kunai so bad? The Iwagakure on the opposite side looked at Uchiha Sora's movements with some confusion. Because the kunai spilled by Uchiha didn't hurt their people at all, but fell on the ground in various places on the battlefield in disorder. Suddenly, an elite who had participated in the Third Ninja World War saw the kunai at his feet, vaguely depicting strange techniques. Not good. He was horrified and thought of an extremely terrifying thought. Could it be said that it is? Whoosh. The next second, a white shadow flashed past, and the words that this elite was about to speak were stuck in his throat. Uchiha appeared in front of him silently, slashed his throat with the sword, and killed him. It is the art of Flying Thunder God. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, countless white figures flashed across the field, as if multiple shadow clones were activated. Each flash will take away one person's life. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Jonin, the leader of the team, shouted in horror, "Everyone, please stay away from those kunai coordinates on the ground." But his reminder was too late, because just as he was speaking, Uchiha had already flashed hundreds of times, killing those who had no time to react with his sword. It wasn't until the others reacted and jumped away from the Flying Thunder God kunai, that Uchiha Kong stopped hunting. At this moment, the field was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The still living Iwagakure ninjas looked at the corpses of their companions on the ground, and then looked up at the white-clad Shinigami-like figure in the distance. The fear in their hearts was swallowing up their minds like an abyss. Looking at the purgatory-like scene in front of them, among the few dozen remaining elite ninjas of Iwagakure, many weak-willed ones could not help but kneel on the ground, losing the will to resist. Are you kidding? Why is this happening? Jonin, the team leader, deeply felt his own powerlessness at this moment. Everyone was obviously here to attack the grass ninja village. Why did the situation become like this in the blink of an eye? You devil! I don't know who came from the mouth, but screamed in fear at Uchiha Sora. In the blink of an eye, only a few dozen people were left out of the 300 to 400 troops. This kind of survival rate is simply a one-sided massacre. It was as if life had become as fragile as an ant under his hands. A trace of pity flashed in Uchiha Kong's eyes, and he said calmly to everyone, "Killing is not my original intention. You should have been prepared to be killed before you attacked here. If you want to blame it on your own weakness." As soon as Uchiha finished speaking, his figure rushed into the crowd again. On the Iwagakure side, although the remaining people were all the elites among the elites, their resistance gradually became weak due to fear of Uchiha Sora. 10 minutes later, all the remaining people died under Uchiha Sora's sword. Even the elite Jonin who led the team was no exception. After all Iwagakure on the scene were killed, Uchiha waved his blood-stained sword in the air and looked at Zabuza and Azuki Yugao. "Leader." Zabuza looked excited. Kong, Maoyu Xian's eyes were filled with shock, but there was also worry that could not be concealed. As an Anbu, although she would inevitably encounter a lot of killings, she had never seen a scene where just one person killed 300 or 400 people. What is Sora thinking in his heart at this moment? Will he lose himself in this killing? Let's go to the next battlefield. At this time, Uchiha said. Killing these Iwagakure ninjas was just part of the plan for Uchiha Sora. Maybe he will feel pity in his heart, but he will definitely not regret it. Because this is war. As a time traveler, he doesn't have those naive thoughts. Whoosh! The teleportation technique was deployed, and Uchiha disappeared from the spot. Zabuza and Uazuki Shion also hurriedly followed. At this time, it was at the main gate of Kusanagi village. The lake receded. The Kusanagi village ninjas and Iwagakure troops each suffered casualties. The number of Dirty Earth elites has also reached 6. At this time, the 6 of them are besieging the Captain Huang-Tu. Luo-Tu is worthy of being the son of 3rd Tsuchikage. He is in his prime, and his powerful strength is completely beyond the expectations of the 6 people of Luo-Tu. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Even the 6 of us can't take him down. I'm afraid we can only kill him by joining forces with the leader, right? Explosion-style ninja hunter, whose body was blown apart by a punch, was recovering. He said while stretching his body. That is the Lois of Iwagakure village after all. Speaking of which, he is also a person of the same era as me. Scorch-style ninja Hager aside. After the lake water receded, each earth-style ninjutsu turned decay into magic in Lois's hands, rendering the 6 of them passive. If it weren't for this Dirty Earth's physical weakness, how could I not kill him? Said one of the 7 members of the Dirty Earth Ninja Sword. Haha, if you weren't born with dirty soil, I'd probably have died several times. Said another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the dirty soil. And just when the 6 people of Huatu were in trouble, their opponent, Huang-Tu, was also frowning and looking embarrassed. Because until now, they have not really broken into the gate of Kusanagi village, and have been dragged here, unable to form an effective feint attack. As a result, those troops preparing to attack Kusakunin village from the rear will not launch an attack easily. This time the plan to invade the grass ninja village was considered a failure. What needs to be considered now is probably how to get away from this mission as much as possible. As the captain of the entire army, although Huang-Tu looks tall and has a simple mind with well-developed limbs, he is very thoughtful. Once nothing can be done, he must consider a way to retreat. The grass ninjas in front of him were nothing to him. Although the 6 people from the dirty land were difficult to deal with, they were not people he couldn't deal with. But Huang-Tu always felt uneasy in his heart. Because until now, the person who can capture the grass ninja village and control the reincarnation of the dirty land has not yet appeared. Before Lois came here, the identity of that guy was only that of Uchiha Sora, who was offered a bounty of 100 million taels by Konoha village. As for more information, he knew only a limited amount. I thought that the main trouble for this operation would be the secret obstruction from Konoha, but what I didn't expect was that the main force from beginning to end was only people from the Kusanagi village. Konoha village does not seem to be involved, or it is possible to participate, but it is not the main force. What exactly is the Leaf village thinking? Are they really not afraid of the Kingdom of Earth taking over the territory of the Kingdom of Grass? While Wangtu was thinking hard, Uchiha Sora finally came to the battlefield here. A flying thunder god kunai fell from the sky and landed on the ground between the 6 people in the dirt and the Lois. Whoosh! Uchiha Sora, wearing a white imperial robe, appeared like a ghost. Leader. When the 6 members of the Dirty Land saw Uchiha Sora appearing on the battlefield, they temporarily stopped their attack and shouted hurriedly. Wangtu also paused the release of ninjutsu and signaled the surrounding subordinates to stop. The 2 sides reformed and faced each other. Zabuza and Azuki Yugon appeared next to Uchiha Sora. Seeing the Konoha ninja forehead protector Azuki Shion was wearing, Wangtu narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, sure enough, Konoha village has already intervened. Maybe the information about his attack mission was obtained by Konoha village first, and revealed to the Grass Ninja village. And when he saw the extremely young Uchiha Sora, his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. He was keenly aware of the murderous aura and bloody aura wafting from Uchiha's body at this moment. You are so slow, I have already solved them all. Uchiha smiled and spoke to the 6 people behind him. The 6 people in the Dirty Land were ashamed after hearing this, and at the same time they were surprised by Uchiha Sora's speed. He is truly worthy of being a leader. But Wangtu, who heard what Uchiha Kong said, heard another meaning. His expression couldn't help but change. Uchiha Kong. What do you mean? What has been solved? At the same time, he was also extremely surprised by Uchiha Sora's youth. Although he had seen photos, the photos were far from what he saw in real life, and the impact was more intuitive. Oh, Mr. Wangtu of Iwagakure village, I mean, the other surprise attack force you arranged has been completely wiped out by me. At this time, Uchiha responded with a meaningful smile on his lips. What did you say? Wangtu thought he heard wrongly and asked again. Uchiha Kong smiled lightly and said, if you don't want to be wiped out, then retreat as soon as possible. This time Wangtu heard what Uchiha Sora meant. His pupils suddenly shrank and said, are you kidding? Stop bluffing. Am I bluffing? You can let the sensing ninja sense it carefully. There was no need for Uchiha Kong to remind Wangtu. There were already sentient ninjas around Wangtu who sensed the situation on the other side. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead and he said to Wangtu, Captain, I can no longer sense Lord Haotu's aura. Others I can't even feel the breath. The Lord Hatsuchi he was talking about was naturally the Jonin elite who led the 300 to 400 troops. Upon hearing this, Lois gritted his teeth and glared at Uchiha Sora, you guy. You actually killed so many of my companions and subordinates. What, Mr. Wangtu, do you think this is a ninja game? Since you are coming to attack my territory, you must be prepared to be killed. Uchiha said coldly. Ha, Wangtu snorted angrily, realizing that there was something wrong with his mentality. He was actually angered by the words of the other kid. After regaining his composure, Lois said loudly, Uchiha Sora, Iwagakure village will definitely make you pay the price. After saying that, Wangtu formed a seal with his hands and slapped his palms on the ground suddenly. Earth-style Shantu Jutsu. Boom! The chakra from the Lois surged out wildly and flowed around along the earth. The next second, 2 huge semicircular mountains suddenly appeared around Uchiha Sora and others. These 2 semicircular mountains surrounded most of the people present, and appeared to be in a state of bite, squeezing toward the middle. The range of this mountain and soil technique was so large that the surrounding earth was pried open and trees were uprooted. Many grass ninjas present looked at the 2 huge shadow mountains around them in shock and were at a loss. Even Zabuza and the 6 people in Jutsu looked shocked. This ninjutsu, the range is too big. There's no way to avoid it. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts, and instantly realized something was wrong. This is simply a move to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Standing next to Uchiha Sora, Azuki Yugon's face also changed color. Sora, seeing the 2 halves of the giant mountain rumbling and closing, Azuki Shion's face showed anxiety as he looked at Uchiha Sora. At this time, she did not feel desperate because she was in danger, but was filled with worry about Uchiha Sora. This ninjutsu is indeed an existence that can compete with 10 tails. Uchiha said in vain as he saw this huge ninjutsu crushing towards him and his surrounding subordinates, as if everyone present was included. He murmured words in a low voice that no one could hear. The next moment, in his eyes, the 3 Magatama Sharingan changed instantly and turned into a pattern of a 6-pointed star array. Mangekyo Sharingan is on. God Realm of Heaven. Barriers of the Sky. Buzz. 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 Powerful pupil power surged out, and in the next second, a transparent space barrier suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of everyone present, as well as in the space above their heads. The 2 huge mountains of soil rolled over and hit the space barrier. It was as if they were blocked by a transparent glass, and the hard rock and soil were instantly squeezed and deformed. But the space barrier is motionless. Under the pressure of the giant mountain, the powerful force that even the tailed beasts cannot resist cannot shake the space barrier in the slightest. Boom! Under the control of Lois, the 2 halves of the giant mountain were closed forcefully, making constant roars of broken rocks. It's like a huge beast trying to bite a hard object. The vibrations from the powerful force caused the entire surrounding earth to tremble. The power of Lois is fully demonstrated at this moment. There was a loud bang. Huang-Tu raised his hands and frowned. The 2 halves of the giant mountain suddenly shattered, as if the giant beast had broken its teeth, and turned into rubble and rolled down. Uchiha Sora's figure emerged from the rubble, and Zabuza, Azuki Yugao, the 6 Kuzuchi, and all the Kusanagi protected by the Sora barriers were all revealed in front of the Iwagakure ninjas safe and sound. Uchiha Kong opened his Mangekyo eyes, looked at Huang-Tu and said slowly, as expected of the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, your chakra is very strong. In fact, after appreciating the mountain soil technique of Lois, Uchiha Kong was secretly glad that his Mangekyo ability was of a space defense nature. No matter how powerful the attack was, as long as it could not break the space, it could not be broken. Otherwise, with this move, I am afraid that I can only use the Flying Thunder God to save a few people around me. As for the grass ninja subordinates who are some distance away from me, they will definitely not survive. Uchiha Sora. Looking at the intact Uchiha Sora and the others who were intact under his protection, Huang-Tu's face showed a look of shock. Not only did he block my ninjutsu but also protected everyone. Then what exactly is ninjutsu? He looked at the Mangekyo pattern of the 6-pointed star array in Uchiha's eyes, and he had a guess in his mind, is it the Mangekyo power of the Uchiha clan? It's really difficult to deal with. At this time, Uchiha Kong had already taken the opportunity to rush towards Lois, and the sword in his hand lit up with a bolt of lightning. Lightning style G Earth style. Stimulated by the thunder attribute, Uchiha Sora's speed becomes extremely fast. Light and heavy rock jutsu. Lois reacted and hurriedly applied a ninjutsu on himself, reducing his own weight and greatly increasing his speed. The thunder sword slashed through, and Lois retreated, his figure extremely light. Iwa fist. Immediately afterwards, Huang-Tu's arm turned into a stone pillar, clenched into a fist, and smashed Uchiha Sora with his backhand. Whoosh! Just when the rock fist was about to hit Uchiha Sora's body suddenly disappeared under the rock fist. In an instant, he appeared at the location where the kunai was previously marked. It is the art of Flying Thunder God. Lois, who missed the target, suddenly realized that he had lost his target. When he looked again, he found that Uchiha Sora had appeared dozens of meters away. This kind of teleportation technique. Huang-Tu keenly captured the Flying Thunder God kunai stuck on the ground at Uchiha's feet, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. Thinking of the sudden appearance of Uchiha Sora just now, Huang-Tu had an extremely bad guess in his mind. Is it the Flying Thunder God Jutsu of the 4th Hokage? Huang-Tu, who had participated in the 3rd Ninja War, immediately thought of the man who caused heavy losses to the Iwagakure troops. Lois couldn't help but think of the fear that the Iwagakure troops had when they were dominated by that yellow flash during the 3rd Ninja War. And the Uchiha Sora in front of him actually learned such a terrifying teleportation technique. Not only that, the Uchiha Sora in front of me not only has unique skills like yellow flash, but also has terrifying eyes like Mangekyo Sharingan. These were the same eyes he had heard his father say about Uchiha Madara, a contemporary of 1st Hokage. Huang-Tu began to retreat in his heart. He quietly sent a code signal to his men around him, indicating that everyone was ready to evacuate. And he continued to activate ninjutsu and launched a fierce attack on Uchiha Sora. He wanted to cover the departure of these companions and subordinates. Uchiha Kong, who saw Lois's intention, couldn't help but reveal a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. He used his mind to give the orders to the 6 of the Deadly Earth, asking them to hunt down the Iwagakure troops who wanted to evacuate, and then ordered the Kusanagi's subordinates to cooperate with the actions of the 6 of the Deadly Earth. Under the pursuit of the 6 people from the Dirty Land, the Iwagakure ninjas who tried to evacuate suffered heavy casualties. I am being restrained by Uchiha Kong, and I can no longer free my hands to contain these 6 reincarnated people from the Dirty Land. Everyone must hold on. Huangtu was anxious after seeing this scene. However, with the passage of time, Huangtu's inner anxiety has turned into fear. Because he found that he was trying to contain Uchiha Sora, but he was flashing and disappearing from time to time. Every time he flashed and disappeared, he would appear next to one of his dirty subordinates, and then kill the elite ninjas among his subordinates. This completely wiped out any hope of containing the 6 people from the Dirty Land and allowing some people to escape from here. Huangtu's eyes were about to burst when he saw it, but he found that there was nothing he could do. Because every time he wanted to free his hands to help his subordinates, Uchiha Sora would flash back and attack him. The art of Flying Thunder God is really too abnormal. The powerful field control ability brought by the speed of thousands of miles in an instant made Huangtu thoroughly experience the fear of being dominated by others. Not long after, the 600 to 700 troops under his command were reduced to 100 due to the massacre by the 6 people from the Dirty Land. Then under the flash of Uchiha Sora, the number dropped sharply again. In the end, only a dozen subordinates were left, panting and returning to Huangtu's side. The look on their faces was one of despair and pain. Master Huangtu, we can't escape. We can't escape. I don't want to escape either. A rock ninja with Jonin strength said to Huangtu dejectedly. All our people are dead, he is simply a devil. No, Shinigami, he is Shinigami. Another person had a look of fear on his face, and his psychological defense was close to collapse. Yes, Mr. Huangtu, run away. If it were you, you would definitely be able to escape back to the village. We will cover you this time. Yes, Mr. Huangtu, you are the hope of the village. Even for Mr. Third Tsuchikage, you must live. Listening to the words of his subordinates, who had experienced the Third Ninja World War and was experienced in hundreds of battles, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. But the situation at this moment did not allow him to express any more emotions. He slowly uttered a few words, "Cover me, retreat." Huangtu said this as if he had exhausted all his strength. He knew that saying these words would be equivalent to issuing a death sentence to the few dozen subordinates around him. Because he knew very well that if he wanted to stop Uchiha Sora from pursuing him, he could only use the lives of his subordinates to do so. Therefore, Lois changed his previous fierce attack on Uchiha Sora and began to fight and retreat under the cover of the remaining elite subordinates. Uchiha Sora was naturally very aware of Huangtu's intentions. While dealing with Huangtu's ninjutsu in a leisurely manner, he continued to order the 6 people from Uchiha to deal with the dozen Iwagakure elites. Soon, with the joint efforts of the 6 Dirty Earth elites, the subordinates who were covering the departure of the Yellow Earth also lost their lives one by one. At this time, Lois had already escaped dozens of kilometers away, with only Uchiha Sora chasing after him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Uchiha Sora's figure appeared beside Huangtu. Yellow Earth was shocked, and hurriedly punched Uchiha Sora without even having time to use ninjutsu. Uchiha raised his hand to block Huangtu's fist. Compared to the panting Lois, Uchiha Sora was still calm at this moment. Mr. Lois, I have already placed the Flying Thunder God's seal on your body. Uchiha Kong said slowly, with a hint of joking on his face. What? When? Huangtu exclaimed. Even he himself didn't notice this. Doesn't this mean that Uchiha Sora could actually teleport directly to him a long time ago and give himself a fatal blow? But he didn't do this. Instead, he pursued him leisurely throughout the whole process, while his remaining elite subordinates foolishly sacrificed their precious lives for a man who didn't need cover at all. In the process of fighting you, I had too many opportunities to leave marks on you. You had no chance of winning. Uchiha said coldly. I see, it seems that I still underestimated the Flying Thunder God's technique. Huangtu said with an ashen face. He knew that although he still had the power to fight Uchiha Sora, but since the mark had been planted on his body, it was only a matter of time before he died. If you can defend against his sneak attack once, how can you defend against him 10 or 100 times? But at this moment, Uchiha Kong said calmly, Mr. Wangtu, I will spare your life this time, and go back for me to tell your father that all the Iwagakure ninjas who died this time will be treated as if they were provoked. I'll pay the price. If he doesn't want to lose his son in the future, he can bring someone over to try again. After saying that, Uchiha Kong retracted his hand and stopped attacking Lois. Huang Tu was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he felt in his heart. He never thought that he would be defeated so completely in the hands of such a young junior. In the end, it was the other party who took the initiative to spare his life. But before, the lives of those subordinates who died trying to cover their departure seemed to have completely lost their meaning. It seems that you didn't want to kill me in the first place. Then all your actions were just to kill all my subordinates, Huang Tu said bitterly. I thought that my strength was strong enough to roam the ninja world at will, and I would not retreat even if I faced the shadows of other villages. But Uchiha Sora taught himself a very profound lesson. When did my own life become something that the other party could take away at any time? Looking at the extremely young figure in front of him, Huang Tu couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then, he took a deep breath, turned around and ran towards the kingdom of Earth. Uchiha stood there, looking at Lois who was walking away in a panic, with a calm expression. This time he let Lois go, firstly because the mark of the Flying Thunder God had been left on him, and Lois's life could be taken away by him at any time, and secondly, he wanted to use this to give Onoki a warning and threat, so that he could use rat weapons against him. If Yellow Earth is killed directly, then 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, who is Yellow Earth's father, will inevitably lose his mind and attack Kusanagi village at all costs. He knew Onoki's strength well. Even if he had the Flying Thunder God technique and could avoid his attack, it would be difficult for the Kusaku ninja village where he was to exist. After all, if a big country launches a war regardless of the consequences, it is impossible for a small country to stop it. Therefore, Uchiha Kong did not kill Lois, which can be regarded as retaining a bottom line. After all, the enemies he really wants to deal with are not the forces of the 5 major ninja villages, so there is no need to fight these people to the death. At this time, the 6 people from Huatu also chased after them. Chief, why don't you chase him? If it were you, even if you couldn't kill that Lois, you would definitely be able to teach him a profound lesson. They appeared around Sora and looked at Lois who had fled far away. One of them, the famous Earth Elite, asked. A moment ago, he was still a Shinigami-like existence, but at this moment, it seems that he was deliberately lethargic. Uchiha Kong looked at the people around him and said calmly, the other party is the son of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Although I am not afraid of Onoki, I have now taken over the Kusanagi village. If I kill or destroy the other party's son, I am afraid that what will happen next, the endless revenge of the Earth Kingdom. The leader is right, we are still in the development period, how can we really mess around? At this time, Zabuza and Azuki Yugon also arrived next to Uchiha Kong, and Zabuza said. The 6 people in the Dirty Land are not stupid. They were the elites of each village and they immediately understood the key. Yes, the leader's move can not only frighten the big countries, but it also does not reach the level of making the big countries lose their minds and besiege them. Yi Kang nodded in agreement. There was something different in the eyes of everyone looking at Uchiha Sora. If the previous Uchiha Sora made them surrender because of his strong strength and potential, then the leader's brains now make them admire him even more. Okay, you all go to the back mountain and collect those corpses. Uchiha waved his hand and ordered. Yes, everyone took the order and left. Shion, please don't go. Uchiha Kong saw that Azuki Yuyan was unconsciously following his orders to do things, so he couldn't help but hold her back. Oh, Azuki Shion's face turned slightly red, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated when Uchiha held her hand. Come for a walk with me. However, Uchiha Sora quickly let go of Yugao's hand, jumped off the tree trunk, landed on the ground, and walked slowly towards the Kusakunin village. It was already early in the morning, a touch of fish belly white appeared in the east, and stars were still twinkling in the sky. Uchiha Sora, who had experienced a great battle, had consumed a lot of energy, but due to his immortal body, he did not feel very tired. As he walked, he couldn't help but look up at the deep night sky, with a look of satisfaction on his face. After the war, Being able to walk freely and peacefully under the stars, maybe this is what motivates me. Peace and war are the eternal themes of this world. Only strong power can allow you to live the life you want anytime, anywhere. Azuki Yugon, who was following Uchiha Sora, looked at Uchiha Sora next to him, thinking about everything he saw tonight. I have personally seen Uchiha Sora's strong and aggressive side of Yamato, and now I saw him in such a quiet and peaceful scene. Azuki Yugao was deeply confused in my heart, which side is the real you? The two of them walked silently under the stars, without speaking to each other. Back, when the morning sun rose, the two finally returned to the gate of Kusanagi village, Uchiha said as if sighing. Yes, I'm back. Shi Yan, who was silent along the way, looked at the warm sun shining from the east, with a bright smile on her face. Because this was the emotional scene that she and Uchiha Sora often had when they returned to the gate of Konoha village after completing their missions. At this moment, all the doubts about Uchiha Sora in my heart seemed to be melted by the sunshine at this moment. Yes, no matter what, the bond between myself and Uchiha Sora has not disappeared because of the difference in stance. That's enough, Shi Yan, I'm afraid I have to go out for a trip next. You should go back to Konoha as soon as possible. At this time, Uchiha Kong said. Why don't you wait for Master Hokage to negotiate? Shion looked confused. Don't forget that I have the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if I go out, I can come back at any time. Uchiha smiled and said, but if you stay here, I won't be able to accompany you normally. Okay, then I'd better go back early. Shi Yan thought for a while and said. This time she came to Uchiha Sora, originally wanting to persuade Uchiha Sora to go back, but after one night, she gave up her original idea. Because she already understood that Kong Bu returned to Konoha because he had his own thoughts and will. He is no longer the younger brother who was younger than him when he was first divided into groups and needed to be taken care of by himself. Now he is the leader of a village and a strong man who carries out his own will. I just need to be next to him and look at him, yes, just look at him. After returning to his residence, he packed his luggage. Uchiha took Shi Yan to have a meal, and then personally sent her out of Kusunan village. Before leaving, Uchiha Sora gave her a Flying Thunder God kunai as a parting gift. Uoyuki Shi Yan put the kunai away carefully. She knew that this was the spatial coordinate left for her by Sora, which was equivalent to a powerful life-saving talisman. Then, she stood up on tiptoes, kissed Uchiha Sora's side face gently, turned and left with a blushing face. Uchiha Sora stroked his kissed cheek, feeling a warmth flow in his heart. Suddenly, Shi Yan turned around and shouted to him, Hey! Sora, don't think about it. This is the farewell kiss between brother and sister. Uchiha couldn't help but smile and wave towards her. Is it really just a farewell kiss between brother and sister? After watching Azuki Shion leave, Uchiha Sora also recovered his thoughts and thought about the next itinerary. In the battle last night, he knew that his strength still had many shortcomings. Although he has been growing rapidly in terms of physique, spirit, and chakra, because he is still too young, he is still far from growing beyond the shadow level. On ninjutsu, he is invincible because of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, his Mangekyo is also a space defense. In this ninja world, few people can threaten him. Not to mention, he still has Susanoo, a trump card that he has never used. But in fact, he also has many limitations now. For example, there are problems with medical recovery, problems with Mangekyo Sharingan causing blindness the more you use it, and problems with using natural energy such as Sage Jutsu. These are things that he needs to develop next. As for Mangekyo, as long as you use it sparingly, there won't be any problems in a short time. Let's solve the problems of medical recovery and Sage Jutsu first. Uchiha made a decision in his heart. It seems that I have to go and have a good chat with Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Tsunade's yin seal, no matter what, he has to get it. In addition, as one of the three holy places, Shigulan, Sage Jutsu must also exist. And it's very possible that Senju Hashirama's Sage Jutsu was inherited from the Shigan forest. If possible, go through Tsunade and enter the Shigabone forest to learn Sage Jutsu. Just when Uchiha Sora was planning to find Tsunade and learn medical ninjutsu and Sage Jutsu, Huang Tu retreated back to the Kingdom of Earth in embarrassment, and returned to the village alone. Third Tsuchikage Onoki immediately flew to him after sensing his son's aura. Lois, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Onoki's expression changed and he asked. However, Huangtu knelt down on the ground with a thud. A big man with a big body and a thick body cried out in pain at this moment. It didn't take long for Third Tsuchikage to convene the village elite and senior officials for a high-level meeting. At the meeting, Huangtu, who forced himself to calm down, explained the detailed information obtained this time to everyone. Ignoring the casualty reports, Huangtu focused on the valuable information obtained this time about Uchiha Sora of Kusanagi village. Uchiha Sora is very strong. After I fought with him, I found that his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship are all very powerful. His basic skills are even better than those of adult elite Jonin. Moreover, during the fight with me, Uchiha Sora was able to skillfully use 5 types of chakra properties. He is a ninja with all attributes. His lightning style can easily tear my earth flow wall apart. It has even reached S level. Everyone involved in the meeting was shocked. Changes in the nature of the 5 attributes. What is this? According to the intelligence from Konoha's spies, it seems that Uchiha Sora's age is not even 12 years old, right? Even if ordinary ninjas start training from their mother's womb, they cannot master the 5 nature changes so quickly. Let alone be able to skillfully perform the corresponding 5 types of ninjutsu. As if everyone was not shocked enough, Huangtu continued. Besides this, the more important information is that Uchiha Sora possesses Konoha's famous yellow flash technique. The Flying Thunder God technique. What? Flying Thunder God technique? Everyone present suddenly changed their expressions, even Third Tsuchikage Onoki's face darkened. They couldn't help but think of the scene in the Third Ninja World War, when the Yellow Flash single-handedly turned the tide of the battle and defeated all the elites of the Iwagakure force. Looking back now, everyone can feel a slight chill in their hearts. The reason why the Yellow Flash is so strong is because of the elusive Flying Thunder God. That S-class space created by the second Hokage, ninjutsu. Everyone knows how terrifying the Flying Thunder God's technique is, but no one can restrain it. Once the mark is marked on the body, it means Shinigami has arrived. This is the scariest part of this technique. Little did they know that Lois had been marked. Someone's voice trembled. The Flying Thunder God's technique is indeed terrifying. With this ninjutsu, it is almost impossible for us to kill him again. Yes, it is said that the Yellow Flash back then could travel thousands of miles in an instant and gallop across major battlefields. No one could leave him behind. Only he could harvest the opportunities of others. No one could stop him from leaving. Others nodded. Seeing the lingering fear among the Iwagakure elites, Huangtu sighed and continued. Uchiha Sora has mastered more than just S-level ninjutsu. There is also the forbidden technique from second Hokage, the jutsu of reincarnation in the Dirty Land. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed again. Reincarnation in the earth. What is ninjutsu? Someone asked in confusion. Onoki explained in a heavy tone. The jutsu of the earth reincarnation is an S-level forbidden technique. The user uses living people as sacrificial vessels to resurrect the dead, and retains all the ninjutsu and thoughts of the deceased. It is said that the only way to deal with this ninjutsu is with sealing techniques. What? Resurrection of the dead. Can you retain all ninjutsu and thoughts? Many people who have never heard of this ninjutsu couldn't help but exclaimed. This ninjutsu is simply a bug. If those powerful shadow-level warriors were resurrected, wouldn't they be able to defeat other villages? Are you kidding? This Uchiha Kong is a monster. At such a young age, he not only mastered 5 attributes, but also the Flying Thunder God technique, and now he also masters this profound and powerful forbidden technique of reincarnation in the Dirty Land. How did he learn it? Quote. Everyone couldn't accept it, they just felt that their own age was lived like a dog. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Huangtu was also sighing. With a heavy heart, Lois revealed the last piece of information about Uchiha Sora. Don't forget, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. During the battle, I used the mountain and earth technique. The power of that move should be appreciated by everyone here. Clearly, at that time I thought the opponent would suffer heavy losses, but I didn't expect that my ultimate move was actually blocked by Uchiha. What blocked me at that time were 3 transparent walls similar to barriers. According to my guess, it should be some kind of time and space ability. Is it time and space ninjutsu again? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yes, but that shouldn't be ninjutsu, but his pupil technique, the pupil technique of Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. Wongtu said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he also used a pen to draw the Uchiha sky on a piece of paper. The shape of the pair of Mangekyo was passed on to everyone. Everyone took it and took a look, and saw a mysterious six-pointed star array pattern painted on it. Mangekyo Eye Technique. Onoki looked at the Mangekyo pattern drawn by his son, and couldn't help but think of a terrifying figure that still scares him. Uchiha Madara, the powerful being who founded Konoha village with first Hokage and put an end to troubled times. I think back then, I was just a child in front of Uchiha Madara. And the strength and ability shown by Uchiha Sora, in the current opinion of Onoki, can even reach the heights of Uchiha Madara in the future. The meeting eventually dispersed. Onoki looked at the tired Lois and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time. The failure of the mission is not your fault. For the loss of thousands of people, I, the Kage, have a greater responsibility. If I hadn't collected more information about Uchiha Sora in advance, if it weren't for my blindness and arrogance in recent years, I would not have made this decision to raid the Grass Ninja Village. Dad, what should we do next? How can we get back so many losses?" Huangtu looked at Onoki, who blamed himself, and couldn't help but said, "I am the only one coming back this time, and I'm afraid I can't get along with him. Others in the village will tell you. Yes, how can I get this debt back?" Onoki couldn't help sighing, and let out an old sigh, "But if Uchiha Kong wants you to take it, I also understand what he means. I think he wants to be in Kusanagi. The village has taken root, and if we continue to launch operations against the Grass Ninja Village, we will definitely anger him completely." Quote, "And you were marked by the Flying Thunder God. This is also the threat he left to me. This man is young, but his mind and skills are very mature. This time, even I have to be led by him." Onoki sighed. "After all, you are my son." His son's life was in Uchiha Sora's hands. Onoki didn't dare to act rashly until the coordinate mark of the Flying Thunder God on Lois was completely resolved. As for how to explain it to the village, I will personally explain it to everyone. But in the future, you should leave the village and go to the sea fortress in the east to guard against the Kingdom of Thunder. Onoki said again. "Well, I understand, Dad. I will leave the village as soon as possible." Huangtu sighed. Why didn't he understand that he had been marked by the Flying Thunder God? From now on, staying in the village would be equivalent to an internal coordinate. The enemy could enter the village at any time through his coordinates. The best way to guard against Uchiha is to stay away from the village. Don't worry, Lois, I will negotiate with Konoha and try to get a way to remove the Flying Thunder God's mark from Konoha. If it doesn't work, I will ask the village's research department to find a way. Onoki comforted his son. Yes, it's just that Kutu will rarely see my father in the future. Huangtu sighed again. This battle seemed to have left an indelible shadow on this man who had always been confident and strong, making his energy and spirit weaker. Onoki looked at his son's state, and although he felt very distressed in his heart, he still maintained his composure on the surface. However, Yenian village seems to be destined to have misfortunes never come singly. Not long after the conversation between father and son ended, a ninja from the intelligence department hurriedly rushed into the door of Tsuchikage's office and shouted in a panic, "Master Tsuchikage, something serious has happened. We just couldn't contact Master Lao Zi." Quote, "What, Lao Zi?" Onoki was shocked when he heard this. "Tell me the details." The intelligence ninja said, "According to the intelligence sent back by our eyeliner who has been secretly behind Mr. Lao Zi, Mr. Lao Zi met a mysterious masked man, and then the two started a big battle. Because the battle was too fierce, our secret line could not get close. Watching the battle, I only know that after the battle, the masked man disappeared together with Master Lao Zi." Check it hard. Onoki almost couldn't breathe after hearing this. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with his lumbar disc. The front leg was troubled by Uchiha Sora's incident, and a masked man came to the back leg and took action against Jinchuriki Laozi. Although Laozi does not get along with him, he is the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village after all. Although he is not in the village on weekdays, he will definitely come back if the village is attacked or has a major event. If something happens to Lao Zi, it will be a huge blow to Yenian village. This is simply more troublesome than what happened to his son Huang too. While Iwagakure village was in dire straits, Konoha village also received intelligence feedback. Although they don't know as much as those in Iwagakure who have experienced it personally, Third Hokage also knows from intelligence that Uchiha Sora almost wiped out all Iwagakure troops. This Uchiha Kong is really difficult to deal with. The Third Hokage and the two advisors frowned, very worried. In fact, at this moment, they also had a trace of regret in their hearts. If the higher-ups hadn't treated Shisui like that, maybe Uchiha Sora wouldn't have rebelled against Konoha. Even if he did something that went beyond the rules and peeked at the Book of Sealing, that wouldn't be the case. Not something completely unforgivable. If the guidance is good, maybe Uchiha Kong will become the inheritor of the Will of Fire, and it is not certain that he can lead the Uchiha clan out of the extreme coup idea. Third generation project, what are you going to do about the negotiations? At this time, Mito Kabuto asked. Third Hokage thought for a while and said slowly, this time, the real target of the Earth Kingdom is our Fire Nation. Unfortunately, they misjudged the strength of their opponents and suffered heavy losses. I believe that after this time, Onoki will not be easily dispatched again. Quote, as for the Kingdom of Wind, they signed an alliance with us after the Third Ninja War. This time the Kingdom of Wind did not send out any troops, so Luosha can still keep his composure. Third Hokage said, the remaining water the Kingdom of Thunder will definitely not interfere in such a far-reaching matter, but the Kingdom of Thunder has always stretched its hands the longest. The Kingdom of Thunder, third generation, do you plan to wait for the movement from the Kingdom of Thunder first? Kaharu said after turning to bed, if it is the Kingdom of Thunder, we can really wait and see what happens. The third Hokage nodded. Based on Uchiha Kong's behavior during this period, the negotiation between me and him will not be very smooth. If the people from the Kingdom of Thunder can kill him with vigor before then for there are also many benefits to our upcoming negotiations. Yes, it's easy to become a ninja in charge, but it's not that easy to be the leader of a force. Kaharu agreed. At this time, at the base of Konoha's underground base, Danzo was ordering one of his subordinates, sell the detailed information about Uchiha Sora to Reikage, the Country of Thunder. I want the Country of Thunder to enter the game. Yes, Danzo-sama, his subordinates responded, and then left in a flash. In the darkness, Danzo's gloomy whisper came, Uchiha Kong, if you want to form a force, I will never let you succeed. In the Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha Kong had already ordered the intelligence department to find traces of Tsunade. And he first collected and sorted out the corpse information on the previous battlefield, obtained a lot of ninjutsu information about Iwagakure village, and then saved the corpses of several relatively powerful Iwagakure elites, so that he could use them when he used the Dirty Earth reincarnation in the future. After doing all this, Uchiha Kong called the mother and daughter over. In the past few days, they no longer have to suffer the torture before. Kanako's spirit seems much better, and her face also has a smile. They are naturally grateful to Uchiha for the change in their treatment. However, when the two women saw Uchiha Sora, they were still full of awe and stood in front of him very restrainedly. Chief, you called us here. Do you have anything to tell us? Uzumaki Kanako asked. Uchiha nodded. There is indeed a task for you. Kanako was slightly startled. Just listen to Uchiha Kong continue. You mother and daughter are descendants of the Uzumaki clan. As far as I know, even among the Uzumaki clan, it is very rare to have your ability. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village doesn't know how to develop your abilities at all, and I will find someone to develop your abilities next. Before that, you need to systematically learn how to practice and use your own chakra. Uchiha Sora's words surprised the mother and daughter. Before living in the Grass Ninja Village, Uzumaki Kanako was just an ordinary woman. Although she had the Uzumaki bloodline and contained powerful power in her body, she did not know how to practice or use this power and could only passively use it as a medical tool. The same is true for Shang Phosphorus. At only 6 years old, she has not yet learned how to refine and use chakra, so she is unable to tap into the power within her body. The original leader of the Grass Ninja Village would not teach them how to truly become stronger, because he was also afraid that the two women would lose control. But Uchiha Kong has no such concerns. He sincerely hopes to tap out the power within them. Especially Shang Phosphorus, who was taken away by Orochimaru in the original work. Orochimaru was also interested in her powerful perception power, and actually did not develop her medical ability very much. But this time, Uchiha dreamed of finding Tsunade. As the best medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, it should not be difficult for Tsunade to help ninjutsu develop its medical abilities. Moreover, Xianglin is the identity of the Uzumaki clan, and it is also the condition that Uchiha Sora can use to impress Tsunade. After all, Tsunade's grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. After finding Tsunade's whereabouts, if she can bring her with her, there should be less obstacles in communication. After all, Uchiha Sora's identity is still a bit sensitive. Even if she doesn't have any outside knowledge, it's not easy to get close to her. In the next few days, Uchiha personally taught them how to use and control their chakra. At the same time, the intelligence network of the Grass Ninja Village is also searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. It's just that the intelligence network of Grass Ninja Village is relatively weak now, so it's not easy to find Tsunade in such a large ninja world. Fortunately, Uchiha had the patience to wait for the news, but what made him frown was that no news of the negotiations from the Leaf Village came. That old fox at Third Hokage is probably making some small calculations again. Uchiha thought to himself. On this day, there was no progress in Tsunade's news, but an uninvited guest was welcomed outside the Grass Ninja Village. When the ninja guarding the gate saw the person coming, his eyes could not help but widen, staring straight at the figure of the other person, and his saliva almost flowed down. The person who came was a woman in her late 20s, with fair skin, delicate facial features, straight shoulder-length golden short hair, and a cold and noble temperament. She was an iceberg beauty. And his clothes and figure are even more addictive. The low-cut netted top, black short skirt, and women's white belt show off her slender waist to the fullest. And the most eye-catching thing is her weapon that is not inferior to Tsunade in comparison. You, who are you? The gatekeeper ninja of Sao Ninja Village was surprised by the cold temperament of the other party and said a little nervously. Envoy of Union Village, Sammy. The blonde beauty Sammy said calmly, then took out a certificate representing the ninja of Union Village and handed it to the gatekeeper ninja. Is it from Union Village? The gatekeeper ninja looked stern and hurriedly took it over to check. After confirming it, he said, "What is your purpose in coming to our Kusanagi village?" "Come to visit your leader." Sammy replied. "Want to visit our leader? Okay, you wait here first. I'll have someone notify the leader." The gatekeeper ninja waved to the side, found a companion, and asked him to inform the leader. Sammy nodded and stood quietly aside. It seems that it has become commonplace to face the strange looks in the eyes of ordinary people coming and going at the village gate. After a while, the reporting ninja returned here and signaled Sammy to enter the village. Sammy followed the guidance of the grass ninja and came to a mansion. In the courtyard, Uchiha Sora is teaching the chakra. "Chief, we've brought it," Kusanagi said respectfully to Uchiha Kong. "Well, you go down." Uchiha waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to leave, and then looked at Sammy. Samui from Cloud Hidden Village has always been trusted by Hokage for his calm behavior. Uchiha looked at her and said slowly, "What is the purpose of Hokage sending you to me?" Sammy was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Uchiha Kong to know about him. She narrowed her beautiful blue-green eyes and said coldly, "The leader of Kusanagi Village, Mr. Uchiha Sora, I am here on behalf of our Hokage-sama to understand some of your ruling ideas after Kusunin Village was captured by you." Quote. After a pause, Sammy gently lifted the hair on his temples and said, "Also, I hope that you can allow me to live in Kusakunin Village for a period of time, so that I can communicate with you on behalf of Hokage-sama and experience the changes here personally." Samui's words made Uchiha Kong frown slightly. Xiangling next to him blinked his big eyes and looked at Sammy with envy. "This sister is really beautiful and big. If I get this big in the future, will my shoulders be sore?" Some strange thoughts suddenly popped up in Xianglu's little head. At this time, Uchiha Kong looked at Samui and shook his head. "You Hokage are too lenient. What do you want to ask? You can ask now. I can give you 10 minutes. I will try to answer some of your questions. After 10 minutes, you must leave." Hearing this, Sam Yi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This person is difficult to deal with. However, Sam Yi was able to gain Raikage's trust at such a young age, so naturally it was not that easy to deal with. She said in a cold tone, "Your Excellency Uchiha Kong, is this the attitude of your Kusanagi village towards the 5 major nations? As an envoy, I am now representing our Lord Raikage." There was a hint of arrogance from the ninja village of the 5 great nations in his tone. Uchiha Kong frowned slightly, then suddenly raised his hand and shot a kunai at her. Sam Yi was slightly startled. The kunai flew past her white cheek and landed on the courtyard wall behind her. A trace of blood dripped down her white cheeks. Uchiha Sora's voice sounded colder than hers. "Miss Sammy, you have to remember that this is the Grass Ninja Village. I respect you as the messenger of Kumoyan Village, so I gave you this opportunity, but it does not mean that you can use this threatening me with my identity." A strong murderous aura was released from Uchiha Kong, crushing towards Sammy. Feeling this powerful aura, Sammy couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his white forehead. Slightly narrowing his pretty eyes, Sammy whispered, "Your Excellency, you are being too domineering, aren't you?" But she was secretly shocked. Because the feeling of oppression coming from Uchiha Sora was no less than that of Raikage. Is it true, as the intelligence says, that Uchiha Sora's strength is already on par with the 5 cages? Looking at Samui, who was standing motionless and pretending to be calm, Uchiha Kong did not take back his momentum, but said word by word, "What do you Raikage want to know? Just ask." Sammy, who had always been calm, didn't know how to continue speaking for a moment. She opened her mouth and hummed softly, "No need to ask, your attitude has already explained everything. I think we, Mr. Raikage, will make our own judgment." After saying that, Sammy took out a letter from his waist and said, "This is an invitation letter from our Lord Raikage. It is also the real purpose of my visit to Kusanagi village this time." Uchiha had a thought in her mind, and Yi Kang, who had been staying nearby, suddenly appeared in the yard. She took Sammy's letter, opened it, and checked it out. Uchiha Soraya, who was connected to Hayakura's mind, did not need her to report any more, so he waved his hand to ask her to leave, and said to Sam, "Raikage wants to invite us ninjas from Kusanagi village to Kumogakure village to take the Chunin exam. This is quite interesting, I agree. Are you connected to the people who were reincarnated in the dirt?" Seeing this scene, Sammy felt secretly shuddered in his heart. "Okay, since your Excellency has agreed, I will take my leave now." Sammy nodded and prepared to leave. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to stay in the Grass Ninja village for a few more days, so as to find an opportunity to obtain some important information, but Uchiha Sora was unmoved by her at all, leaving her completely helpless and had no choice but to go back. "Go slowly, don't send me off," Uchiha said calmly. Then he sent a Grass Ninja to lead her away. Looking at Sammy's leaving figure, Uchiha Sora's eyes flickered. With a thought, he gave Yi Kang an order in his mind, "Follow her quietly until she leaves the country of grass." The kingdom of Thunder far to the north has come in to disrupt the situation. As expected, it is not that simple to be a stable force in the ninja world. He summoned Zabuza and said to him, "Find Tsunade's whereabouts as quickly as possible. By the way, go to the gambling house on Tanshu Street to focus the search." "Yes, leader." Zabuza took the order and left. Not long after he took over the Kusakunin village, the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder came to look for trouble. Uchiha Kong didn't have that much time and energy to deal with the 5 major nations. He must speed up the pace of improving his strength. At this time, Sammy left the Grass Ninja village and hurried on his way. She came with 2 tasks this time. One was to send an invitation letter to the Chunin exam, and the other was to stay in the Grass Ninja village to gather information. And she only completed one task, and the other task was considered a failure. Fortunately, Raikage did not force himself to stay and complete the intelligence-gathering mission. He should not be punished after returning. However, this Uchiha space gave her a very dangerous feeling, and she must let Raikage-sama understand this after returning. Sammy was thinking about these things in his mind, and he had walked dozens of kilometers before he knew it. It wouldn't take long before he would be able to leave the country of grass. Suddenly, a kunai flew over from the dense forest on the side. "It's an ambush." Sammy was startled, his figure flashed, and he hurriedly avoided the sneak attack. Pulling out the short sword from her waist, she looked around, her thoughts racing. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the ground beneath her feet shook. The next moment, several figures emerged from the soil and attacked her body. Cloud Flow Yuanzhan. In the critical moment, the short sword in Sammy's hand lit up with white lightning, and the thunder attribute chakra instantly filled the blade, and he slashed in a circle around him. The lightning scattered like beans, just in time to form a circle and spread to the side, falling on the several sneak attack figures. Those who made a sneak attack were immediately struck by lightning, their skin and flesh were torn apart, and their whole bodies were paralyzed. Sammy took this opportunity to jump up onto the tree trunk, avoiding the encirclement. Heart-turning technique. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out from not far away. Sammy, who had just jumped up and reached the branch of the tree, was suddenly startled. His body suddenly stiffened and his whole body softened. The battle is successful, come and tie me up. Sitting on the ground, Sammy seemed to have regained consciousness and said. Then, several figures appeared next to Sammy and tied her up directly. After being tied up, Sammy was shaken and his personality returned. An orange-haired Anbu wearing a mask walked up from the side. Sammy did not struggle, but looked at the figure coldly and said, "Is this the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan? Are you from Konoha?" The people who attacked her were all masked ninjas. Judging from their appearance, they should be Konoha's Anbu organization. However, these people did not answer Sammy's words at all. One of them raised his knife and slashed at Sammy's neck, intending to knock her out and take her away. Sammy's face changed slightly, and finally he couldn't hold himself tight anymore, showing a look of panic. With her whole body tied up at this moment, there was no chance of her escaping. As a female ninja, she knew very well how she would be treated if she became someone else's prisoner. You Konoha are so bold. Aren't you afraid that our Lord Hokage will launch a war against Konoha after he finds out? Sammy said with a stern voice. However, Anbu seemed not to hear what she was seeing in front of her. The Anbu's knife slashed at Sammy's snow-white neck without hesitation. Boom! However, just when Anbu's palm was about to hit Sammy's neck, his body was hit by an attack and his body flew away. Sammy immediately opened her beautiful eyes and looked at a figure that appeared in front of her. White royal robe, black flowing short hair, handsome profile. It's none other than the Uchiha Sora I met in Kusakunin village not long ago. At the same time, scorching fireballs appeared behind Anbu wearing masks and attacked them instantly. Ah, ah, painful screams sounded, and immediately the bodies of several Anbu who could not dodge shriveled up and were then burned to ashes. A graceful figure appeared in the field, it was Scorch-style ninja Yi Kang. No, it's Uchiha Sora, several masked ninjas still alive at the scene exclaimed. However, while they were talking, Uchiha Sora raised his hand and threw several kunai at them. Get out of the way, one of the masked ninjas reminded. However, it was still too late for them to dodge. Just when several people were about to jump away, Uchiha Sora's figure had already appeared next to kunai, and the sword in his hand shone with dazzling lightning. Swordsmanship Thunder Slash. The powerful thunder attribute chakra turned into an extremely sharp slash and landed on the target in front. Puff! The masked ninja had no time to resist, and his body was cut in half by lightning. At the same time, Uchiha's figure flashed again, and the lightning strike reappeared. There is almost no time between them, as if they have cast a clone technique, they appear near other people at the same time. Several lightning slashes were struck almost simultaneously, and these masked ninjas were all killed in one blow. Kill them all instantly. The only masked ninja still alive is the guy who used the Yamanaka clan's spiritual magic. Uchiha Kong cast his gaze on him and said calmly, "If my guess is correct, your name should be Yamanaka Feng, right? If you don't want to die, just stand here and don't move." After being called out, Yamanaka Feng felt cold sweat break out on his forehead behind his mask. He looked at Uchiha Sora in front of him. After hearing his words, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts and obediently stopped moving. Sammy looked at all this, witnessing Uchiha's free hand for the first time, with a look of disbelief on her face. Because the speed shown by Uchiha Sora just now was simply faster than Hokage. Not to mention the lightning attribute changes and sword skills of that hand that are stronger than mine. At this time, Uchiha raised his hand and swung his long sword, cutting off the rope on Samui's body, and said, "Go back and tell Hokage that these people who attacked you are from the Leaf Village." Sammy came back to her senses and regained her composure. After hearing Uchiha Sora's words, she realized that this matter was not simple. She frowned and said, "The people in Konoha village want to arrest me. It seems that they want to put the blame on you. It's good that you know," Uchiha Kong said calmly. "Next, I will let Yi Kang escort you out of the country of grass and cross the border of the country of grass. That is not my business." When he saw Sammy before, Uchiha Kong was already on guard, so he specifically asked Yi Kang to follow Sammy secretly, with the purpose of letting her leave the country of grass safely. As expected, Samui was attacked by this group of masked ninjas from Konoha before he even left the country of grass. The person behind these masked ninjas was undoubtedly Danzo. If Samui is killed in the country of grass, then Hokage will definitely hold the grass ninja village accountable. With the Kumo hidden village's current attitude of making trouble, it will definitely make this matter bigger, let alone sending troops. Come to attack the kingdom of grass and repeat what happened in the kingdom of earth. I am afraid that it is even possible to take the opportunity to launch a ninja war. Uchiha Sora had this in mind, so he secretly sent Yakura to follow him, and even showed up to rescue him in person. Sammy is a smart woman. She thought about it and did not refuse Uchiha Sora's kindness. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll trouble you, Your Excellency." Uchiha nodded and gave a final reminder, "It's none of my business once you cross the border of grassland. Don't die then. Don't worry, even if I die by then, Lord Hokage will have no reason to attack the country of grass." Sammy said coldly. "That's good." After Uchiha Kong finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the wind of Yamanaka on the side. With a thought in his mind, he activated the Flying Thunder God and left. "Let's go, Miss Sammy, I will go with you now and escort you to the border," Yi Kang said. Sammy nodded. "Well done then, Senior Yi Kang of Sunagakur village. I am no longer from Sand Hidden village, I am from our leader," Yi Kang said calmly. "Yes," Sammy nodded, suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, and moved forward. And Uchiha Kong has returned to Kusanagi village with Yamanaka Feng. At this time, Yamanaka Feng's mask has been taken off, and he still looks about 16 or 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, Yamanaka found that he had arrived at the Grass Ninja village. While marveling at the magic of the Flying Thunder God, he also knew that there was no way he could escape this disaster. He said calmly, "Uchiha Sora, what do you want to do?" "Uchiha Sky's Path, you have good abilities. It would be a pity to be loyal to that old man Danzo. You want to conquer me. Don't waste your efforts. Master Danzo has already placed a spell on me. You can't succeed," Yamanaka Feng said. "Once I leave his control, I will die. So you'd better kill me and don't do anything meaningless," Yamanaka said calmly, as if he had no mood swings in the face of death. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "You are wrong. I don't think I can poach a living person like you from Danzo." "What do you mean?" Yamanaka Feng frowned. "It's very simple. If it's not a living person, of course it's a dead person." Uchiha Sky's Path. When Yamanaka heard this, he immediately thought of a possibility and asked in surprise, "Do you really want to?" "That's right, so please go die for a while." Uchiha raised his hand to form a seal, and a thunderlight gathered on his finger. Poof! The next second, lightning shot out from his fingertips and hit Yamanaka Feng's heart. Yamanaka's body trembled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes gradually losing their luster. At this time, Uchiha Kong had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring a white Zetsu that was bound by a seal from the mirror space. When he made a deal with Orochimaru gave him a total of 10 white Zetsus. 6 of them were used before, and 4 were left. Uchiha Kong has been looking for the person to be reincarnated in the earth. Yamanaka's magical and perceptual abilities are very good, so it is very suitable for him to do corpse intelligence analysis work. After Uchiha Kong transferred White Zetsu over, he used the blood flowing from Yamanaka Feng's corpse to start the earth reincarnation on the spot. Uchiha formed the seal of the reincarnation of the earth, and the runes on the ground began to crawl, and in the blink of an eye they climbed onto Bai Zetsu's body. Amid Baiju's painful roar, a soul that had just left fell from the sky and attached itself to Baiju's body. Layers of filthy soil covered Baiju's body. In a few seconds, Baizetsu's body completely transformed into the Yamanaka style. At this time, Yamanaka Feng looked at his body lying aside, with a very subtle expression on his face. Although he is a member of the root organization that annihilates emotions, his mentality has also changed greatly after experiencing the feeling of death and immediate rebirth. He couldn't help but sigh. This feeling is really wonderful. Yamanaka Feng, now you are no longer under Danzo's control, but only under my control. Uchiha Kong, who had finished casting the earth reincarnation, resealed Yamanaka Feng's body with a scroll and said. Yamanaka Feng nodded. He looked down at his filthy body. He didn't seem to be uncomfortable with it. He said to Uchiha Skypath, from now on, I should do things for you, right? Call me leader from now on. Uchiha waved his hand in vain. Yes, leader, Yamanaka Feng said respectfully. People who have been trained by Danzo have long been indifferent to life and death. In their hearts, they only have the fate of ninjas. That's the mission. It doesn't matter who you obey. What matters is that you must conscientiously perform the leader's tasks. And now, Uchiha Sora is the leader of Yamanaka Wind. Therefore, although Yamanaka Feng was just killed by Uchiha Sora, he had already accepted his fate in his heart and had no unnecessary resentment or hatred. Seeing Yamanaka's submissive look, Uchiha Sora was in a very good mood. There must be Danzo's conspiracy behind this attack on Samui in Cloud-Hidden Village in the Land of Thunder. However, Danzo did a good thing this time and sent himself a subordinate from the Yamanaka clan. Half a day later, Uchiha passed Yikang and knew that Samui had arrived at the border safely, so he used the Flying Thunder God technique and went directly to bring her back. At this time, good news came from the intelligence department. Tsunade's whereabouts were finally found. Unexpectedly, the location is on Donju Street. Uchiha immediately took the phosphorus with him and prepared some luggage. He sensed the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God closest to Tanshu Street, then used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared into the mansion instantly with the phosphorus. The next second, the two of them appeared in a dense forest in the country of fire. It is less than 50 kilometers away from Tuanshu Street. Sora-sama is so awesome. Xianglin, who was flown over by Uchiha Sora, felt this wonderful feeling of traveling thousands of miles in an instant and couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Kong smiled slightly and touched her head. With his current strength, the coordinate distance that he can sense is very far away, which can cover almost half of the ninja world. And with the automatic cultivation of spiritual energy and the growth of chakra, the number of coordinates he can set is also increasing. There are more and more people coming, so in order to facilitate the response to emergencies, Uchiha Sora's Flying Thunder God coordinates are scattered throughout the 5 countries. After arriving here, Uchiha Sora couldn't wait to drag Xianglin towards the direction of Tanshu Street. According to the intelligence, Tsunade is addicted to gambling every day on the gambling street of Tanshu Street. He took Shang Phosphorus into Tanshu Street, which is actually the most prosperous entertainment city in the Fire Country. In addition to gambling houses, there are also various pubs, hotels, etc. Because the economy here is very prosperous, Konoha Village has always sent some ninjas to perform tasks to protect Tanshu Street from attacks. In addition, the city lord's mansion also has many samurai and ninja forces stationed here. So the security here is pretty good, people are coming and going on the streets, and the bustling level is even better than that of Konoha Village. After entering the short book street, Shang Phosphorus was dazzled by what he saw. Looking around, he felt extremely novel. Uchiha took her into a gambling house. In the lobby of the gambling house, his eyes immediately caught sight of the beautiful figure wearing a dark green gown and having long light yellow hair. It is one of the famous Sanin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Tsunade was staring at the gambling table intently at this time, with her assistant Shizune beside her, who looked helpless. The other people next to them looked excited and placed bets with Tsunade, their eyes secretly glancing at the pair of bold murder weapons from time to time. For them, meeting the legendary Big Fat Sheep is definitely a great blessing. Of course, most of them knew Tsunade's true identity, so they only dared to play with her at the gambling table. They did not dare to offend Princess Tsunade in private. Uchiha Kong and Xiongling walked over and stood aside, watching them place bets and gamble without bothering Tsunade immediately. Under his observation, Tsunade's luck was really bad. She lost everything and almost never won. Shizune, who was responsible for managing the wallet, had already emptied all her belongings. But Tsunade still refused to get off the gambling table. You, lend me another 100,000 taels. You, lend me 200,000 taels. And you, I lost so much to you, so it's not too much to lend me 300,000 taels, right? She pointed at the people who had won her a lot of money one by one and said with a smile. Of course those people wouldn't dare not borrow it. However, after borrowing the money, Tsunade still quickly lost everything. Those who were playing with her also made excuses to leave. Not long after, Tsunade sighed, put down the sieve cup, and prepared to leave. At this moment, a palm suddenly pressed on her white jade hand that was just about to put down the sieve cup. Tsunade was slightly startled, and her pretty eyes narrowed slightly. Shizune's expression next to her also changed slightly, and she looked at the figure who dared to hold Master Tsunade's palm. He's actually quite handsome. Shizune looked up and saw Uchiha Sora's handsome face. Boy, you dare to touch my hand, you are very brave. At this time, Tsunade had already spoken coldly, her beautiful eyes staring at Uchiha Sora, full of danger. Oops, who is that kid? He dares to offend the legendary big fat sheep, Princess Tsunade. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word, death, right? It's over. It is said that Princess Tsunade is already in her 40s, and menopausal women have bad tempers. The people nearby were talking a lot. What did you say? Tsunade's eyes instantly passed through the crowd and fell on the person who said she was menopausal. The man immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Tsunade-senpai is worthy of being one of the Sannin. This momentum is worthy of being a hero among girls. At this time, Uchiha smiled and complimented her, looked at her and said, "Do you dare to take a gamble with me?" Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at Uchiha Sora in front of her. Her eyes fell on the little red-haired girl standing next to Uchiha Sora, holding his clothes. "Tell me your name and origin," she suddenly said. Uchiha Kong smiled and said, "My dear Uchiha Kong, a rebel ninja from Konoha village, currently making a living in the country of grass." Rebel ninja. Everyone around him was horrified when he heard this. The civilians and ordinary wealthy people were frightened and took a few steps back. Shizune stared at Uchiha Sora as if facing a formidable enemy. The rebellious ninja of Konoha. The Uchiha clan. And the country of grass. Tsunade murmured, and said faintly, "I have left Konoha long ago. No matter you or the Uchiha clan, a rebel ninja, or have something to do with the country of grass. It doesn't matter, I'm not interested anyway." After a pause, she stared at Uchiha Sora and said slowly, "What are you betting on?" Uchiha Kong smiled slightly. "These things on the gambling table are really meaningless. I admire the legendary power of Sannin very much. How about we have a duel? If Tsunade-senpai loses, you have to promise me a condition." Quote. Hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Tsunade was suddenly shocked, but her face remained calm and she said calmly, "Younger of the Uchiha clan, are you provoking me?" Uchiha smiled and said, "No, originally I just wanted to ask Senior for a favor, but I think Senior would not be willing to help a rebellious nin of the Uchiha clan, right? So I had to make this decision. So you came here to ask me to do something?" Tsunade looked at Uchiha Sora with interest, then suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I promise to bet with you. However, if you lose, you have to do whatever you want. Let me handle it." "Okay, it's a deal." Uchiha released his hand from the back of Tsunade's hand. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune on the side couldn't help but scream worriedly. Tsunade raised her hand to signal Shizune not to speak, and then said to Uchiha Skypath, "Uchiha boy, pick a time and place." "Tsunade-sama, don't you want to hear what conditions I will propose first?" Uchiha said with a smile. "No need. I will lose in gambling, but in a fight, how could I lose to a brat like you?" Tsunade snorted coldly. A powerful aura emanates from Tsunade. This chakra fluctuation is of a proper Kage level. Even in Uchiha Sora's opinion, Tsunade's chakra amount should be more than the current elderly third generation. After all, she descendants of Senju and Uzumaki. This is the confidence and arrogance that belongs to Sannin. Shizune on the side was also infected by Tsunade's aura, and the worried look on her face faded. Well, you are indeed Tsunade-senpai. Uchiha Kong praised. Judging from the early stages of the original Shippuden, Tsunade's strength is not strong, and she only shows her powerful medical ability. But in the Fourth Ninja World War, when her Hyakuho no Jutsu was activated, it was like having a Sage Jutsu boost, and she was able to smash Uchiha Madara's normal Susanoo with her bare hands. The powerful output and powerful recovery made Tsunade like a human tank, and no one dared to confront her head-on. Uchiha Sky's path. Since Tsunade-senpai has agreed, let's go to the forest outside the city now. Okay. Tsunade nodded and said to Shizune, prepare the ninja tools for me. Half an hour later, a group of 4 people came to an open space in the forest outside the city. Shizune and Karen stood in the distance and looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Sora, who were facing each other in the field. Master Kong, come on. Xiangling looked at Kong's back expectantly and cheered him on. Shizune asked from the side, little sister, what is your name? Me, my name is Xianglu. Xianglu knew that the black-haired sister in front of him was not a bad person, so he responded with a smile. Do you have a last name? Shizune asked. I don't think so, but my mother's last name is Uzumaki. That's it. Shizune smiled and nodded at her. I secretly thought that indeed, this child is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Strictly speaking, he is actually the same clan as Tsunade-sama. I just don't know why a descendant of the Uzumaki clan would follow a person from the Uchiha clan. Shizune's mind was full of doubts, and her eyes fell on Uchiha Sora's back. This guy actually had the courage to challenge Tsunade-sama. He must have some real ability. I hope Tsunade-sama won't be careless. She has been with Tsunade all year round and knows very well Tsunade's character and strength. There is absolutely no way that ordinary ninjas can be Tsunade-sama's opponent. The only thing that worries her is Tsunade-sama's hemophobia. What should Tsunade-sama do if she sees blood in battle and is afraid of having anemia? Just when Shizune was secretly worried, the 2 people standing in the field had already entered a fighting state. Uchiha drew the long sword from his waist, and Tsunade took off her long gown, revealing the slightly simple clothes underneath, especially her pair of huge weapons, which seemed to become more dazzling. Tsunade-senpai, I'm better at swordsmanship, so I have to use this sword. You have to be careful. Uchiha Kong reminded. HMPH, Uchiha brat, you are quite a gentleman. Tsunade snorted softly. My fists are weapons, so you should be careful. After saying that, Tsunade stepped on her foot, causing cracks on the spot, and the figure quickly rushed towards Uchiha Sora. As a Sannin, Tsunade is naturally not a fool. She has already noticed that the chakra aura on Uchiha Kong is also very powerful, far beyond the comparison of ordinary ninjas, so she launched the offensive first. She was actually thinking in her mind, as a rebel of Konoha, this boy dares to come in front of me and provoke me. He simply doesn't take Sannin or Konoha seriously. Such a guy must be given a good taste. Your own awesomeness. After defeating him, let him return to Konoha to face trial. Although Tsunade said she didn't care about Konoha's affairs, in fact she was just being tough. On the other side, Uchiha Kong looked at Tsunade who was rushing towards him, with a faint smile on his lips, and the wind attribute chakra was poured into the sword. Immediately afterwards, the long sword was swung, and the tiny wind blades turned into whirlwind sword slashes and flew towards Tsunade. Swordsmanship whirlwind, sword slash formed by the wind attribute. Tsunade, who was halfway through, discovered Uchiha Sora's attack method. She whispered, raised her white fist and punched the ground under her feet. Boom! In an instant, a strange force descended on the ground, and countless cracks spread instantly from the place where Tsunade's fist hit the originally flat ground. A huge boulder bounced up directly from the ground, right in front of Tsunade. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.